his teammate.
Insta. Nading.
I need to push. Oh, one inside and one out of me. Out of me.
In the bush. Left side.
Yeah. I'll literally drive it like a car.
Please pick up a grip for me.
Yeah, I need to lose still a bit. I have like nothing.
Yeah.
I'm going north.
Nice. I'm going.
Yellow rock now.
Hit 4 times.
Knocked yellow rock.
Are pulling up further.
What?
Foreman.
One still stay. One still blue. Somewhere blue.
Yellow car. And on the hill.
In north face. Both of them hit once on the rocks.
I'm knocked. I'm not. Watch.
Cars more left. Drive by.
He's gonna drive by you guys.
North.
Go inside and drive by you.
Drive by. Yellow.
One hit twice on blue.
Yellow car
if you can.
2 guys blue.
Right side of yellow. Knocked. 2 active.
Last two blue.
No, one driving to you.
One active.
One active.
Last blue.
So the
I
shack
guess they have this road on green line. I guess same team.
Yeah. Same, yellow is same team.
It's loading on orange.
Let's shoot. 3, 2, 1.
Second knock on him.
Knock me.
We foot killed one of Howl. That's why.
Yeah.
It's probably only Howl on or.
One in front of me, south.
Yes. I can maybe kill that guy. 2
Nice,
active.
2 active.
Behind one.
Knock.
Last on me.
Behind,
Yellow.
behind,
Last yellow.
I need to kill.
They probably took hospital and shit.
Yeah, they're taking hospital. Okay, so that in a way good.
I killed him on the esport. I'm good, boys.
But like, you're so...
Yeah.
Flash that guys in there.
He's hit 3 times. 2 guys in the compound now, I believe. Guys, be careful.
Which come back.
But let's kill him.
Normandy.
Let's make sure we get this
You got
flush.
the kill.
Shooting UAC,
Shooting.
right? I'm shooting UAC. I'm shooting
Machine
UAC.
kill, shooting, guys.
UAC is spinning out on the road.
Good shots. You will.
Let's move.
Tires is pop.
Twice.
Knock. Last touch has still going somewhere.
Yep.
Slow down now and reset.
Yeah, he's on me. Boss, bait. You shoot the MR.
Move. I'm taking my panzer.
Nice.
Shoot them.
Copy.
Rousing.
That did a lot of damage to you guys. On me, you're good, by the way. I knock one.
You follow me?
Knock one.
Nice. 2 active.
Knock him.
It's
Blue.
probably he was solo probably here.
Let's go.
On me! Full team, run up on me.
Knock one.
Last guy left the
You're
smoke.
alone. You're alone.
Come res me, Chris, if you can.
Can we clear him or is it?
Yeah, we can. Just pushing. Hit twice.
He dropped. I'm healing. Watch.
Run up right now and kill everyone.
Yeah,
Still chill.
You just have to move.
Knock.
as far.
One up. Just
I think we... No, I think we fight.
You don't have cars there.
You don't have cards.
Just run like these boys. Listen me. Run yellow line. I hold for you.
Yeah, I'm running.
They wanna pull up on me probably.
They're taking car.
Yeah.
Where?
No. Last is far. Last is not close to Pacific. Close or far? What do you say? Far. He's far. Last.
Can you wait for me?
On my smokes.
I'm flashing.
In my smoke still.
Last guy next to smoke.
Both of them in the low.
Nice.
carrying it back.
On the car, yeah, he's gonna put
Wood is perfect.
Flush.
Nice.
He's just running east.
Drive the car while the smoke's up.
I can peek. Knocked one edge of zone. Almost knocked one more.
Oh my god. Okay.
I need it behind your house.
Left one.
Yep. Press my house.
One in left side.
You're outside.
Stop
No, one more fax.
I'm
Yeah.
leaning.
I'm
Have
going
my
clear.
windows.
Where are we going, Mr. IGL?
Let's go, El Poza. I don't know. Yeah, let's fight them all.
Let's fight them, let's fight them.
One guy in my mark, orange. Throwing smokes.
Trust one, trust one, trust one.
SWAT guys.
Nice
Oh
one.
no.
Knocked in the warehouse.
Behind building.
Behind, behind, behind. Let's go.
To you.
Oh, I don't know. Run right next to me.
Inside, inside.
Let's push them, let's push them. Let's push them.
Left side.
Knock, knock, knock.
He's on the road.
Knock.
Yeah, let's go. 1, 2, 3.
Nice.
Flush. Nade.
Ah, I see
One more garage. Wipe.
Let's go.
Let's go all the way.
The guy on my mark, blue one. Right behind me, this mark.
Knock one in front of me.
Left side peeking. One shot at him.
Dead?
Good job.
Nice,
Dead.
insta.
Oh, you got my ass.
At least I got something. Flush.
Let's go. Yeah, let's play the Halloween beer, okay?
Okay.
Oh, God.
Maybe Pashinki.
Let's go.
He's here with a big shield, bro.
That's my guy.
Coming.
Oh, he hit me back. Oh, shit.
I'm dead, I'm knocked.
Oh. 2 guys on me.
Oh my god. How do I use fireball? No.
I think we need one more game.
Yeah, we need one more.
Why my parachute popped off? Popped up, I don't know how to say. Coming!
Two on me, guys.
Kill him, he's low, he's low, he's low.
Oh, Jesus.
I knocked him.
Oh, dead.
Nice!
Drop me
Executed.
potion, ranger, please. Nice. I'm coming!
Following me.
Oh, they see me. Oh, I'm not. They're professional gamers.
No.
Yeah, they're professional.
The car coming from north.
Car?
Car, yeah.
I'll try to...
Run over them.
Knocked him. Oh, how fast is he?
What is he zooming?
Yeah.
What is this? Rocket launchers.
It's Pyromancer, man.
I need some help, Chris.
I'm coming. I'm burning, I'm dead. Can you hear me? I'm dead.
Can't.
Bro.
Maybe chill, let him go. We need the last guy to leave as well. Take the kill.
Nice.
Where's that guy?
Under bridge.
One guy is up, still up.
Knocked
On the bridge, guys.
Knocked on top, 2 up. They're both under.
No, one on the bridge. Oh, you knocked him?
Yeah. Both
Okay.
under. Chill.
It's 2 guys on my marker. He's pushing. And one is above.
Right side, bed.
Knock above. Knock above.
Right side, 1 HP. Gun the tree.
Hey, knock above. I'm healing.
There are two.
One more above. All right, my marker. Open. Too close.
Flashes.
I have no helmet.
He's down.
Yeah, just let him get the ridge. Just let him get the ridge.
And then I flash and we peek.
Yeah. Wait, just wait.
No. Yeah, just wait. One.
Yeah.
Yeah, play deep. Like one can be on the bridge and one can play deeper on the...
Stun for me.
No, this way.
Stunning now.
Yeah.
He's hardcore holding me.
Yeah.
I'm healing.
Low.
Nice.
Nice. Let's go, boys. Get GG's.
Can we flush this guy?
Trying to. I don't know if I can shoot through it, that's the thing.
Check compound a little bit. Let's any cars yet. Let's pressure compound. Let's take the ridge now. Let's go.
Here is
Outside people on the smokes.
Knock one on my yellow marker.
Nice.
Live from there.
They still
Skirms,
not
you
fucking
have
kill.
to, guys, focus about the guys on the
I'm
compound,
focusing
okay?
on the compound.
I think I have.
Let
Bumble
Bumble
go
go away. Nice, I'm safe. I'm safe. One of outside. No, okay. There's no one compound. There's no one compound, guys. Listen to me.
Yeah.
Left side, one left side. I heard one left side blue. Somewhere on blue.
I told you.
I'm flashing.
You can stick the revive explicit and
Except is east on orange.
VS is gonna play into Green Ridge.
VS is playing into Green Ridge. That's bad. We don't really have a hold of Exalt anymore at one point.
Knock one.
Nice.
I'm nading them.
Watch Exalt.
I'm fully nading VS.
It's white exile.
Yeah.
You do.
I got my flash.
Okay,
Headshot 1 exalt.
carry me away.
Trying to run back a bit.
Take your time.
Knock 2 exalt, 1 up.
Let's count the rock.
Wait, this is bad.
Use the smoke, fast. Use the smoke.
Do you have one?
I'll drop them in.
He knocked 1 up
VS
VS.
Just play your game.
1 up, 4v1.
1 up, 3v1. Just play your game.
Good shit. And now come back.
Go back fast.
We have people on yellow marker.
I can't.
Guys, can you be ready on the car though? There's 43 alive. If this goes northeast, we can take the field or something as well. Go to your cars now.
I'm far away from. Do you have nades?
Yes. Where are they? On yellow?
In the corner. That close corner. Just throw them. Throw them in.
One coming over.
Knock him. I knock one.
Nice.
One up.
One active.
We're getting shot in the back. I'm gonna try and shoot that guy.
Oh, we grenaded. Who naded us? VS naded us.
Yeah, it's one alive.
Again, 1 active or 2?
One.
Good job, baby.
Nice.
Prone.
I know.
If he runs, he's gonna die. Maybe make smoke land, yeah. Yeah, the car is good.
I see the ghillie guy. I can maybe knock him.
Coming.
Knocked him.
He's knocked. Nice.
On green, knocked?
Yeah, close
Yeah,
guy.
yeah.
Close guy.
Come, Div.
Two active, by the way. They're free man.
Okay.
We're pulling up on backside. Pulled up on yellow.
Behind this, in the first shack.
They're running into the house. One more in the house. Nice. Hold Q. Q got flash from Snake.
He's not on the car anymore.
On my right. He's like on the orange. They're running out of track. Running out of track. I have no smokes. I'm just crawling to you. I'm gonna drop in my util. He's pushing me from track. Nice. I'm getting flashed. Another guy.
No, another gas wall.
Nice.
one up.
On my right.
He's on your right.
Last guy's east. Insta.
People in the shack. Blue.
I see him on blue. If he stops, I'm gonna try to kill him.
Yeah, dead.
Nice, bro, nice.
Info, many alive. Full.
Full.
Okay.
They pushing you out.
He's driving.
They're
In
coming
the
to me, they're
blue.
coming
In
to
the
me.
blue.
Okay, roger that.
He's
I'm
got
holding.
no
He
good.
died. He died.
no.
2 died.
Two died.
Yeah.
Flash him, nice.
3 alive.
No, 2 alive.
Knock one.
Levante is second place.
All dead.
He's only one alive.
Orange marker is actually around.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Car actually
Okay,
drive
okay.
down to like
You are watching the PUBG EMEA Championship for Fall. It is day number 2 of our grand finals, and yesterday we brought all the spicy PUBG action you've been looking for. My name is Tekkel. I'm going to be your host. Joining me on the desk, Avenger and Jorasar here. And it was a scary day because Na'Vi, our current PGC 2022 champions, did not look very good, and they need to do well to qualify for this.
That's got to be our leading story here, right? The champions last year, not actually in. No one can conceive of such a scenario. I think they can turn it around today, and I think that's going to make today that much more exciting as a result.
Avenger, do you agree? Is Na'Vi going to come back? Are they the day 2 team?
They have to be, because I would hate not to see them at PGC 2023. They're obviously a roster change deep, and was it too soon? Was it too late? That's really the question we're going to get answered today, I feel like.
It looked really good, though. That roster change looked really good in playoffs. They looked fantastic.
They're,
and now
they're third in upper bracket. Like, they did super good. I'm like, okay, these guys are coming in.
Yep.
If they can get top 4 here, top 3 maybe even, that'd be fantastic. But yeah, having a rough day, 12th place right now, yeah, it's far away. But fortunately, we had some sponges yesterday, and that means it's pretty easy to catch up to like 4th, 5th place at the moment.
Twisted Minds was the big sponge. They just took all the points. They looked so confident, so strong, and scary.
They just don't have the brakes. There's literally no button to switch them off. We saw Sasha on the interview yesterday saying about how, our approach is the same. We're here to win every single game. But it was the way he was saying it. It was how relaxed he was. And it was like, yeah, it's literally just another walk in the park for us. Their mentality is really, really up there.
Before we get too excited about what's going on, let's just take it all the way back to the beginning in case you didn't know what's been happening. This is the format for PEC Fall. We had our upper bracket and lower bracket playoffs, and now we're here in the grand finals. 3 days, 6 games a day, and you need to get those points on the board. You can see exactly what you can expect today, and we're starting with Erangel, Avenger.
We are starting with Erangel. What I loved the most from what Battalion said yesterday, he said every single circle for us is scripted. We know where to go in every single circle, and that's something really comes down to how much these guys are preparing for these sort of tournaments here, and that's really what we've seen kind of the fruits of yesterday. And he came in, we could have had 100 points. Easy. I died there and there, like they all know their mistakes, and that's obviously something that comes in when you're playing against 15 other teams and 60 other players. You can't really calculate everything, but they're pretty far ahead. And of course, they're playing for this $25,000 because they're already going to PGC.
And also, there is, of course, prize money for the top fragger and the best play. Another team that did really well yesterday, FaZe. I'm really liking what I'm seeing coming out of the FaZe clan.
Deadly consistency, always there to support one another. When someone gets knocked, they're very rarely isolated compared to so many other teams, and that consistency shone through. Yes, they got multiple chicken dinners, but even if you told me they got no chicken dinners yesterday, I'd still expect them to be up there with quality of play like that.
Yeah, for sure. I really love what I'm seeing from them so far. And if you asked them, if you had them as an interview, they would have said the whole same thing, Sam. Like, they're like, okay, we could easily gotten more points. Let's try to improve.
Of course, on your screen right now, this has been the conversation online. It's the conversation everyone's having. Those PGC points that are up for grabs, and the winner of PEC4 gets a guaranteed spot at PGC. So lots of mathematicians are going to be doing their work online to try and figure out which teams are going to be making it through.
All the unknown algorithms are being calculated right now on these PGC points.
So this is what it would look like if we were to take exactly what happened yesterday and say this is the final day. That's why it says winner there for Twisted Minds, because they were at the top of the leaderboard. But pretty much this is how it would look with the current PGC standing. So who needs to be worried?
Today is the last day for any of the underdog teams that do not have very many points at all to make their way up and actually say we might be able to win this. Realistically, by halfway through today, a lot of those teams that are in with a mathematical shout practically drop off. So the first 3 games hitting the ground running are really what's going to make or break it for maybe even up to half the teams on this list.
Right. The only change right now from what we've seen moving into this is that Exalt is out and Christian Mark is in, right? And we heard, again, Battalion say yesterday, Christian Mark deserve it, man. They're playing super well, they're consistent, and with that change that they have been able to do this year is just something that puts them in where they are right now. But I feel like there could be more nail-biting come in because like there's a lot of unknowns. I would love to see Na'Vi pop off. I'd love to see Savim go in and show us what they did in the lower bracket because we know they're capable of it. And also, if we have Howl, and it is this close, that could be like, they could be cut off. And so it really comes down to how many points are Digitalytics able to get from PC here.
Let's take a look at the leaderboard. This is what it currently looks like for PEC Fall after the first 6 games.
Right.
And I do want to draw your attention to that team that you mentioned, Avenger, Exalt. They had this last-minute fill-in that they came in. Their star player is out of the lineup. They're not doing very well. They're going to have mega games today if they want to find themselves, never mind in the top 8 of this competition, but just for PGC qualification.
Yeah, it's rough. It's 1 point per game here. It's so far out of anything, but what they can consolidate themselves with, again, is what we've been saying all the time here, John. It's 31 points up to Ascend in 5th. Like, it is literally, it's a game with, I know it's 21 kills, but 21 kills on a win. So it's 1 game away. And yeah, them missing Uber is of course a huge thing. It's a huge blow to them, but it's also super interesting because they kind of have a target in their back. Like, they have multiple teams that know, all right, these guys are weakened right now. And when it's not directly like hot dropping, but I'm talking if they see potential third-party opportunities, like okay, Exalt is getting dropped out here, we have a few knocks on them, let's push them in third-party this fight. They will try to get Exalt out and potentially the other team that they're fighting, right? So there's going to be a lot of focus on them today. And yeah, it's sad not to see Uber yesterday. I don't know what the exact update is, if he's going to be playing today or tomorrow. But yeah, he was not home and ready because yeah, we saw Bumble Squad drop out, unfortunately for them, on the day that they were going to be playing, right? So Exalt wasn't even ready.
Jorasol, we do this a lot in PUBG, and I know we do it because every so often there's that magic that happens, but we constantly do this thing of, oh, maybe they can pop off.
Right.
Maybe they can pop off. But considering the strength of this lobby, is it realistic to say Exalt can magically do this incredible glory run?
It's unrealistic, but it's always possible. Look, here's the thing, right? There are 5 teams with single-digit placement points down right at the bottom of the table. The top of those 5 teams is Na'Vi, who are 1 chicken dinner away from top 5. That's how close the field is right now. Exalt are that plus a single-digit number of points away. So it's not even, we need to pop off and get 3 chicken dinners in a row. Realistically, 1 chicken dinner plus 1 more good game suddenly puts them right back in the mix. It honestly is that close, even though it looks like it's so far.
I want to be the realist in the situation. Yeah. I don't want my dreams shattered. But I hear you. I do hear what you're saying. You know what? We're getting very serious here, so we're going to tone it down a little bit, have a little bit of fun. It's time for a quiz show, and I'm not even in it.
We've got quizzing fever here at PEC Fall, and it's so contagious that it's made Sam too sick to participate. So I'm here taking Sam's place, and I've brought a couple of lovely guests to take part in yet another PEC game show. We've got Kowo, we've got Chris, both of Ascend. You feeling confident?
Yes.
Love to see it. Well, you should be confident for this first question, because question 1, which map was the final match of PUBG Nations Cup 2023 played on?
I'm hoping it's right. I'm not sure.
Same.
Well, you both played in that final game, although it wasn't for that long. Died pretty early. So we can confirm that the one of you that survived longer in that match has got it right. Kowo, with the Erangel guess, claims the first point.
Tournaments always end on Erangel. I have no recollection of that game whatsoever, but yeah, that's how they work usually.
Question number 2. How much capacity does a utility belt have?
I don't know, bro.
Can I just double check before we round this off? How many hours do you have in the game?
10k or something.
Yeah, same, 10k.
Yeah, about that. Okay, cool. You both got it wrong. The correct answer is 50.
50?
Yeah.
I was gonna change it to 100, but I stuck with my first guess.
Still would have been wrong, bud.
Was I closer though?
Nah. Question number 3. Which EMEA player did the most total damage at PGS2 Grand Finals?
I never looked at stats, bro.
That's a hard. Yeah, I'm reasonably confident in my answer, I think.
Time's up for that one. Chris never looks at stats. Kowo is the stat magician, but it doesn't matter. You both got a point on that one. You both got it correct. It was, of course, Twisted Minds Perfectix. Great work, boys.
He was dominating.
All right, round 2, and the scores are pretty close, so this could still go either way. It's everyone's favorite. It's PUBG GeoGuessr, and it's time to start with round number 1.
Oh.
Where on the map would you find this?
Isn't there like many of those? Oh, Jesus.
This is a pretty hard one.
We're all locked in. I can confirm one of you's a genius, one of you's a little bit out. The answer is, it's Chris in Observatory, 25 meters away. Incredible guess, actually. What gave it away?
How do you get that, bro?
Insane.
I don't know. I was just thinking about the cameras and observatory. Just counted 1 to 1 together and.
Koa is going to look to improve on his 1,011 meters for round number 2. Now, where would you find this? Got both guesses locked in?
Yes.
Yes, locked in.
All right, we've got both answers locked in, and my goodness, it couldn't really be any closer. 5 meters difference between the two of you. 71 meters is the winning score, and it goes to Chris, 71 to 76. Extremely tight round, but man, you were both on it.
I'm on the wrong car. I just picked one of the 2 cars that are on the street. I got the wrong one.
Little differences, man. Makes all the difference. All right, one final PUBG GeoGuessr round. Where on the map is this?
What a professional.
This is pretty hard.
Wow, I have no idea what this could be.
I have no idea.
Man, is that Cosmodrome?
I think it's Cosmodrome, bro. Or maybe Dinoland.
Well, we're all locked in, and it would be tragically painful if it had happened again. If you'd lost by 5 meters a second time. 23 meters. Chris takes the dub over Kowo's 30. Extremely tight rounds, but that little difference, Chris. Oh boy. Lucky or not, it's a swift 3-0 on the PUBG GeoGuessr round for Chris. Kowo's got some catching up to do in the final round. And this one's worth 3 points, so Kowo could still walk away with a win if he gets this one bang on. So our final question for today, how many meters are there between the white and the blue zones when they begin to move in phase 1 of a match?
Is it always the same?
Depends on what's... But like, it depends on which side you're on.
This is what I was thinking about.
You study the super settings, you apply the shrink to the 8x8 map. What do you get?
Oh no!
This is so hard.
This is really hard.
That was a question that had you scratching your head for a long time, both of you. But I can confirm that both of you have got the answer exactly correct. 3,000 meters is the correct answer, and that's 3 points each. What a final round.
Buddy.
Good work, boys.
Yes,
Holy.
That was a really hard question, man.
That was a lot of maths going on in my head there, and then I was like, I can't do the maths. I'll just put in this number.
Yeah, well, in the end, you did it whether you meant to or not. The final scores, Chris with 7, Kowo with 5. Chris walks away as our champion. Unlucky Kowo, a good effort, but Chris, masterful performance on the GeoGuessr.
Super competitive between the players of Ascend there, and Kowo obviously jumping in on the action. He takes those things very seriously, you can see. But what do we think of Ascend's performance yesterday?
There were some highlights, but I think they can punch a lot. I think they can definitely punch a lot above where they are now.
So pretty much like Kowo's performance in the game show.
Exactly. Right. Like you know how I was saying earlier about how FaZe Clan are really, really good, or were really good yesterday at covering each other when they were down and stuff like that and playing as a unit? Ascend can play like that. I've seen them play like that. And you get people like It's Chris popping up all the time. Yesterday wasn't quite that sort of level, but I know they can do it, and when they do, it's wonderful to watch. I don't know if they're going to do it today, though. It'll be interesting to see.
What do you think of Benja?
I mean, there's one of the games on Erangel on Everest where they could have got a little bit more points than they did, you know. So
well,
that's really the big question. Are they going to have more of those? No, I definitely think, as we saw, you know, throughout the year, as we saw last time you were here in the studio, they're capable of being up there. They're close, but right now we just have 3 big sponges that are winning the games and taking away from them. But yeah, let's see if we get some, you know, military games here maybe, and they can sit up and have some fun observatory and get some points there, and yeah, let's see if that's the case.
You mentioned about getting more, trying to at least get more points, and that's something that I think a lot of our talents are struggling with after day 1 of our fantasy league. So we're going to take a look. Twire.gg, you can play along with us. Right now, Saga is dominating, but I had a pretty good day yesterday, because those sponges that Avenger talks about, I put them all on my fantasy team.
Yeah.
Big brain here.
Big sponge player. 3 big players on your team and 1 cheap pick. That's smart. No, but yeah, it looks good. You guys are in the 700s. I'm in pretty close to the 600s. Yeah.
I know
Joro and Toby.
Yeah, we pick on. I know we do this
see a 6 in front of my name. I don't see.
I am
a huge
curious.
problem.
We pick on him a lot, but I'm going to do it again. What is going on with Toby? Why can't he get this right?
I was going to point out that, you know, Sam is 101 point ahead of you, John. What's going on? But then, you know,
Game 6 yesterday kind of screwed me over just a little bit.
Jorosaw made this whole thing about how he was once #1 in the world in Fantasy League. And
That's history.
Bringing it back today.
That's
blah,
history.
Blah, blah, blah.
I'm feeling fine. I was within.
He said he was a day 2 player yesterday.
I'm a day 2 and a day 3 fantasy league player. Okay?
The funny thing is that the castle's in the same studio with us. I've never seen a more sad Toby sit over in his chair waiting to be live. It's like I've never seen him so sad. Like he's so sad about fantasy, and it's just like, guys, it's just all about luck.
I've got a stat for you, Sam. If it weren't for Avengers mortar kills in the Tego game, I'd be ahead of him right now.
But I mean, he got the mortar kills.
Yeah.
I mean, none of that matters. He got the kills. What I do like is, remember, all of this, we're giving Toby a hard time.
Right.
And in 4 hours' time, Toby will come to us and tell us all about how he thought of a comeback.
No.
But it takes him 4 hours before he'll come with us.
No, the thing is, he's going to be like, guys, if you look at only day 2, my team's actually as good as yours.
I'm sweating a little bit because there's a chance in 4 hours Toby looks smug because he's overtaken people, and as it currently stands, he's most likely to overtake me. But I think we've got this under control. I think we're okay.
It's good.
No panic stations.
You know, fantasy is always a fantastic way to, like, throw your support at specific players, right? Specific teams, and they're like, yeah, you're cheering at it. It's actually like so many and so often, so many times, it's such a good way to like engage, and also for everyone out there, like make a fantasy team, have fun with it. You're going to be way more engaged than some of the teams that you may not know as much about because you only have $100,000 to make your team, obviously.
Can everyone just tweet a little heart to Toby tonight because he sucks at Fantasy League? Hashtag PEC4.
Yeah, show your team and your current standing. Yeah, show your team your current standing and a little heart.
Just send him a little heart because he needs it. Oh, shame. We'll give you a hug later, Toby. Saga, maybe you can give him a hug now.
You know what?
Better throw than yesterday.
This is perfect. You know what's happening? You know how we always, as talent, talk about how the players should be more willing to do interviews, should do all these things, because, you know, the more screen time they get, the more they help their own careers and whatnot. All I have to do is make a mediocre fantasy team to have an entire desk segment evolve around me. So I feel like in the long run here, I'm the one winning. I'm giving them a chance. We've already done this. This is our hug to our guys. I'm the one, you know, from one side, you're the one in the top of the leaderboard on the other. Together, we hug the rest of the talent with our fantasy points, and it's all we need to do. Yeah. It's really that simple. It's not too much more to it.
Yeah, they all get caught in the middle. They get hugged whether they like it or not. All publicity is good publicity, Toby. You can't take anything away from that. But, you know, while you're down at the bottom, I'm up at the top, and that puts me as the twisted minds of the fantasy leaderboard, because they are looking extremely dominant. As you said, you heard a little bit from Padulins in the interview. He sounded like it was business as usual. He said, this is the game plan. We're just going to absolutely dumpster on everyone and walk away happy as the champions.
And the scary thing when you look at a team like Twisted, or I mean, it could be a couple of other teams, but Twisted in particular, looking at them having a good day, you go, where did they slip up? What can we abuse coming into tomorrow? What can we take away from what they did that we can win against? If you look at some of the circles they had to rotate into, they were fighting for it every inch. It wasn't like they were just getting lucky with this or that. Yes, okay, maybe their first Miramar had circles go up towards the northwest, but we all knew those circles were going to go up to the northwest, so it wasn't like a solo thing for them to play around. No, the dangerous thing about Twisted, in my opinion, is they're so hard to try and play against, because they play a very passive-aggressive play style. They'll sit back, they will watch things happen in front of them, and then decide when to engage. And whenever teams do pull up on them, because teams try, they tend to die trying.
Yeah, Howl has given it a shot, and well, the question of how could they possibly do it doesn't seem to have an answer just yet. They are getting absolutely dominated every time they pull up, and that is leaving them all the way down on the bottom right of the screen as you pull up the overall leaderboard.
It is pretty wild to me that Twisted got away with 81 points. We heard them say that they would have wanted 100 points. That's taking into consideration that they got, what, 4 points on their final match yesterday, and they still average this high. I mean, that is absolutely insane. And while it's not guaranteed they're going to finish in first necessarily, it is going to be very hard, especially for those teams who right now, their only success criteria in terms of making PGC is taking first place. And well, I mean, if Twisted plays anywhere near as good as they did yesterday, it's practically impossible for anyone to catch them.
They have an interesting approach to the game. It really seems like they're just aggressively territorial. They don't overstep their bounds, but if anyone steps into their territory, they will push up, they will bombard you to pieces, and it's working out very well for them so far. Question mark as well with a big first day, especially towards the end. They picked up the slack where Twisted Minds fell off, averaging 14 points a game on a wrangle.
I think one thing that Twisted does that works really well that other teams have started incorporating too, we're seeing FaZe do more similar playstyle, is rely as little on other teams and other factors that you can't control as possible. Set up a play style where you're playing reactive to what's happening in front of you. We see it with FaZe Clan, where in the past they have gone more aggressive, now saying, nope, you know what, let's wait it out. Let's wait until the perfect opportunity presents itself and then go out and make a play. Twisted has done this for a while. They've practically perfected this type of play style and are now up in the top of the leaderboard because of it, and has been for a while. But FaZe showing way much more consistency now since they started doing things similarly.
Yeah, FaZe has been really pulling out the strat books. The glider rotation for scouting for information on Vikendi stands out. And I don't know if anyone out there caught Jeems' stream before we started today, but that title was something to be aware of. He says, we're going to be ratting absolutely every one of these PEC finalists.
Yeah.
And that does not bode well for a lot of our players.
It has been a worry for them too, because aren't they PEC finalists too? Yeah, exactly, ratting yourself. I'm not sure exactly how that works, but having said that, I do feel like despite the fact that they're set pretty well on the leaderboard right now, there are teams that we know to be the teams that come hunting day 2, day 3. If they start getting loose, going out and doing aggressive like trap setups and whatnot, and it comes to cost them a couple of games in a row, we have seen FaZe, once things starts going against them, kind of start spiraling into a couple of bad games in a row. With only 12 games left to play, I wouldn't risk it. You played something really well yesterday, go back, do the exact same thing again, get up on the top, and then maybe coming into tomorrow, when it's more kind of decided where teams are going to end up, that's when you start going hunting.
Yeah, they've really got to pick their moments, because let's not forget that FaZe are one of the teams who does still have some work to do. But I think now with the fact that Twisted Minds is up on top, they're actually strangely looking more solid in terms of their PGC qualification. But it's the teams that are slightly down towards the lower end, the likes of your Digital Athletics, your Na'Vis. Now they're the ones where the pressure is really on if this remains the case today and Twisted Minds stays as dominant as they were yesterday.
Exactly. Playing this in the sky, you can see it behind us. We are about to head on into our first match of the day, which will be on Erangel, the second one to follow, and then 4 more games to go after that. Yesterday it was chaos from start to finish. This playing path seems super calm, but we know that the players have their own unique ways of making games spicy, regardless of how calm the playing path might seem.
Yeah, we've seen some hot drops. Primorsk was one that we saw in, was it the upper bracket, where We Live Again was actually taking a fight against Ascend in Primorsk in one of the games. Neither of those teams are going there. That is QM territory this time around, and they're going to be the first out of the plane and hoping for another one of those ridiculous Primorsk circles we saw in Game 1 of Upper Bracket.
That was definitely one to remember. I've rarely ever seen a circle 2 sit so far south on the kind of Primorsk Peninsula, but who knows? Who knows? Maybe we got one more written in the books, or maybe we're just journeying across all the places that are soon to be changed. Stalber, Milta, you name it. One thing that isn't going to change, at least for now, is the Na'Vi Battle Gear skins. They are in the shop, but only until October 25th, so make sure to hop in, get yourself those colorful skins to make yourself look even better. And I heard that you get like a +1 skill if you get the skins. So there you go. Get that. We'll get in the meantime. It's another George Paul circle.
Skins don't change, but they will change your life. Favorist. Life might be a strong word for what he's up to at the moment. As you say, Georgia Paul will be favored, but he's finding another way to get some early action for himself. We knew the players would find a way, one way or another, pulling up with a buggy into a hobber with a micro Uzi, but maybe if it was a slightly bigger gun, he might have been in a little more danger, but he does manage to get himself out of danger just in time.
That's Jorsa's fantasy team in shambles, barely even able to get away from the hunting teams down behind them. Who would that be? We will never know, we will never know. But Na'Vi, our current world champions, who currently sits in 12th here. Again, a team that's not guaranteed for PGC yet, which would be weird, having a team winning PGC and then not qualify the year to follow. A bit of a rotation to come, but honestly, I've seen them play really well into these George circles before. Even if it does swing north, this is like high kill, high placement territory for Na'Vi. And now I'm sure it might have cursed them, but it could potentially have Na'Vi coming off to a good start here.
I think the thing that worries me the most about the Na'Vi situation is the fact that their PGC point necessity, their requirement to get to PGC is very dependent on a couple of other teams, and one of those being question mark, given their current position in the standings, does mean that Na'Vi, more than a lot of other teams who were in a similar position to them after day number 1, have a lot of catching up to do, and it's got to start now.
And speaking of question mark, here they are on your screen. 35 kills. It's what they've managed to pull up pretty damn decent, if you ask me. And of course, finishing off yesterday, or the day before, or the match before, the final one yesterday with a win, is not something to be too upset about either. I like the way the question mark has not necessarily changed their playstyle drastically, but really formed it around Best Deluxe now. The way that he's come in, kind of become the main fragger of the team, and how the team is just playing full support of him, but still not giving up what they were doing in the past. It's just clear to see that now they have like the one dedicated damage dealer on the team, where before they were kind of all trying to fill in a little bit of that. Now they've set up the playstyle around Best Deluxe's ability to frag out, and it's been working out really well for them.
Yeah, that kind of playstyle can definitely work out well if you have the star player, the rest of you sort of building to play space, but it can also work out if you're going to be focusing on teams and pulling out the death note as a doozy tried to do in the lower bracket. But then sometimes those teams that you successfully death note just make their appearance back in the lobby regardless, and Exalt back on board. Still no Uber. We do have Mossboard in the server, but they are dangerously close to question mark rotating up the west coast.
They sure are. That would be a very interesting early game fight should they run into one another. But then again, question mark in similar fashion to Twisted Minds, not really too eager to fight in the early game, but of course a random drive-by could cause fights for even the most passive teams to be forced to take. And speaking of taking fights early, I'm seeing FaZe run on foot down towards Na'Vi. If you watch on the map feed on the right side, I think FaZe is out hunting. I mean, you said it. You said that James was literally titling his Twitch stream today with "We're gonna rat the guys on the hunt along us," and seems like FaZe had it out for Na'Vi, but I don't think Na'Vi has any clue that they're this close to an early game fight. They're literally in their compounds looting, chasing.
They're in the vehicles now and on the way out, so they've dodged the bullet for the second time in the span of about 3 or 4 minutes of gameplay. Pacific also dodged a bullet on their ends in a very similar zone to this, maybe slightly further south yesterday. Sarvam ran them down about this point in the game, but they made sure that that was not a possibility this time, so they're splitting themselves evenly across Everest, whereas DA, taking the Q compound, is a nice early movement for them once again, and they get a very solid crossing onto what could be a zone that goes either side of this river.
Yeah, by far, or far from, I should say, guaranteed which side that's going to swing to. We did see some pretty spicy hard shifts yesterday, so who knows? Maybe if that's a telling of what's going to happen today. There's, it's very dangerous to try and gamble these things when you literally have no clue of saying where it's going to go.
It really is. So, I mean, we saw it before. Entropic tried to make the play up onto the north side of the river, didn't get it, and ended up swimming across. I think there was a little bit of a mishap with an emergency parachute failing to deploy for them, so they had no choice. But that went about as well as it sounds like it did, and they got swept aside before they could even breach the shores.
That's why we talk about, I mean, the likes of how DA is split up, the likes of how Pod Samulet is currently set up. It's, again, one of those interesting things where you're playing center now, but with the aim of playing edge later down the line. What? Well, this is... does it have fix involved? It did. It did have fix involved. There's just something with fix and vehicles. I don't know if it's whole UK driving thing that you've been talking about, but fix and cars, man, they... it's like kryptonite.
Yeah, can't even say he's the wrong side of the road if he's in the middle of a field, I suppose.
True.
So you can't blame that. Twisted Minds, a team that has been a little more okay with playing in the center than in recent performances. This time around, they are making a bit of a move up towards the north. They found themselves positioned between Entropic, who have sent a few shots in their direction, and the Bad Boys, not too far away either. But the Twisted Minds are circling. They're looking out for information. But Lucarux and Evas, they're on the push.
Yep, they have no clue what's happening right behind him. Batulins, headshot instantly received, but able to get off the rock. And now Spiro is left behind, but Lucarux spots him. That could potentially have been dangerous for Entropic, but nice reaction there from Lucarux to catch the second player.
Nail Up is inbound, coming in to back up the boys, but the Bad Boys from down below. This is the compound that Twisted Minds were looking to scout. They've heard the shots. They've seen the kill feed. They know what's going on. This is a team, both of these teams, they would like to get rid of if they have the chance.
This is also where Entropic, now realizing who they're up against, goes, is this fight really worth it? Like, if this massively swings south, if we potentially take a casualty on this, is it going to be worth it or is it not? They drive away a vehicle maybe as a bait to kind of simulate the fact that, or fake the fact that they've run off, gone elsewhere, but I don't think anyone from Twisted Minds is falling for that, at least not yet. They want to get the reses up before making any kind of ill-fated decisions.
I think for every team in the lobby, if you get the chance to get the drop on Twisted Minds and you get an opening knock, it's worth committing to the fight. But with Mexi holding the backline, they don't want to allow any teams to rotate all the way around that northern coast. So prioritizing the position, and it might be a play that pays off should this zone hard shift up towards the north on phase 2 and beyond.
I think what we're seeing from FaZe, because it looks kind of weird that they're this far away from everyone else, I think what's happening here is they went out early to try and set up an ambush on Na'Vi. Didn't work out for them. Now they go back to loot, and now they're actively looting for an emergency pickup, which they, in case they have it, are probably going to deploy in just about 30 seconds time. Here we have Perfect Extort driving through an open field. Twisted Minds, they just cannot catch a break at all here in the beginning of the game, but fortunately for them, they have still yet to take a casualty.
This is a bit of a result of the incompleted scout of the compound that they were trying to pull off before Entropic so rudely interrupted them. But now they get the information one way or the other, and they also get a little bit of extra information on whose team is nearby to them. It just cost a single knock, but shouldn't be too much of a price to pay in the long run.
You can hear Batulans yelling, "This is why we don't play center, guys! Get the hell out of here! We don't want to not have info on what's happening, getting attacked from all sides." But seems like, despite some shots being fired towards Spiro, Twisted will get to live with this scan. What could and probably should have at least been one casualty.
Oh, Batulans is still on a bike, so he is targetable, but the tree line is providing enough cover for now. Still no engagements whatsoever, really, on the southern side of the zone. Everyone is happy to spread themselves wide, take a lot of information, a lot of positioning. In particular, Pacific have got themselves a nice hold on the western side of Everest, plus the compound to the north, whereas, stark contrast, we have all four of Howl in the same garage building.
All of them chilling, waiting for the next circle to pop, which will do so in just about 15 seconds time. Again, no way of telling whether this one is going to go north or south of the river. So stick around, wait this one out, and then get ready to go should this phase 2 commit to either side.
I feel like I'm worried that we're seeing Howl pre-driving as the zone pops. It kind of gives the impression that they are just going to send past anyone in their way, who will be DA as the first. Pacific, that wide split hold that they had, they're going to have to get down from this high ground now because zone has hard shifted towards the northwestern side. Zaki is still just about in. And that means that Twisted Minds, who backed away from the fight, oh man, they're in perfect position, but it's Ascend who've rocked up into this spot, and they're falling victim to Entropic.
Yep, full-on pull-up on this one. Mika was the first one to fall, but they turned around instantly, wanting to take the fight to the teams in front of them. Mexi is on the other side of the road, far off, but with a good angle to try and suppress. But the issue is, if he doesn't get to regroup with his teammates fast, there will be trouble. It's just Ivers on his feet right now. I think this one is done for Entropic. They need to try and sort of salvage this situation somehow.
And this was the off angle that Mexi had, that Entropic prioritized this to hold that rather than committing all four to the fight against Twisted Minds. And it was to be able to gather information on late rotators, but just got caught out by Ascend. They still have the chance to grab the flush onto Mika, or maybe that gets stolen away. It will. Nixie will claim that point for Wu.
Yeah, so tried to set up shop, didn't work out for them. Now they take 2 casualties because of it, and they don't even get rewarded with any points. Woo! Nice shots from Nixie to find the first. Will get the second as well, but it's now going to be Bad Boys, a 4th team, joining the fun on the northeastern side of the circle.
They've been holding themselves down in that compound for way too long, but now they hear more fights kicking off. They've seen 3 different teams in the kill feed. They know that this is hectic, this is chaotic, and this is an opportunity for them to rack up some points.
Killer Kite trying to get out of here alive. Solo play left life for his team, and now on the other side of things, FUT Esports set up a bridge camp against Exalt. 1 down, 2 down, 3 down, just 1 more left alive. Fade trying to get away from this one, should be able to do just that, but with the loss of 3 teammates, and just like that, a northern swing comes around and 7 players down instantly.
Always going to be difficult to try and make a cross on the Georgia Pole Bridge when you're a team coming in from behind the South George team. That's why you're seeing question mark on the map, opting out of that completely. They're taking the emergency parachute, while up on the opposite side, the fight has come to an end, and Ascend have been wiped out completely.
Yep, down they go as this one goes north. I feel like it's It's written in the circle trolling that this one is somehow going to end down in containers again. Would love to see it happen just for the sake of the chaos and how teams are going to try and cross on over. In the meantime, for question mark, of course, well aware that there's a smarter gamble to be placed in this one swinging north. So they're going to try and go up and take full control of the hills to the northwest.
Yeah, if you get at least some presence on that hill, you can send 1 or 2 down, scouting the roads up towards Zaki, maybe grab a vehicle or 2. That area of the map has been pretty much untouched so far, so you should be able to find at least something, as long as you can touch down without losing your life. Besto comes close, but he will survive.
Yep, able to land this one. FaZe finally found themselves a emergency pickup. It took all the way to Pachinki before they were able to claim it, but here they are, able to fly up high. Na'Vi, in the meantime, didn't find one. I think they went through Russak looking for one for a moment, but now are going to start driving further north instead.
This is a well-timed emergency parachute as well by FaZe. 20 seconds until the zone closes and we get to see where Phase 3 will go. By that point, they will be more or less dead center of the circle and should be able to pick a position. The problem that they might have is that most of the positions are occupied, so it's either into North George or you're hot dropping someone.
I'm not gonna lie, I would have loved to see them be like 5-10 seconds later, but having said that, now they are in the sky while the circle pops. Where are we going? It is gonna go south, but next one, of course, should swing north. FaZe now instantly out. There's plenty of apartments to pick and choose from. Just hope that the one you go for does not have someone sat around with a shotgun waiting.
I was a little bit nervous earlier on when Hal was making the pre-drive. They ended up in a dip, but they've backed up onto the hilltop, which, should this go towards the east on the Phase 4 shift away from the water, give them a really, really solid positioning to farm all of these teams who are trying to make their exit out of North George, because that is going to be an absolute war zone.
Yep, FaZe able to get into the compounds in the North George vicinity and somehow able to do so without taking a single casualty, despite having, I think, somewhere along the lines of 8 players shooting at them. So good for FaZe. They're able to now sit in what most likely will be the southern side of the next circle. And as you said, Hal, having taken casualties, but will be very, very good in the position they're currently in.
Little surprised that we haven't seen more engagements in more places on the map. We've lost a lot of players, but for the most part, it has been on the northeastern side of the zone or on the bridge crossing. But there's been so few options for teams to get into this area, but there's so many players here that it has all just kind of worked out. Everyone's backed off, taken their apartment block buildings or compounds, and whatever's left for the teams that have to come in late, like Entropic, like Na'Vi, it's dips or nothing.
Yeah. Dante is the first threat, at least, for Entropic to have to try and swing past. They are going to go towards the eastern side of the road. Makes sense to separate yourself a bit now. Dante is also driving across as we see it. Na'Vi, on the eastern side of things, trying to get into the circle as well. But Wu is currently set up. I mean, Wu is taking time trying to deal with Na'Vi right now, but they have issues of their own. They, too, have yet to make their way inside the circle. And I think Fuzz is starting to realize that's great. We can try and hold out Na'Vi, but we also have to get inside ourselves.
Maybe a little fortunate that Sarvam hadn't had much of an opportunity to look up the hilltop just on the top side of your screen above Howl, because that area is free and playable for now, but the Wu will backfill it, whereas Sarvam make a move down towards the eastern side of Georgopol themselves. But for Entropic, this was always going to be a struggle. They pulled up in pretty much no man's land, a ridge by the beach with Beamy with the Dragunov staring them down. And oh man, I've heard that Beamy changed his res recently to 1920, and he's been hitting with that thing.
I'm not going to lie, I'm seeing all of DA in a small dip. I'm just waiting for the insta-wipe and a mortar, but we'll see. We'll see if it comes through. You do have question mark on the western side with full vision and everything, and they were the ones, Bestelog in particular, were able to find those kills yesterday on Tego, so we'll see if maybe they brought one along as they flew up towards the west side.
I think Mad was just jiggle peeking over that ridge, just trying to calculate a trajectory if they could line up some nades, but that would be a long distance to have to try and toss them, but they've got it in the back of their minds. We say, okay, we know DA's there. Worst case scenario, we have to make a play somewhere. That is an option that we can survive.
Yeah, this is a dangerous place to be. If you're DA, kind of just gotta turtle down. You can't really do anything as long as the high ground is in place. So hoping for a western swing of this one would be what DA would hope for. Let's see if they're gonna be blessed with it. Nope, goes straight on top of them, as a matter of fact. So they're gonna have to lay low at least for a little while longer.
That hilltop is now threat level 11 for DA. As soon as more teams start to make an appearance up on that hill, they are in a lot of trouble. They really have. It was Foot Esports, actually, that as the Mad was peeking over, looking for an angle, that started to put some threat onto him. So when they start to move from their position, then things get real sketchy. But for now, we have to deal with south of North George early on.
I like how Fuzz got down to this compound only to realize, wait, there's an entire team down here, boys. Boys, I need you. Where's the rest of the Wu? Because he has just poked the bee's nest, and the bad boys in here, well, seems like they're ready for a fight.
They better be. They've been holding on to this area for a while. They definitely heard the shots of the Wu earlier on, so they knew that pressure would likely come eventually. I don't think they expected it quite in this form. A Fuzzface just full sending it into the compound, but that is a slight oopsie on the grenade. Should be all right, though. Oh, and again. Lovely.
Third time's the charm, isn't that what they're saying? I think it is. Let's see if he finds it eventually. In the meantime, fights are starting to escalate on the western side of things with a question mark trying to get off the ridgeline. And now, Sabim out east trying to fend off against Wu as well. So we can see here, Wu really wanting to help out first, but having to say, buddy, you're on your own. Find your way out of the compound. Maybe get some kills if you can. We have an entire team on our east, and this position is much more valuable. First, those go down. Not a whole lot to do against 4 players. And now the rest of the team can focus solely on Sabim out east.
That was the problem. They had to do that already. No one could spare a thought for helping out Fuzz in that compound on the bad boys push because Savim is getting aggressive. They're getting up close. They're in grenade range and a swift exchange. Baron Peak managing to back out far enough to dodge the damage.
Again, and Savim, who I like to say dares to take these fights, even if they don't have to. They opt to go aggressive. They hear the commotion. They maybe see as well that Fuzzface gets flushed inside of the northern compound and now go, great, we have the numbers even more so now. It would be a 4v2 should they opt to aggress on over. I like this playstyle from Savim to actively go out and clear out their ridges rather than just sit and hope that other teams do it for them.
I also like what we're seeing out of Explicit and Bad Boy making a push out of the north side of this compound. Again, for the second time, they hear a fight on the side of the hill. They want to come in third party.
Yep, slowly peeking up and over. Explicit and Bad Boy should both have angles in just a second. As I say that, Explicit does find one. Matt will find the second, and that is going to be the Wu down.
Completely wiped out. The second time that Bad Boys has made this push up the side of the hill. Oh, no, it's a sketchy one. Okay, slides his way down, just gets away with a bit of damage, and back into the compound safely. They've managed to get 2 points out of it. Doesn't sound like a lot, but those little margins can make all the difference.
It's a quick pickup, full reset back to the compound again. No casualties taken. You will take those extra points any day of the week. I'm loving that we're seeing DA having already now flexed out of the dip.
Yep.
They're realizing as well maybe that you don't have to go too far back in your memory to see what happened. This one, though, swings into Georgia Pole proper. Not something we see happen too often. A lot of these games like to end up towards where Na'Vi and Twisted Minds are currently sat, but this one forces teams, if not in, then down towards the city once again.
And there's a reason that Twisted Minds and RV are sat in the positions they are. Those are the playable parts of this field.
Yes.
Everything else, you're looking like DA's looking. You better have folded shields and vehicles, otherwise you're so exposed, and now they have no choice but to send it into similar positions.
Oh, the nades on the players who aren't close enough. As I said, the Perfectix is lining it up. Well, best of luck. You got a lot for yourself with the mortar yesterday. Let's see if maybe Perfectix can find him with the nade return. Now they know they're within range. The second one has been thrown forward. That's the first one to fall. Will more nades follow in? Yes, indeed, they will. Lou finds the second now as well, as Twisted Minds is tearing apart. Question mark, and in the end, Phil first. Must have been intentional?
Either that or he got dropped.
No, he was the one to get knocked.
Yeah, he got knocked by a Dragunov.
You know
he
what?
had a nade in hand. You know,
we call it denying. We call it denying. Yes, strategic plays coming out here from question mark to deny the last 2 points for Twisted Minds. They are the team currently on the hunt, so it makes perfect sense that they would deny those points there.
Yeah,
Great
definitely. Just don't give Twisted Minds any more nade kills. They've had way too many already. This exact position they push on foot. They were the 4 of the 5 highest active on-foot players in the lobby in yesterday's games. And a lot of it was just doing exactly this, pushing forwards into grenade range. And wow, it's been so effective.
Yep, we're seeing the fights continue out towards the east. Before it was Bad Boys pushing up towards the Wu. Now it's Howl trying to fend off against the Bad Boys. If they can do so successfully, they will have full hillside control and full reins over what's happening down below them. So, of course, they have to be ready for this. But Explicit has managed to wrap around. You see now they are starting to look in the opposite direction. Ruin has to catch this flank, or else it could spell disaster for Howl.
You'd have to hope that whoever wins this fight on the hill, they get to do it with some utility left to spare, because DA have regrouped in a closer position to that hillside, possibly within grenade range. It would be pretty much a freebie should they manage to take some free throws down towards them.
Yeah, we'll see now. It's still running around. I mean, yesterday the observers got so much smack for not seeing every single mortar kill, and now I'm sorry, you know, I'll dedicate myself to 8 because he's standing next to a mortar, so we'll keep an eye on him just in case it happens. And here we are once more, trying to see if we can catch it. In the meantime, Bad Boys in trouble as 2 fall. Again, in the flank. It was very important that they caught it happening, and they take out Explicit. Bad Boy himself is going to be the solo guy left on the move. And now, let's see if 8C with the mortar can hit anything. No, it's going to go short.
Actually got some backup from Na'Vi all the way up north, who caught the movement of the Bad Boys. 8C, yeah, a little bit too short with that first one, aiming towards We Live Again. He must have had the info that it was short. He got it himself by the looks of things. And he's readjusted, looking to make some impact. He's getting closer.
I mean, he doesn't know exactly what Ridgeline Twisted Minds is playing around, so it makes sense that he'd go for the close one. Second time round, or now, as you can see, it's extending the range a little bit. This one could have a double kill written all over it. It's Batulins and it's Perfectix trying to get back on their feet. 2 shots fired right next to each other. Let's see if it has their name spelled on it. First one, short to the left. Second one, short to the left once more. Batulins and Perfectix lives to fight another day.
Unfortunate. He was stuck getting that revive as well. Should it have been a little closer to them, it would have at least guaranteed a re-knock more or less. And again, we've shifted back in towards the city. We Live Again have been forced to regroup their split through a smoke wall to get back in towards the apartment.
And what team to capitalize better off of all of this than FaZe, a team that had to emergency pick up into the city and are now sat pretty much dead center. Howl in the meantime continuing to do what they have to do on this hill. They know they have to leave themselves, but they have to get down. And in the meantime, Na'Vi, while they're taking casualties from the hills, now nades are also starting to rain in from the other side of the road.
You don't need any telling who's throwing them. It's Twisted Minds again, making these maneuvers on foot, getting into grenade range, doing so much damage to every piece of competition they come across.
Somehow, though, Na'Vi able to reset a little bit, able to get at least one res up. Playing with 3 now. If they can keep pushing further forward. Again, Lewis, the only close threat they have right now. So if they can force him off and then maybe turn their attention to Howl on the hillside, they would be all right. Issue is they are not inside the circle yet. Twisted Minds has tried to set up in a position where they can cut them off. And right now it's working out perfectly. Howl on one side and Twisted Minds on the other is making it very hard, if not impossible, for Na'Vi to approach in this circle.
But We Live Again is doing quite the same thing onto towards Twisted Minds. They're not quite in the zone yet. They do have to push forwards, and Twisted Minds are split along this ridge. They only have Lou holding against Na'Vi on the back line.
I like the timing here. They see that there's a fight going on the other side, and this is when Howl has to make a move for themselves. Instead of shooting, you saw Ruin look in that direction. Rather than shooting, use this time where they're busy looking elsewhere to try and rotate yourself.
And where else would it be if not directly in towards DA? They've known about this position for so long, but they didn't throw the grenades first. And it's going to fall apart on the drive-by. Schofield last standing, and he has no chance against DA's hold.
Timing of the engagement couldn't be any better, but as you say, execution far from. They had nades, they had utility available, didn't set it up early, and now here comes the push through from Na'Vi. They thought their timing was good, but DA once again shut down the competition.
And DA now have the chance to actually activate and do something in this game. They've been hunkering down for 20 minutes in that field, and now that their backline is cleared, they've cleared out Na'Vi. Twisted Minds has done the same onto We Live Again, and that field is open for operation.
Twisted Minds have been wrapping in from the edge. They've been jumping from fight to fight, and here they are once more and able to reset with most likely what is going to be all 4 players alive. Lou, though, 4 bullets to spare in what will be an up-close fight. In just a second, peeks on over, can't find the first. Batulins down, Perfectix down. Lou tries to do damage in return, but
that's
now all of DA, make that with nades in hand are gonna make this very hard, if not near impossible, for Lou to survive.
He's doing well to dodge out of the way of the explosions, but just can't peek over. He's got no bullets left. Has to switch over for the final 10. There's no way that's gonna be enough to win a 1v3.
No utility, no lethal at that, at least, for him to stay alive here. No reason to deny really either. It is DA. Do you fear them enough in terms of them catching you on the leaderboard to not take the fight, or do you want to do as much damage as you can before going down? It's not going to matter. Marco will find him. Important to mention, though, that actually Pod Samulet, it was Levante who was able to steal all the knocks that took place on the other side. So 3 gone in the way of Pod. The remaining 1 down to DA.
It really has been a fairly lucrative position for the teams that are on the western side of North George. Fort Esports, Pod Samulet, those are the ones playing in the city that have all the kills, whereas your Pacifics, your FaZe, less so for sure. But up in the field is where all the action has really been. And DA keeping 4 alive through all of that is so impressive.
Gotta say, North George City ending, not something we see too often, but this one is going to be an interesting one of that for sure. Fort Esports down 1 player. They lost T-Bone a little bit earlier. Now, here is Pod Samulet. They've regrouped inside the city proper. 4 nades for Pin. We'll see if he can get them to exactly where he wants.
Got it down the staircase, but the push hasn't really been fully committed to. Vard, as much as he is a little demon with a sawn-off shotgun, he's just lurking downstairs for now, not getting overly aggressive, but he's got 4 nades of his own if he can find a way to line it up through the door.
And this is where the Dragunovs get really dangerous. The one-tap DMR is in full effect here. So Beamy trying to get something done with it. Vard trying to track the footsteps he's hearing from outside. Nice underhand nade being cooked here. Maybe he can find him down below. Pin does get knocked. Marco able to flush it before Vard's nade does anything else.
And that's the benefit now that DA has cleared not only the hilltop backline, but Twisted Mines as well. There is a huge ridge that separates the field from the city, and they have free reign of all of it.
A little dangerous. The Beam wants to go up on that roof. I like that he wants to get better angle for his Dragunov, but having Akatori still on the other side, maybe hasn't moved for a while, but you'd imagine that at least Vard must have heard something in the neighboring building.
There is a lot of road in this zone. And wherever Phase 8 goes, it's going to be a big problem for somebody. As they're going to have to cross it at some point. Fate, he's not even going to get a chance to make it there. He was a step away from safety, just misjudged it. Oh, that is unfortunate.
Oh, no. For a team that desperate and needs things going their way, Exalt, you cannot make mistakes like that.
Even getting a placement point out of all this is pretty impressive, but it could so easily have been more. That is definitely painful.
Yep, sure is. Let's scratch that one out of our memory and see how this one continues forward. DA has still yet to make their way into the city proper, playing the hills to the north for as long as they can. Able to find the knock on teams, but the rest should be committed to. In the meantime, Salvim's last remaining player, Schiller here, trying to fend off against what is the entirety of Pot Samulet. Missing one, of course, in the player that got taken down just before. Then the Lost, he has the angle, but I think he knows what's waiting once he peeks it.
As much of a absolute freak of nature that we know Schiller is capable of being, it's such a difficult position now. He has to get through Pacific, 3 alive, a whole lot of angles, and then cross the road into everyone else. It's probably going to be the last that he can do. Maybe take a player out of Pacific down with him. But that'll probably be the last we see of Salvim today, or at least in this game.
Surprised that Marco isn't taking some of these shots. I know that he's waiting for the perfect opportunity, even spotting now rocks on the other side. Just let them know you're there. I mean, it sounds weird, but force them to look the other way. Force them to get a little more stressed. Now, finally, shots are being fired. You can't sit around and wait for the perfect angle in a hectic situation like this where you need to force them to go elsewhere.
Just too many windows for players to be comfortable committing to peaks. And if you are going for a jiggle, I did like that we saw setting up a bicycle in front of the doorway so no one can push in. Love to see it. See similar things with folded shields. But, I mean, if you're Foot Esports, you're pretty much the closest to the center of the circle right now. You want absolutely nobody coming in. And they can just commit all their focus onto Pod Samulet.
Until PUBG opts to make a way for you to open the doors towards yourself, then that bike is going to be very, very strong in buildings late game.
Be pretty rude to just hop on someone's bike on the way in, but that would have to be the way it goes. But for now, it's a really good defensive tool as well. Huge grenade potential as it bounces. Catches then the Lost as he's trying to get a heal. And Voldemort also took a little bit of chip damage. He is in panic mode as the blue zone nade doesn't quite reach him.
Not only did the first nade go in, but it bounced right on the, I think, the table inside the building to a perfect angle for him. But now FaZe forced to make a move for themselves. They know that they have Pacific on one side, but they have to try and deal with DA on the other as well. That nade, had it bounced a bit further. Could have had Lyron taken down with it, but in the meantime now, that's going to allow for Correxy to run on forward. Lyron hit by the vehicle as it blew up in the air. That's 2 now down for DA.
That's painful, but this was the only play that DA had. They had to come down the hill, and this was the only place available. Just unfortunately, FaZe was ready and prepared with grenades.
Let's see here, DA would really want to start this one off strong. They finished yesterday with a win. They want to start today off with one as well, but it's looking difficult, if not near impossible, for them to get out of this building alive.
Going to have to commit all the utility they have. This is the time to use it, but Foot Esports are being committed onto with a push from behind, but they have to deal with Pacific as they make the push over the road. He's doing it again. Levante, 2 more onto Foot.
He is just a force to be reckoned with. Once in smokes, he gains the buff of a lifetime. Who can stop this man inside the buildings? I'm not sure. Hagatori now peeks on over. Finds Gustav as well. Code Marco finds FaZe. That's 2 down for FaZe. This is not looking good. They had control. They had everything lined up, but multiple teams now looking in that direction. It's down to duos.
Toby is not looking great for anybody. Everyone is limping right now, but FaZe at least has a little ridge they can use to get the revives. Vard has been taken out. Code Marco.
Nice
the Molotov blocks the door. It means there's no way out for them. The blue zone could be the final. Oh no, it's a nade from Hakatori, and with the P90 as well.
Perfect setup here for Hakatori. He's down to low, if not near no ammunition left on his P90. It's just the shotgun, but within this range, you know these shotguns can do a lot of damage. 2 down once again. Ghost up down. That's the third. Rocks finds one more. It's just one left alive. Vex finds one. Can he get the last as well? Yes, he can. Double kill for FaZe as they get their third win in just 2 days.
Huge stuff from Pod Samolet, but that is why Vex is 35k. Huge clutch for FaZe Clan and a much needed W on a really, really struggling zone on Erangel.
What a hell of a finish. It looked like FaZe had everything under control. They pushed up forward, but then they started getting slowed down by PUBG Esports on the roof. Then here comes Levante peeking on forward, and just like that, chaos galore once more. Yesterday, it was chaotic. If this is how we're starting off today, wow.
It's game 1 again. Levante, never throw a smoke near Levante in an end game of a game 1, because he's going to run through it and wipe out your entire team. That man is very, very cheeky with the plays, but just wasn't quite enough to come out ahead.
It sure was. Now let's hop over to the studio and let them break down all the action we just saw happen.
That was absolutely insane. You know what else is insane is that someone probably had the opportunity to put Levante on their fantasy team and didn't today. Jorusaw.
Don't do it.
That's really awkward.
Don't know what you're talking about.
They take the win, Avenger, but they had to work for that chicken dinner.
Oh yeah, they had. They took control of the northern stacks, of course, and I like what I see. I didn't like that though. The Howl push on Digital X. I feel like they could have potentially swung into the city and taken one of the buildings that FaZe Clan had onto it. But we'll talk a little bit more about that later. Overall, kind of a bait finish ending. We weren't really sure if we're going to be like a city ending or if it's going to end on the northern side, but the teams, they stuck to it. And as you see here, it's going to be a lot of festivities within inside the smokes. I got to say, I've been surprised and really excited to watch Pod Samolet and how they've been able to play throughout.
Pod Samolet, Jorusaw, like Avenger said, they've actually had a really good run here in the grand finals.
They've taken their time before getting engaged in fights. A lot of the top teams, you see them in the kill feed beginning, middle, end of the game. They did have a little bit of a tussle with Twisted Minds early on, then disengage and went, we need position first. Let's save our utility for later. And once again, it serves them well. Levante in particular, I mean, Hero plays with the gun as much as with utility, but the fact that they had the smokes and the utility there to use is also quite important for them in the end game.
Let's take a look at that scoreboard now to see how these teams figured out the point hunting that they could do here. I have no idea what I'm saying, but there you go. So obviously FaZe Clan, they're going to be really happy. Pod Samolet, maybe one of the wild cards if you like. And of course, PUBG Esports now, we get to see them get some points, Avenger.
Yeah, in this case, of course, 5 teams on double-digit. Twisted Minds just adding up the stacks on top of each other. It's going to be hard to catch them. And of course, that direct spot to PGC there, they're looking to defend that and the $25,000 that's on the line for them. But yeah, fantastic game. I always love these kind of city endings. I would love to see that it would be like we could have it defined earlier, but it's just hard with the land ratio and how everything works in Circle 4 that it has to push away from water that much.
Let's see how this affects the leaderboard now as we finish our first game of day number 2.
Damn.
Twisted Minds still with a really nice lead, and this is going to give FaZe a little bit of a boost. 69 points, my favorite number.
Very, very strong stuff there. I mean, FaZe are still comfortably within touching distance, but honestly, Twisted Minds, even when they have a poor engagement or really struggle with their mid-game, just find a way to come out of it with so many points.
And Pod Samolet, they're sitting in 5th place. This is not a team on your bingo card when you came into the grand finals. They were a team that you would have said, maybe wild card, but not expecting much from them.
Exactly right. Like, to me, they felt like a sort of wild card value pick for they know how to take their fights, but they don't necessarily get in position to take those fights as frequently as we'd like to see them. And in the grand finals so far, they've been proving that opinion wrong, and they're saying actually we're happy to get in position just as much as some of these bigger teams, and they've done a really good job. We said yesterday, can they take it into day number 2? Are we worried they're going to lose momentum? They've come out swinging.
And there's still opportunities for some of those teams on the other side of the leaderboard to get some points if they need. We've got 5 more games today. This is what it's going to come down to. The likes of Exalt, Hal, Na'Vi, they're going to have to start making sure they find their way into the end game.
Some intelligent plays in that last game when Entropic engaged Twisted Minds and decided to move back and say, no, hang on, we need to play the long game here. It didn't end up doing so well for them, but you can start to see the makings of a really nice game plan that should serve them well through the rest of the day. Na'Vi as well, need to see a bit more, but they're starting to make a little bit of movement. And remember, the middle of the right-hand column and the middle of the left-hand column, still super close.
They finished yesterday with a win, and today we saw them make it all the way through to the Final Four. Really good play from Digital Athletics, Avenger.
Yeah, and we have a little bit of a kind of a video to show, because I was actually talking to John and I was saying, oh, that's early that they're going into this dip here. And we're going to take a little bit of a look of kind of how they managed to do so. And in general, how, you know, taking this dip in general, it's a little bit early in this case here, right? So I was worried.
You've got 15 teams left alive in this circle, Avenger, and like I think phase 3 or phase 2 popped immediately with them in the middle. It looked great on the mini-map, but with so many teams alive, lots of people will be looking at this going, that's really early. They're going to get attacked from all angles. How did they manage to make it work?
I mean, in general, you just see Na'Vi is coming in from multiple directions, but Howl was actually the saving grace for them, right? They are on high ground, and they're in a situation where they can hold all this high ground, and they can't peek too much, then they'll get shot at, but they cover above them, so like they're holding a carpet of safety above them, right? Otherwise, you'll have Na'Vi, you'll have all these other teams. But then the really kind of precarious thing happened was that you see, instead of Howl going into the city, which was something I would have loved to see, they take the car and push them. I would love to see Howl make a play for one of these buildings here, right? In the, like, either breach FaZe Clan's compound, but they decided to go on DA, and DA managed to hold all that northern side to themselves. So that was a little bit of a strange situation for Howl for me, but really well played by DA, and they managed to get a lot of points from this game that I didn't see them in the middle of the game.
That's what's weird, isn't it? Because Howl effectively was fighting over the top of DA.
Right.
Could there have been something else that influenced their decision to push in?
I feel like they're like, okay, we're just going to drive by them. But as we heard as well, the cast that they're talking about, where's the pre-nades? Like, we need to see some pre-nades. We need to see maybe a confusion of a smoke in the middle of them, so they kind of have to disperse
or
a little
an initial knock or two from a nade.
Something like that, but they just straight on drove on them, so there was a little bit surprised them. But DA, they came out on top. That's one of the reasons why they currently are in our top 5 teams, and looking pretty good, and potentially are able to hold on to that PGC spot.
We'll have to find out. Now, of course, we need to talk about our PGC 2022 champions, Na'Vi. Their battle gear skins are available in-game, and you can actually win a skins bundle. All you need to do is jump on Twitter, tell us who you think is going to win PEC4. Make sure you use the hashtag PEC4, as well as PGC 2022, Na'Vi. It's all in the bottom there. Follow that. Let us know who you think is going to win, and you could potentially win that skins bundle. But please remember, you need to be following PUBG Esports so that if you win, they can let you know via DM. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we're going back to our second Erangel.
Welcome to the update 26.1, where you'll experience a rejuvenated Erangel, the return of tactical gear, the launch of a new ranked season, and much more. Let's get straight to it. Time to play Tourist again and re-explore Erangel, enhanced with new features and revamped landscapes. Gain new advantages by discovering secret rooms, refine your tactics for the freshly redesigned ruins, Milta and Stolber areas, and keep an eye out for our KFC collaboration that's finger-licking good. We are also reintroducing tactical gear after a brief hiatus, during which we fine-tuned and rebalanced it based on your crucial insights. Now re-established as a world spawn item, we've adjusted the performance of both the drone and spotter scope to better synchronize with the overall game balance. Check the patch notes for all the juicy details. Additionally, in an effort to elevate strategy and teamwork, each squad is now tagged with a unique number visible on the kill feed. Lastly, we've polished up the match report page to offer more precise, match-specific details. Consider it your personal analytics dashboard. There's plenty more packed into update 26.1, so make sure to dive into the patch notes to learn more. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Front of me, close. On the rock. Headshotted. Back is headshotted.
Doing front.
I knocked one.
He's knocked.
One is knocked.
Yeah, that guy is knocked.
Drive buying me.
They're driving. Don't get knocked, don't get knocked. They're not gonna come.
Drive buying me. 3 on me, around me.
3 teams. Yeah, they're bunker.
Let's go knock.
There's only one alive for race.
Right. I'm getting shot from far. Follow back. Blue.
Might have 4 people jumping on it. EX3, EX1.
3.
The shack is open, yeah.
Where are you playing?
Yeah.
Push it.
Yeah. Okay, he's solo. He's solo. Come to you, God.
There's that.
Nice.
One guy, my marker.
Yeah, let's go 1, 2, 3. Last one. Good. Like we just play the road, like in front of us.
Yeah, just play the road. Literally, just play the road in front of you.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many smokes do you guys have?
One is on this satellite now on orange. Them.
Yeah.
We went back to the...
I need smoke checker though.
I have 6 smokes.
I have 1.
6. You have 1. I have 5.
I have a lot. Both of them.
Okay.
He's gonna fall down now. One more up there.
I'm holding mansion door.
I can drop nades. Someone wants? Dropping 2 nades.
I'm playing on the truck.
2-story wall now. People on 2-story wall.
Yeah.
Come right if you can. Right is free.
I'm staying up.
4v2. 4v2. On the wall. They have wall still.
You're alone.
Yeah.
Nice fact.
A hectic finish in North George that was decided, but we believe to be just a level 3 vest.
Yeah.
That HP bar, despite Fex surviving, was plummeting down to 0, but survived him at 6 HP. And what better time to be able to pick up one of those in the very late game to win it out than there for Fex.
I think maybe if Rox had, let's say, 5 to 10 more bullets in the P90, that could have been a very different outcome in that game. But it only had the Pumpy left, and the level 3 vest did enough to keep Fex alive for that final bullet to land.
They did do really well in taking them down already. You hear the comes 4v2, 4v2, 1v2. Didn't go their way, but in the end they won the game. Doesn't matter now though, because we are headed into Erangel once more. Previous match was a very similar playing path. This time around it will be too. But just like in the previous game, the players showed us, and will probably show us again, that just because we get a calm, easy playing path to work with, they will still find their own unique ways to cause all kinds of chaos.
Especially where FaZe is involved, which is ironic considering the fact they won the previous game, but they were the ones that was trying to kick things off early on up against Na'Vi, who they, let's say, vehemently outlasted in that previous game after it fell apart and didn't really work. So maybe it was a good thing for FaZe to not be trying to rat them, but I don't think that's going to stop them.
Yeah, to use FaZe's own words, let's use the let's see the rat cam this time around. Just keep eyes on what kinds of weird shenanigans FaZe are looking to pull off. And also, I mean, I hope that Elrain, the coach for Na'Vi out back, will have seen this on the map feed while watching the game and go, guys, just so that you know, you almost got pulled up on by FaZe. But then again, for FaZe Clan, who ended up winning the game, imagine in like the whole butterfly effect type of scenario, had they actually fought Na'Vi early, maybe lost the player in doing so, would they have come out victorious in the end of that game? It's, what a shooter could have.
What if they didn't find the emergency parachute in Pachinki? It would have been a very, very different game all in all. That's the power of those things. But we've also seen the way that they can very quickly fall apart as you get bodied out of the air. There was a whole lot of that yesterday, not so much today. Howl will not have to make any kind of crazy wild send rotations to be down the middle because they're already there. The circle has gone just towards the western side of Shelter, and it's once again going to mean that DA is sending Metralius out extremely early to get some priorities positioning.
Now, Saga, since I have you here, I like to think of you, like we all contribute in our own different ways to an esports broadcast. I like to think of you as kind of the underdog expert.
Cool.
You like to that's a compliment.
Yeah,
That's a compliment.
I contribute more than just my height.
Yeah, I suppose. It's not hard to beat that average, I suppose. But with a team like Sabem, who we know like to go center, while you all, of course, make sure to get the codes in because there's only 50 of them, so type them fast in game to get yourself some nifty skins. While we know Sabem to be a team that likes to aggress center early on, this center in particular doesn't have all that much to claim. So where do you see the likes of Sabem try and set up shop in this match?
I think I commented on this yesterday, but Savum have actually been looking a little more like a team that is okay, playing from the edge for, for a while.
Yeah.
And then when they see an opportunity to make one of those sends, they'll make a bit of a push. So I could imagine that at some point, maybe Howl is going to regroup. Schofield will come away from his position in the dead center, regroup towards the rest of the squad, or vice versa. The rest of the squad will just full send into him. Oh boy, look at that. Cradling him in the arms, just like that. Wait.
How am I not on this top 5? I literally beat Martin yesterday, and I beat Jorosar.
0.5 for Avenger. Okay, he's going to be mad about this on the desk. Where am I on here?
Martin never wins in ping pong.
I've been doing headers and everything. It's been wild.
You see, that's me up there looking down at the rest of you down below. Thank you, observers, for portraying that. And also, you lost your chance to say where Sabin was going, because they've now gone somewhere. So good job, politically correctly just going blah, 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 and then see it happen and then make your guess.
No. Wherever Howl leaves, Sabin will backfill, or just full send and fight them.
I don't think Howl's going to leave anywhere.
They like to play as 4, Toby. Did you not see the previous game? They live together, they ride together, they die together.
Yeah, a lot of the dying.
A whole lot, actually.
A lot of the dying together. But at least this time around, they have a compound, so they can't get mortared all that much. In the meantime, Twisted Minds, where Twisted Minds do like to play in and around school apps. They've been in Rostock for a brief period as well, but very center early on, in contrast to the fact that they like playing Edge. It's one of those teams that still, despite that, like to loot in and around the centers of the map, both on Erangel, Miramar, they're in Power Grid center as well. And then as the circle pops, even if it's nearby them, they'll sit around, they'll wait, they'll let teams kind of go past them for maybe more prioritized center spots. And then see the teams rotate past them, get the info off of that, and then, as they do best, play off of the amount of info they've been able to obtain.
Stat that we showed yesterday, and I mean, not the ping pong wins, but the one about Twisted being the team that had still had the most run distance, despite the fact that they have been playing more so from the center. It's just wild, because when you look at the other teams that play from the center, DA, Howl, the way that they're playing, it's like you're sitting in a dip and you're hoping that no one gets in nade range of you or makes a full send into you. Twisted Minds are having none of that. They're playing central, but they're still very active, very proactive, looking for opportunities. And I love to see that.
Sure is good. Sure is good. Another team who had a chance again of getting things going their way in the previous game, but then I don't say it fell apart because they did have a pretty good game overall, but they got levanted as PUBG Esports up towards the northeast. I wouldn't be surprised to see them up to wrap further south into towards perhaps Prison, maybe sit actually on Mansion and kind of spread out from there, take what's available to them and then scout forward. But curious to see, of course, depending on where phase 2 takes us, how far Foot is willing to kind of aggress center here in the early game.
I would imagine it's not going to be all that deep. Foot is a team that's very comfortable playing from the edge and very capable of doing so. Pacific is actually going to take a very direct route in from Gatka and actually force Batulin's back away. So Twisted Minds losing a little bit of their positioning, not wanting to get over-aggressive. Pacific, nicely done.
I like it a lot. I mean, they know that Twisted Minds play split out of school and apps. They know that whenever games do go in this direction towards that compound, it's a very strong place to sit, a place that we've seen multiple times Twisted Minds come out with really good games from. So wise on them to go and kind of force them to make a move early.
Now, how's he got up here? Wrapped around from the south. Levante up on the high ground. May well have information on Bad Boys. The rest of Pod Samulet have pulled up in the vehicles in a safe position and are steadily advancing forwards. Hakatori somewhat throwing caution up to the wind, maybe trying to bait out some shots from Explicit, who's over by the bridge, as Bad Boys are considering setting up a bridge camp or potentially taking a more defensive position, anticipating a breach. But Pod Samulet not getting overly aggressive just yet.
Now they're gonna wait this one out. Again, no reason to go overly aggressive early on, if especially when you're down where they currently are and have really nothing to fight for here. But then again, it's just bad timing on an attempted crossover. And here we have Explicit, ready and waiting, but Pod Samulet, again, they've realized what's happening, and Rox is hearing the footsteps in front of him.
We've seen Bad Boys fighting in this exact position before, and it did not go well for them that time, but Screams almost trades it back, but Hakatori is there alongside his teammate, and he will be able to clean up both of the bad boys who made their way underneath the bridge for that close-range engagement. Levante probably giving that information the entire time, watching on from above as O'Connell and Bad Boy himself have to back away.
Loving the double player setup there, kind of the buddy system and how you have one peek over, take the initial aggression towards you, Rux peeks over, would probably wish that he could redo that spray, but then as the attention goes to him for a moment, Hagatori re-peeks once more, and they get a pretty clean 2 for nothing, even though that they did go play a knocked. Again, Rux should have probably in all other situations hit those shots, but still nice 1-2-1 kind of peeking on over and getting 2 kills off of it.
On the opposite side of the military island, Exalt have sent Fate. It looked like he swam across the river. I'm not 100% sure, but he was pretty slow, while the rest of them held the bridge because they were still not 100% sure that no one's bridge camping, but they're safe, and now Fate can feed that information over as, oh boy, here we go again.
If you're Exalt here, and you have just literally been not qualified to the finals by question mark, who actively hunted you for 3 games, and you know they're looting right next to where you're crossing, I understand why Exalt is a little hesitant in just blindly crossing that bridge.
Good point. Doozy pulled out the death note once before, and it was successful.
Filfirst is sitting around waiting for teams to come in behind, and he's going to hear those vehicles now too. Here they come. Exalt on your screen down towards the southwest, trying to cross on over. Filfirst heard the vehicles. He must have at least heard Fate, but rather than sit around and wait and allow for his team to come to him, question mark is continuing to get into a better position on that southwestern side of this first circle.
Just going to take up as much space as possible, but they definitely know Fate should be coming into audio range just about now. And they're not going to be all too happy to see that a team is coming in later than them. They do like to be the last team playing on their side of the map. Gives them the most maneuverability. Pod, they've got tons of maneuverability up and around Milta. There's absolutely no one until you reach foot in prison. Oh, maybe they didn't know.
This is question mark set in third. If they get knocked by Exalt, I'm curious how much they're going to commit to try and take them all out, cost what it will. Dante, sit still for one moment, and Fate, I would imagine, is going to take shots at you. Did he? Oh my god, that is a... of course, I mean, the first spot you would peek towards after looking at the double barns, but very good for Fate that he instantly spots their players on the other side.
I reckon it's Molodoc. It looked like he was the one looking in that direction. He probably marked the area. So they were just assessing the situation and going to see where the zone pops before they decide whether it's worth taking an engagement. It has more or less centered up directly on the compound that Schofield was holding, so inevitably Howl are going to start making moves in that direction.
Yep. Question mark now leaving here as the circle does pop. It's going to not really leave any reason for them to stick around here. You have all of the southern side here up and available. Farm's going to be taken by Relive again. You'd imagine that Sosed and Zoom is going to join them a little bit further east. And now the shot's fired. Is this question mark coming back towards the west to take this fight in the blue, or are they actually leaving here? Nah, they're leaving.
I think they're leaving. It's a damn good thing they smoked that coupe off. I don't know what sort of intuition sense it was that told them to do it, but they did.
No, they saw them. They saw them. I think Dante saw them in the woods just before he jumped off the roof there. So
could well be the case.
Yeah, good for him that they get to stay alive. Over to Sarvim we go as they try and make their way further east. Don't necessarily have to. They are inside the circle, but they want to make their way a little bit further in. They have Twisted Minds down below them. Perfectus has found a knock onto Celtic, so they're having their own battles to deal with. And now, with pressure coming from Sarvim too, Twisted Minds need to be very decisive in what they do next.
We haven't had enough to tell you that Sarvim move early, and M16 with a 2x wasn't enough to land any shots onto Twisted Mind, so that allows them to regroup up where the fight is taking place, and Celticoglu has been bailed out of the area. The rest of the squad, Pacific, want nothing to do with it, so he ain't leaving. He's stuck here and in the hands of Lou.
Yep, one down. One of the first kills of the match to be found here by Twisted Minds, who are just continuing to extend their lead by every single match at this point. Faced in the meantime with, I think they were looking towards Na'Vi for a while, but now with Pacific kind of crawling in between them, they're forced to take the more melee approach to what's going on in front of them.
Once again, it's Twisted Minds. They're not playing on the edge, but they're playing as though they are. They're flexing around, they're taking positions, getting aggressive, pushing on to fights. And not only are Pacific in range, but FaZe Clan on the opposite side of this. Now they've given themselves away by stealing away the flush. Now Twisted Minds have to reconsider.
Exactly. As you said before, they're starting to extend, but it's a very dangerous area and a very dangerous time to be doing just that. Forced to now fall back a bit, forced to kind of reassess the situation and get a new read on exactly where their opponents teams are around them, because they've been split for a while now, trying to group up a bit. We did see Bestelok find a knock and a flush, I believe, on one of the Exalt players. So again, there's this question mark now with the guaranteed info that Exalt is roaming in right behind them. And you can see, at least according to how they're rotating on the map currently down in the southwest side, looks to me like they're trying to set up to deny any sort of entry. Yes, Moldok does get flushed. That is Exalt down one early.
Yeah, he kind of just drove directly into the compound that Phil First and Bestulosh were in, just above that recently added ferry on the south coast of mainland Erangel. But now that FaZe Clan have made themselves known in this engagement, they're still looking to surround and conquer onto Pacific, because Na'Vi's on the other side, and that's the target. They have to fight their way to get there to even try and harass them.
Sure is. Sure is. Exalt, in the meantime, grabbing the way towards the north, wanting to dodge out of the question mark situation, straight into the open arms of Ascent, who, while hearing the vehicles, don't seem like they want a piece of this party, so they're going to wrap their way further towards the north themselves and allow a bit of an entry to Exalt. But then again, of course, it's only phase 2. Many more circles left to play in for Ascent. They do not necessarily like fighting in the early game.
And Pod Samolet, very closely grouped together. Looks almost like there's an emergency parachute, but I don't think they need one with that shift. We live again. Okay, that is a huge zone for them to take. FaZe immediately are going to disengage. Now they're going to prioritize taking the position. They've had their fun. They've looked around for third parties. Didn't find too much. Got 1 point on the board, but now they're playing for their life.
Right where you're seeing Entropic drive up right now. This area has been changed in New Erangel too, so curious to see how that's going to play as we head into the next map further down the line. In the meantime, this fight that happened earlier has got to come to an end before these teams can rotate further forward. Quetpa taken down, and now Perfectus and Twisted Minds out on the edge. But in the meantime, Chaos commences on the north as all these teams are trying to make their way towards the circle center. So many teams are set up just waiting for these far edge teams to roam closer. And that's why you're seeing them running straight through the meat grinder. That is Wu, that is Howl, and that is Foot out towards the east.
It's the danger of these central 2-2 splits for Howl. By the time they see the circle shift, they hop into their vehicles and make their way over to where Schofield has literally been since he landed his feet on the ground at the very start of the game. The teams that are coming in from further north that were pre-driving already have that velocity and speed to catch up with you immediately, and Ruin will fall victim.
Nixie now, as Wu has kind of set up shop here on the northern side, eyeing any opportunities for a move further forward. Like the info, you can see there was fed across that there was one inside the shack. That's Mexi, he's now down. In the meantime, Savim don't like playing edge at all, so why not just full speed send it, Maybe they're going straight down towards where DA are currently being butchered. In the meantime, Example holding off here. Braxco first one to fall.
Ascend. We'll have to turntables and find another way into the zone. Na'Vi have set up a very solid defensive line along this northwestern side. Okay, Fuzz, if you hit that, then that would have been extremely impressive. But Sarvam have managed to find their way out of that congested northwestern side of the zone, give themselves a bit of a way in. CCI next, I don't know whether he missed the parachute, but he's going by himself. He's going to be late to this party, and We Live Again are bringing the party favors.
There's no way they get to do this. Surely they have to be dealt with. But then again, I mean, they catch We Live Again in a 2-2 split, and right now it's working for them. As I say, they're the 1 down, 2 down, make that 3 down. Noah Schiller able to get one in return, at least some sort of salvage here, but CC is still nowhere near. And it's just Schiller trying to stay put. In all fairness, he made landfall. He's inside the circle, but this is not the outcome they were looking for.
While Sarvam are playing somewhat of a impromptu 4 corners strat, Ascend find themselves a shack to sit in. Definitely not subtle with the amount of vehicles that are outside, but it's one of those where no one's really getting into grenade range, and it actually gives them a solid position to put shots in towards DA, who once again tried to set themselves up in a dip with the vehicles that are exploding on them, and 2 kills for FaZe picked up with the vehicle explosions. All those teams that were up on the northwest that had to make a send towards the south. Feels even worse maybe for CCI next, who missed his flight and had to rotate all the way around, wrapping in extremely late, but it could be worse. You could be Exalt in this position, having to make a full send straight through the center, and Ascend picking you off in the way.
I like the adjustment there. Don't go for the knock on the next guy. Find those flushes. You know how eager all these players are to get extra points on the board. And Ascend is one of those teams that time and time again have had what on the likes of 10 to 12 knocks in a game and only ended up with a couple of kills off of them. So do make sure to confirm your knocks.
Very almost got betrayed by the angle of the window, but Artix, as his vehicle exploded, hopped out just in time. Mika will get the final shot in, and Exalt completely removed.
Perfectix already at 3 kills now for esports. They haven't had to fight too much here in the early game. Able to hold off a few teams on rotation, but now their first real confrontation comes with Wu down just in front of them. Beamy, the one-shot DMR in hand, at least this range. We'll see if he can find something. Are they aware, though, that Fuss is in the dip on the other side? I'm not sure.
I think so. Beamy's been sat back getting information for quite some time. Fuzzface isolated.
Nice spray coming through. Fuss finds one, finds the second as well. Will he get the third? No, not yet, but there! In the end, he falls, and wow! It seems to me like Foot had no clue what was waiting on them on the other side. I like the adjustment from Nixie, wrapping over to help out as well, catching Foot off guard. Great play from the Wu up north to make even more space for themselves.
Very swift adjustment that came through at the exact right time as Diffex was holding the back line up against Beamy, who was providing that overwatching cover. And huge sprays from Fuzzface and Nixie to take them down.
What a play, and in a very needed time as well. They got the circle swing in that direction. They just lost their vehicles as well before that point. Nixie, though, with one of the few left remaining, able to come over, help out his teammate, and come out victorious in that one too. O'Connell having a little bit of a scenic trip across Erangel as everyone else is battling for dear life. We'll see where he ends up landing.
It's happened again. Bad boy missed his flight now. He has to drive from the southeastern side of the zone up towards the northwest.
You know what? You can't get hard shifted away from if you have a player on each.
The M16 got it.
There you go. If you have a player on each edge of the circle, it's very unlikely that you get hard shifted away from. Maybe that's the strategy that Bad Boys was trying to set up because they had just been mega hard shifted away from 2 circles in a row.
Unfortunately, we just keep going closer and closer to the center this time around, and Twisted Minds are not going to be complaining about that whatsoever, especially now that they may just have heard the vehicle of a doozy creeping up into a dip below them, but he'll be the first to be dealt with.
Let's see, Bad Boy, get away from that circle. We saw what happened to Fate just before. Still only phase 4, of course, so he should be all right, but can't risk taking the vehicle here. It's got to play it on foot. Got to try and sneak his way further forward. They are currently at 17 points, of course. Bad Boy and the Bad Boys would really want to rack up some more here.
Phil first actually extremely low, and this is what we wanted to see from Howl. The nades, it hit Dante in the shins and explodes both of his legs off, and the follow-up from Lou almost does the same onto Besto, but he gets out of dodge just in time.
There's one thing that Twisted Minds know how to do, that is use utility the way it's supposed to be used. The Doozy will live with the scare there, but his ears are going to be ringing. Second nade comes over the top, goes a bit too far now, and you can see here, I love the fact that they're able to pretty much hold off only with utility, because they got their own fights happening up top. They have Question Mark, they have Ascent further down, but now they have Na'Vi to deal with as well.
Whether or not Na'Vi has started off that engagement just yet does not matter at all to Twisted Minds. They're not only throwing the nades down, they're putting shots into Ascend, but now Na'Vi have made their presence known. Fairest loses some health, but no opening knock found as Na'Vi tried to make the push in towards Twisted Minds.
Oh, that nade could be very good if it goes far enough. Nope, a bit too short. Spiro has some cover to work with down behind that ridgeline. Second one not finding anything either. They have Perfectix and Lou a bit further back as well, so if they can somehow manage to push up closer, they should be alright. I think Twisted Minds now, they'll realize we've got to forfeit the hilltop. We cannot grasp over this much. We still don't know what's happening east, and the circle just came to us once more.
It really has done. They've got to find something. They've got to get away into the zone, because right now for Na'Vi, if they try and make this push on foot, they're going downhill directly into all 4 player of Twisted Minds sightline. And their other option is to wrap towards the south, where Question Mark and Ascend are facing the exact same conundrum.
Yep, I like the fact that Twisted Minds backed off here. Very wise decision making on their part. And for Question Mark, how and when do you up to make your move? You know that you have Ascend on your southern side. You're hearing Na'Vi shoot right up above you now. You haven't seen any knocks from Na'Vi onto Twisted Minds yet, so you might not be aware that it's 2 teams here in the nearby vicinity. Oh, so you're in trouble. First shot goes a bit too far. Had it been an SKS, could have probably dug over that hill and hit him, but Lou, wrong DMR, my friend. Sorry.
You need the curved bullets of a VSS for that.
Uh-oh. Oh, James, don't do it to my fantasy team.
Yeah, you've been through enough.
I really have. I'm already down. Stop punching. Stop punching at this point. Best of luck, though. Trying to do exactly that. Punch Na'Vi as hard as he can. Force them out and away. Force them to go back up that hillside as James does get taken down, because that's just how things are going to go.
Traded out by Corexi. That's points for me. I'll take those. A doozy, though. Still trying to fight back from a very disadvantaged position. Thankfully, Ascend have made a move slightly up further east, but that's not going to stop Example wrapping around. But it's a doozy again with the trade back.
Yep, Alia peeks on over.
It's a doozy again.
Slides down the ridgeline just for a second now. Fairest the latest player to join the team. Peeks on over, finds one, finds the second as well, and that is points guaranteed. The issue is, of course, Twisted Minds are going to be reacting to this. Here they come full speed forward over the top. They have to worry, though, because they have Ascent nearby still as well. They're going to peek on in. They're going to spot Fairest on the other side. Down he goes. Batulins racks up one, but here is Ascent still wanting a piece of this.
You can see how far ahead Twisted Minds are, and the fact that Batulins could see both of the knocked players on his screen, but didn't care to take away the points. He just wanted to secure the points, the position that they were able to grab. And now with 7 teams remaining, they have full control of the hilltop and the position, the capability to wrap around Ascend and try and take them out. But Spyro not ready for the position of Mika.
Nope, not ready for that one at all. We'll see if somehow Batulins can play a bit of a spoiler in it. They saw that it was Batulins who got the kill into Fairest, and taking down Spyro means that's a guarantee that there's at least one more player left on the other side. So Perfectix now has to swing over, has to try and come and help Lou. You see shooting in the distance from up inside the Wizard Tower, trying to contain Mika, trying to force him back down the hillside. If they can force him all the way further south, that's them outside the circle, and they will be sat very, very good in this Perfection.
See the Howl starting to make a move up the top, but they're not third-partying in time. Ascend will not get the assistance they need to prevent Batulin sitting them both down. And he didn't need any assistance of his own. Lou is off taking shots into We Live again on the southern side of the hill.
Yeah, I mean, you say he didn't need assist at all. I feel like Perfectix did do a pretty good job at kind of baiting their attention in the other direction. But then again, we'll see if it rings out into a win in the end of it. James finds one, finds the second as well, pretty much lining it up for him with 5 HP, continues to spray forward. A little bit too greedy there. He will fall down, but the rest, if they can find Agatori fast enough, should be possible to get up.
With a nade from Corexi, that'll do it. Howl in the back line didn't get involved whatsoever, and that might come back to bite them as Diffix has found an angle on towards the Mad. And Schofield, well, he's upgraded to a 4x on his M16. He's going to have to try and land some shots, but Gustav just has the superior DMR.
FaZe and Twisted Minds here. I mean, they are on a tear, and they still seem completely unstoppable. It's Perfectix now from a distance, finding one more. And now Wu trying to wrap into the northern side as well. All the kills they were trying to drive by were strolling by in front of them, and now they're forced to set up shop out in the open with just 2 vehicles for cover.
Doing what they can to put the shots underneath, but with Perfectix up on the hill, Twisted Minds threatening, and Sauced wrapping around behind. FaZe just have to be aware of every angle and not overcommit to trying to steal away this flush.
I mean, this tournament is turning into a 2-horse race with FaZe and Twisted Minds continuously up on top. FaZe won the previous match. They're looking to get yet another to kick off the day. That would be 4 wins in 6 games. I mean, absolutely insane.
Just was not ready at all for Sauced to make that move around the back. He thought about going for the Groza spray, but the more consistent play is the Mini, taps him down, and now FaZe, they're going to have to split their attention.
Oh, those nades are ever closer, ever so much closer. They go as correct. He pushes on up, finds one more, 5 kills for him. As you can see here, James trying to get a vest, helmet, anything to help him out and staying alive for the fight to come. 1 We Live Again player, 1 set of 3 of Twisted Minds. And 3 on the side of FaZe as well.
The previous game, Twisted Minds, they were on double-digit kills by slightly earlier in the game, despite the fact that we had a very urban ending. This time it's FaZe who are in that position, but they have the chance to make it a back-to-back as well. Maybe that backstab from Sauced might be a deciding factor in making this a 3 versus 3, with Perfectix and the rest of Twisted Minds having not only the high ground, but the zone as well.
I'm not saying that FaZe rely on Sauced to go out and do something here, but what better than if he could somehow bait the attention towards the eastern side? I think Twisted Minds is well aware that FaZe has lost at least 1. They're usually pretty good at tracking these leaderboards, or kill feeds, I should say. So aware that there's a solo lingering somewhere, which is why I think you're seeing them group up now. Do not take anything for granted. Stop splitting the way they were before. There's still a snake somewhere that you have yet to find.
That and the fact that if they go over, if they get a chance to loot the bodies of the Wu who they've just swept aside, they can get extra utility because somehow, after all that's been going on, after all the bombardments in the ridges, Twisted Minds still have a lot of grenades to work with when it comes to the way that they've been so effective with them as well. Even just 1 or 2 is enough to get an opening knock.
James is sneaking forward. I'm not sure if Vex saw Sauced on the left side, or maybe James did. You can see they're actively looking towards this eastern side of the circle. They know that there should be someone around there, regardless of whether it being a Twisted Minds player or a We Live Again player, that there should be someone out here. And it grows up close, don't want to have to deal with it. So I love the fact that Sauced isn't aggressively peeking over the top anywhere. If you're going to have to take a fight anyway, might as well let them come close and have your Groza work out for you.
It does seem as though, well, James has managed to get 5 grenades together. So they have at least one way of trying to clear some space on this side of the zone, but it's blind. They're pushing up a hilltop. And if they do commit to a push either on towards SoSed on the east or the opposite side where Twisted Minds is lurking, it's very flat. It's very slow-rolling hills, so there's always off angles.
This might be where bait smokes could work out for you. If you sat on here, even with the smoke launchers, well, lob them towards that far western side. Force Perfectix, maybe Batulans as well, to keep their attention towards the western side and then swing out in that direction. You can see now, with them continuing, and that's exactly it, right? They literally don't have anything. There's one smoke for Fex, and I don't think you can cause a bait with just a single smoke. They're waiting for SoSed. They're waiting for anything to come their way. There is, of course, one more circle to go, but it's dead center on the road. FaZe is going to be the first team to have to make a move, unless if SoSed has something to say about it.
Well, Twisted Minds, their side of the road has a nice ridge that runs along the length of it. The only exposed weak point is SoSed's position on the east, and that's why they're focusing all their attention on towards it, with Perfectix just occasionally popping up over the top to see what FaZe are doing, but sees no information on either side of the zone.
You can see all of Twisted Minds allowed to play down on the southwestern side. Perfectix, I mean, just to compare, full level 3 gear, practically untouched here in the late game. Plenty of utility to work with for the team as well. One apiece in terms of utility for Perfectix himself, but more to use for the rest of the team. And SoSed, in the meantime, barely a helmet left, no vest at all. Does have 3 nades though, but it's the Groza. It's the Groza that can do the damage here. What can he get as a solo left alive versus 2 sets of 3?
I would be surprised if it was very much at all. Just look at the way he's paranoid about every single angle that isn't covered in a blue zone. Every single part of the ridge is separated by the road so that FaZe has full freedom of movement on the north, Twisted Minds have freedom of movement on the south, and he is so extremely limited to his little hole on the east.
Oh, Patulans just wants to get this over with. Come on, SoSed, we know you're over there. Reveal yourselves, damn it. Let's get the proper 2 teams fighting here in the end of it.
I mean, he's got to warm up the sprays. It's been about 5 or 6 minutes since they had any sort of gunfights. And now he's spotted a hint of SoSed. He's maybe just checking. He's like, any more? Could this be FaZe wrapping around? But no, they're going to try and deal with him first.
You're saying it, though. What SoSed is doing right now is actively forcing 2 players on the side of Twisted Minds to look this way. Now the flush comes through, though. Now they know that it's a 3 versus 3. 10 kills for Twisted Minds. 3v3. The 2 teams who are currently in this 2-horse race. Who comes out victorious here?
It's all going to come down to who gets the first knock. Twisted Minds definitely have the benefit of having utility on their side, but James is he's still carrying plenty of grenades. He's got a little utility belt full of bombardment, and if he can get a little bit fortunate or get some info fed over to him on where to place those, it could be a big swing in their favor.
Batulans is sat on the dot. They're going to try and have him not move at all as the circle's now starting to close in. It's FaZe who are forced to move into the open arms of Twisted Minds. All Twisted Minds has to do, and I say all, is waited out and peek once they peek on over. Let's see now James, though, trying to get the utility to do it for him. They call him the Nate God for a reason. Let's see if he can connect something here.
He's giving him the shots in the background. In that position, James is going to try and use it to land a grenade. He gets a little bit of damage with one. Corexi has managed to find some grenades of his own as well, so they feel a little bit safe to be a little more liberal with their use and clear some positions. Lou copping some damage of his own as well, but Twisted Minds holding back patiently.
They have very few smokes to use. You see now one more is being lobbed. Corexi still with 1 spot. Perfectix over on the other side, but mid-jump as he does just that, and with a nade in hand too, so not too much he can do. That one, though, is going to be close, but a bit too far. James pushes forward, instantly taken down by Batulans.
Tried to make use of their very limited smokes to get to some sort of cover. The tree was all he could go for, but Corexi has managed to get to the shack, but it's going to be a costly push if they try and push any further.
The back-to-back is at full attempt here for FaZe, but it's looking difficult. It's looking near impossible with James gone down already. Perfectix peeks around the side, spots Corexi over on the other side, and with 1 nade coming through, they find the final kill. Twisted Minds FaZe clan back-to-back. They continue the journey, and this time around for Twisted, it's a 13-kill chicken dinner.
Twisted Minds grenades, man. They are unreal. STK, who? Never heard of them. These guys just cannot miss with these bombardments.
Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane to be this consistent in a lobby of this caliber. And this is not just Twisted Minds, it's FaZe as well. These 2 teams, the very prime of what is EMEA PUBG right now. What a hell of a performance in Twisted Minds to come out and win this game. Because yes, they sit center. Yes, the circles come to them. But that plateau there, that entire roadside is very hard to maintain control of. If one leak comes through, you're doomed.
It's the fact, really, that Twisted Minds came in knowing there's no pressure on them, knowing they could have gone out here and done nothing but drive around with pistols every game, but they are professionals and they take this seriously, and that is a lot of trouble for everyone else in the lobby.
Sure is. They're continuing to rack up points, continuing to climb up the leaderboard, but now let's hop back to the desk and round off the final wrangle of day 2.
Toby said it so well there, Avenger, the fact that Twisted Minds and FaZe are just the pinnacle of EMEA PUBG right now, and you can see it in this final battle between the two of them. How much fun was that to watch?
I love that. And the question is really how many of our 18 chicken dinners available is going to go to Twisted Minds and FaZe Clan. That's really the number that I'm looking to put a bet on right now, because yeah, that's crazy. But I gotta say, in terms of the game here, in terms of the end game, Twisted Minds, they just had the upper hand there. They have an extra ridge to work with. FaZe Clan had to go over some higher elevated area, and they had to expose themselves completely, and only had a couple of smokes to work with. So yeah, it's super unfortunate for them. They tried to make the most of it, but again, another second place, another good amount of points and kills for them. I think they ended up with 11 plus the 6 they got from second place there. So super impressive here in terms of Twisted Minds and FaZe Clan.
There was some lovely sort of nuances of play as well, highly tactical at the end. FaZe Clan knew they had the disadvantage in terms of terrain, but keeping those frag grenades back in case they could get enough info. Imagine Jeems getting enough info to get an initial knock and make it a 3v2 so that they could go over the top. That could have been a very, very different outcome. So they were doing their best to stack as many cards as possible in their favor, but Twisted Minds knew the terrain, knew they had the advantage, played the slow game, and they executed perfectly, honestly.
How frustrating is this for all the other teams in the lobby, the fact that these two teams are, as Avenger likes to say, sponging up all the points?
They can't be baited into taking a quick fight when they don't feel like it. If they think it's a 100% chance of waiting another 30 seconds, taking all your kills, they will wait 10 times out of 10. That's so unbelievably good, and that, as you say, that makes it even more frustrating for everyone else.
So how do you take them out, Avenger?
You can't. You just give up and try to play for third place. No, it's the most annoying thing is that a lot of these teams, right, their only opportunity to go to PTC is to win, right? And then you have two giants just saying, no, we want all the points. They're gobbling up everything. And yeah, it's going to be rough. And it's a triple digits already, Sam, as well, for 115 for Twisted Minds. That drop-off down to third is looking mighty big. But that also means a lot of other teams is obviously the whole playing field is kind of open to get into the top 5 right now. One good game, if you're even in the bottom pack, you can actually get in there quite easily.
I mean, you say that Exalt single-digit points right now. Twisted Minds,
top 13, top 13, okay.
Exalt is really struggling. I mean, I know that they came in last minute, but they are just not performing. I'm going to call it now. This is not going to be good enough.
We were looking at teams that needed to break out of that bottom bubble. HAL haven't really made their way out of that. Exalt haven't really made their way out of that. Entropic showing promise. They're still 13th to 5th. One big game could do it for them, but we're starting to see a gulf now, unfortunately. 14th to 16th, starting to fall away a bit.
You know what? We see how well Twisted Minds does in this lobby against other professionals, but we were curious as to what would happen if you threw them in a public lobby with everyone else. So this is Twisted Minds versus the rest of the world.
Как? Меня убили. Меня не добили. Help. Хорош. Еще один. Слушайте, а тут есть эта херня, как она называется? Нету? Что, нападал? Нет? Я выносил. Ой-ой-ой. Лангар? Да. Зарядил. Да, KFC убиваю. Хорошо, додал. Как ты блин? Я рядом. Тебя помог.
В МХ я прилетел соединиться.
Мужики, мы слабее, чем паблик. Хау. Сзади Ярик уже бежит. Двойка.
Мой бач.
Ярик, надо резать. Ярик, я внизу под тобой.
Бать вовремя. Ну я его такого слышу. Вижу. Он там же, за плашечкой, за плашечкой.
Убил его. Хорошо. Помоги.
Хорошо, да!
Латвия, блядь. Латвия, блядь.
Ладно, я снайпер.
Давай, подходи. Ну.
Еще одного снайпа. Двоих снайпер. Я кнопнул.
Это плохо. Сам может быть. Оп, хорошо. Дистанцию не почувствовал. Жесть ты лучше, чем пот.
Я за тобой, ты первый.
Меня подождите. Один ног. Два ног, я хилиться. Новатор.
Вайп.
Убил его?
Добил.
Да. Слева. И еще слева, спереди, сверху. Ног один. О! На месте за будкой 0 хп, а другой ног. Добил. Хорош. И в будке еще гелик с будкой.
А тут будку закрыть. Норну.
Найс. Тебе нужно. Он меня просто добивает. Нокнул. Резай, беги, резай.
А не резать.
У меня чел есть. Где-то там же. Живее. Хорошо.
Убил, Сань. Не волнуйся.
Да, все, блядь, не выебывайся.
Ну, я снайпер.
За снайперку. Да, там чувак меня смотрит. Я живу.
Нокнул коробку. Внутри первый этаж, Сань.
Он должен... Вайп.
На втором этаже вроде в коробку.
На первом. Дали. Нас убил.
Нет, на втором этаже, вот у меня. Ко мне совершенно мне чел, на втором этаже.
Погоди. Я
Ладно, не убил без помощи.
Под дипом прям.
Не, я хочу,
прям под дипом. Я его вижу. Я его прям вижу. Ну что ты, я хотел его кулаками сбить. Поиздеваться.
Turns out it doesn't matter who you put them up against, they're really good. I like how Vatulins was upset there because he wanted to play with his food before the end.
It was so good, and it was like he was drawing a chalk outline of the guy before actually winning the chicken dinner. That was delightful to watch.
Right, we are now moving on to Tego and Vikendi, but here's the thing, Twisted Minds and FaZe dominated those yesterday.
Right.
Avenger, do they do it again today?
I doubt it. We could see one of them win maybe, but it's like the newer maps, they're harder to win on, right? You don't have as much preparation time and as much knowledge about them as on the other maps, right? But with the amount of momentum and confidence that we see on them right now, they could only get a lot of kills for sure. But it's looking good. But yeah, FaZe Clan, we're like, they still need to get in there, kind of defend their PGC spot. Right now, it's looking very likely that they're of course going to PGC with that. But yeah, after this game, we're halfway through, and it's going to tell us a lot about the leaderboard, so I'm pretty excited for that.
I think the leaderboard is going to say what it says right now. Twisted Minds and FaZe just taking all the stuff. That's what I'm going to predict.
Cool.
We will find out, though, right after this break.
He's really close. One is on top. One is
Low. One more.
Where is that boy?
I'm driving fast. I got knocked. Just drive, thousand. Go towards yellow line. Yo, Junkyard, you probably killed this guy below me.
Still one on me.
I'm driving behind him. He's already here.
Yeah, just kill him.
One HP, one.
Ah. That was grief, I guess.
Can't see him. Dead.
I'm going to peek. We have cars later here.
Yeah, let's peek this.
You know, should be one up from that team.
Rock low. He's low.
Nading.
Hit twice.
Try and mark him. I can come from my side.
Yellow. Kinda. Blue.
Insta.
Some right US right now.
Yeah, keep holding.
I'm dead for WLA.
I'm going close as well. I'm gonna
WLA's a solo behind left US now. Left side of left US.
Let's run correctly, let's run,
left
yeah.
side, yeah.
Right US.
Going left.
Good nade. Left US.
Dead.
Nice. One HP, cruise line.
I'm on left side. Head to the left side.
Oh.
All three same spot. All three same spot. Left side blue zone grenade.
I threw one flag on them.
Twisted Minds, face, Twisted Minds. It's like red and black in the casino. It doesn't matter where you place your money, you're likely to win with the small off chance that one of the other 14 teams, or is the green, one little dot on the roulette, gets themselves a win. Right now, it looks very two-sided, this entire affair here at the PEC Fall Grand Finals. But Saga, can anyone catch up to these two teams in front?
Probably, but
don't give me the boring answers. I mean, spicy takes, go.
Spicy takes, no.
I guess that is a spicy take. Yeah.
If you're forcing me to lean one way or the other, then no, they're going to run away with it. It seemed that way on day number one, especially after the first 4 games were 1-2 apiece by FaZe and Twisted Minds, and today the first 2 are shared equally as well. But if anything is going to try and change the narrative, the wildcard maps Tago Vikendi could well be the place to do it.
Yes, as they said on the desk earlier, Martin pointed it perfectly out. It's so limited what teams have in terms of experience compared to the other maps, as we do take to Tago here. It's so limited what teams have an experience on the other maps, so your wildcard teams that can sometimes come out and get things going in a one-off match, this is where they need to get it going, because if you also now allow for FaZe and for Twisted Minds to start capitalizing on these maps, there's no home ground for you anymore. They're going to take it all.
I don't know if it's a question of allowing them, it's whether or not they just do it themselves. Let's not forget that Twisted Minds' biggest map yesterday was the 15-kill win they got in Vikendi, and then FaZe went on to win on Tago. So it may not be a question of whether anyone else allows it, but it certainly doesn't help if 6 of the teams in the lobby just drive into a dip and get mortared to pieces.
It also doesn't help if you're insisting on hot dropping in a grand finals where you need to win the tournament to qualify for PGC. But yesterday it happened, and it will happen again today. What was one of the coldest hot drops we've seen in a long time. Hopefully this time around won't be the case, and I say that, and instantly Catpie's the first to fall.
Well, this time it's much more fast-paced, and maybe that's the case because Wu has landed on the roof. They've got the SMGs in hand. They want to get up close and personal, but Thenderlost has taken one down with him.
Yeah, one down on each team. No flushes come through in Ketpa though yet. So if Pacific is swift about this, they might be able to reset with all 4 back up, but not going to happen. Tivix once again with the Uzi in hand. Doesn't even have any spare ammo to work with, will have to continue his looting at least for a little while. Celtic now falls as well, and just like that, Wu out victorious, but at the loss of a pizza, unfortunately.
Well, we talk about Dragunovs, the big weapons that deal big damage, but you can also give them death by paper cuts at close range. And the Vector and the Micro Uzi, the 9mm Warlords, take over the terminal.
You say they're the 9mm Warlords. I'm thinking VSS. The 9mm Warlord.
Yes. That's more like the 9mm Assassin.
Oh, yeah, fair. The 9mm very silent Warlord. There you go. There you go. Another team that needs to get going. Savim here, a team who we had the pleasure of seeing on the global stage, but if they want to get back to that global stage, PGC being that, the 9 places that they currently find themselves in, I don't think will be enough. They need to get themselves a little bit further up that leaderboard in order to contest for PGC.
I will also say just south of Hosan, where Baron Peak is already starting to make a bit of a move out. It looks as though CCI Next is trying to, if he could stop driving into lampposts. But Jeems, way out about a kilometer away from the rest of FaZe Clan in Buksansar. Typically, his split drop position is the compound that's a little bit to the northeast, slightly closer, but he's flexed out a little further than usual this time, and it has paid off massively. Jeems himself has described the southwestern zones of Tego as extremely compound dependent, and he's got there early enough to grab a perfect one for FaZe Clan to easily backfill into.
And also, I mean, FaZe is a team that rarely plays scared in their play style overall, but having a FaZe that right now is playing with little to no worries whatsoever with how they are currently set on the leaderboard, they can flex out further, they can take more control, and if you're like Beamy, you can get yourself a half-kilometer kill just 1 meter ahead of Lyra, and we'll see if anyone can up the ante on that one, but a 537-meter flush, not something to shy away from.
That reminds me a little bit of the GeoGuessr game with Koa and Chris earlier on, where everything was just 1 or 2 meters apart.
Yeah.
Pretty painful.
Pretty tough, but we'll see. We'll see if maybe Lyra gets a second time around. He will at least have a few more games to play where he could potentially increase the longest kill distance. But that's, of course, yet to be determined.
If there's going to be a map to do it on, Tego is definitely up there.
Yes.
There's a lot of areas, particularly now if we're talking swamp positions, then yeah, sightlines can be pretty dangerous in this area if you're not careful. Or why not, let's just max range a mortar, get a kill at 700 meters with that. That works.
Yeah, look at that. FaZe, they left Buksan too early. They got crates. They didn't stick around for them. Now DA instead will be the ones blessed with the crates in front of them should they opt to go for them. Still a lot of teams, though, that haven't opted to aggress towards this southern circle. Woo, PUBG Esports, Ascend, Pod Samulet, and Twisted Minds all only now starting their rotations. Some haven't even started them yet.
Question for you, Toby. What would you rather have? A P90 or a P9 feed?
P90?
Yeah, the correct answer. Nobody wants a 9-zone feed, so FaZe made the correct decision, leaving all the crates behind. Makes a whole lot of sense, and they had to do it as well because they know that Sarvam is the team that's nearby, and if they gave them the chance to get into this central spot early, they would have absolutely done so, as would Howl, who were just to their north, and that's exactly what's happening. However, the Woo now flexing out a little bit of the western side of Terminal might come under yet more pressure in the early game as Foot Esports making their rotation very, very close by.
I do like that we get the team comps. We saw it here in the break as well with the with the failed attempt at a pull-up from Foot on Woo, and Vart just going, well, I guess we were griefing that one. And speaking of, here's the man who dealt with Foot in the previous matchup. Let's see if FaZe has something to say this time around.
Doesn't even use the Panzer for the first. 8C, he gets spotted out on the second, but he was not prepared for it. Moments away from disaster, potentially, but a trade from Diffex from range with the Mini actually sits 8C down. Fuzzface is potentially resible, and Vard is next on the chopping block.
Yep, they need him here, T-Bone, they need him here now, but it might just already be too late. They have 2 knocks already, or 1 knock made that, but remember, EB fell down earlier. It's just T-Bone alive right now to try and do something here. Attack already on approach, down to under half HP, forced out of the vehicle now with 24 HP, has to go for the first aid. This would be disastrous for Foot Esports, but unluckily for T-Bone, this snake looks really good. It will be, but fortunately, T-Bone is able to get off.
Just gets a little bit higher up the hill, but he's put his vehicle in a position that is extremely unsafe. There's no way of backing out from this. T-Bone has to commit.
Yeah, no way around it. Might as well go for it. And again, I mean, in this case right now, it's the best team to fight, because you know for a fact they lost one in the early game, so it's quote-unquote just a 1v3. Headshot connected, 2 sides.
The Panzer's back in play.
Yep, that's going to be suboptimal here for T-Bone. He needs Ascent to start crossing over. They can hear the shots from the other side of the water, but they haven't up to aggress just yet. I think now Foot might hear and see the vehicles on the other side. I'm not sure, but Foot, they have their eyes on one thing, and that's finding T-Bone.
He's giving them the runaround. Playing around this little ridge that he has to work with, but that's all that he has to work with. And Ascend not looking to commit whatsoever, so he just has to use this position to get the drop on him.
Sneaky, 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 waiting and hoping that Kiliakai will peek on over in time, but not gonna happen. Once again, the Woo take down Foot Esports.
And if we quote the team comms that we heard during the break, Foot said, well, maybe that was a little bit grief. I wonder if they have the same sort of idea this time around. It wasn't much of their own idea to make that full send, but the positioning from Fuzz to start it off, and Diffex with a crucial trade to even the numbers.
Yeah, I was going to say, I really liked the trade coming in from 8C initially, but Diffex just better angle on that one. is going to help them out. So Woo, a very action-packed start to this one. They start out with 4 kills. Of course, losing EP is not good, but now they got another 4 without taking a single casualty. So couldn't really ask for a whole lot more. 8 kills, 1 casualty. They'll take the end there of the week.
If they can somehow keep this momentum up, taking out 2 teams with only losing 1 player, if they can keep this going, then maybe they could be a team that enters the equation when we start talking about anyone potentially dislodging Twisted Minds and FaZe, but FaZe are not getting dislodged from their position in this map for a long time, not until the zone decides that's the case, whereas Twisted Minds still coming in on the northwestern side of things, maybe coming into a little bit more pressure if should this shift over more towards the east.
See, FaZe here, trying to make their way further forward. Divix did get spotted out. Ascend again. I mean, they were here earlier. Then they drove off, drove away, and now back to this exact same spot they go, trying to catch them off on the rotation further down the line. Able to find 1. So, Woo down to 2. But again, 8 kills already. Even if they fall down here, that's still a pretty decent game overall.
Not too bad at all. I mean, yeah, 8 is what we would consider a pretty good game overall. If you got 8 points, anything sort of 10 and above, we're talking potentially championship winning, although maybe that might not necessarily be the case with Twisted Minds' current form. But for everyone else, 10 points per game would put you right behind them in second place. So to have 8 at this point, even if they go out now, they can feel like it was a job well done.
Exactly. It's a pretty decent salvage game, some might argue. In the meantime now, as we see the map here, circles closing on in. Ascent, the only team still to join the party. We have lost 2 full teams, though, which is going to change the pace of this match quite drastically, as 8 players missing from that first circle kind of bunch up. It's going to leave much more space left for teams to maintain their splits for longer. And woohoo, that's a helicopter vehicle that I didn't know we had in the game there. Batoon's going to get himself to safety.
Yeah, James was in one yesterday on Vikendi, was he not?
It was. It just looked a little differently.
I think it's fair to say, I mean, if you go back to what James said about this area of the map, it's very compound dependent. There are very strong positions on this map where if you can get an early compound and hold it, you're pretty much settled for the rest of the game. So the fact that there are less teams available to take up some of that space is kind of okay, because there's a lot of space that will just end up with you getting bombarded to bits like we saw on yesterday's take-home match.
And even with the shift that we see here, it's one of those where all the center teams right now are few teams that have maintained wide splits. Those splits are going to be grouped up on, and I honestly think with already having lost 11 players, we shouldn't see too many casualties here in the beginning of this shift. Yes, we'll see teams shoot at rotations like we're seeing with Twisted Minds now, trying to get away from this one alive, and you see Navi trying to pull up this. I would imagine it's going to be Entropic trying to back off as well. So, of course, commotion will take place, but not to the same extent, because we've already lost teams. As I say that, though, Ivers peeks on over. Nice off angle behind the rock there to be able to find the first.
Perfectix taking the scout from the emergency parachute is something that the bad boys wish they could have had before they pulled up on the side of the ridge. Not only within range of Evas, but in grenade range as well. He secures the flush on Bad Boy, and he's waiting for the cover to come in from elsewhere, but it Lucarux a nail up on the opposite side of them, already putting DMR spam shots in the back and softening them up for a nice headshot from a barrel.
So many nice off angles being put to full use here. Every time you think you know where one is, you get shot in the back. When you turn around, you get shot from the player you thought you knew where was just before. Howl taken down, and once again, it's them and DA running shoulder to shoulder, going into one another just to take each other out.
Somebody has to inform them that playing from the edge is okay sometimes.
Yeah, you'd
imagine. At some point.
Some people never learn.
They try and try over and over again. The result is so often the same, but this time DA do manage to grab at least a revive or two. Once again, holding on to that position, but it's not going to be anywhere near as good as the position was on Erangel after the last time they wiped out Ascent from Howl.
Let's see now as the circle starts creeping on in. A few more casualties has been found, but look at the amount of space up towards the north in particular. Those 2 compounds are available, but the space around them, as you said, very open, very hard to really capitalize on, especially off of what we saw yesterday with the amount of mortars being put in play. And you can be pretty sure that the teams that currently have some of these center locations available, there might be a little mortar or 2 lying around in there somewhere. So playing dips early on in this one could potentially be a death sentence.
I have to say, if we do end up going north from here on out, it would be the exact same area, would it not?
Quite literally.
So all the mortars directly in the center of the north is the very dip where we saw all the chaos and all of the bombardment last time.
So a lot of teams will be hoping not to go there. It's no surprise that that side of the zone is by far the least occupied coming into this area. Down towards the south, we see a lot more teams in close proximity to one another, but not quite close enough to force engagements, but maybe that's just because we've already killed off 3 of our teams within the first 12 minutes.
Exactly. Much more space available here in the early game. And for a team like Question Mark sat on the edge, I think they're one of few who don't necessarily mind that, because it means less chaos when they try to maneuver in. And for them now on the edge, it means so many fewer teams for them to kind of have to wrestle with, trying to make their way towards the center of the circle. So for a team that likes to play it a little slow, like to wait for the action to take place kind of in front of them, now that's just them not having to worry about their neighbors, because those neighbors are nowhere to be found. Unless, of course, if you're Levante, who's currently proned out behind the Question Mark compound.
I would definitely be worried a little bit if Levante was lurking outside my door. He's definitely been a bit of a criminal.
He's made a name for himself with individual performances. We'll see if this game is going to have any of the same. Salvim, they have been put on gate duty out towards the west as they try to hold off Question Mark and anyone else looking to make their way into the circle from there. And down towards the south, Na'Vi and Entropic, they were shooting at each other just before, and obviously now that's Na'Vi alerted to the position of Entropic. You would imagine that with this circle going their direction, at least Na'Vi would really want to clear their side of the circle before having to move into what could be the next circle.
Yeah, Entropic, probably not one of the teams who's going to put too much pressure onto Na'Vi's position in a direct engagement, but even just sharing the hilltop is not what either of these teams would prefer to do if given the choice. So if anyone does try to get a little bit of push going, in the same way that Pod is doing, although this is a lot more direct. Let's hope there is one particular dip they don't end up stopping at.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see where the journey takes Pod Samulet as they try and dodge and weave all the bullets coming at him. Hagatori's vehicle is almost on fire, so we'll see how long that's going to last him. In the meantime now, Question Mark, of course, just going to let him pass on through, use the information, know exactly where they've set up shop, and make their plans of approach accordingly.
They've ended up on top of a hilltop, which does make mortaring a little bit awkward, but it does mean that there is a whole lot of sight lines on towards them. Sarvam and We Live Again, in particular, down towards the south of the zone, can still see up towards that hilltop as Question Mark starting to make a move on the western side, as on the east, what remains of Bad Boys are trying to find a way in, but they're only going to find the door blocked by Exalt.
We've seen Exalt sprint to the east now, maybe aware that there are Bad Boys players coming in, or maybe it's the other way around, maybe just going for a vehicle or something, and Bad Boys still have the other hand in this one. Question Mark, though, they heard the shots just before from Sarvam, from Twisted Minds shooting towards Pod Samulet as well, but opted not to aggress on it. Now they are very close, but I don't think they're quite aware of what they're potentially running into here. Bad Boys, though, well aware of exactly what they've got in front of them.
Yeah, especially since Artix has already pushed his way out of the compound, and he's actually getting dangerously close to an engagement with Mika.
It's a bait, and it works to perfection.
They're just bullying the new kid, Mossboard, putting shots into the vehicle. He was just not ready for the sneaky play of Explicit.
It's small plays like that that really warms my heart. I love seeing outbrained small things like this. Bad Boys, Screams takes the car. The plan is, I'm going to drive 10 meters. As soon as I start the engine, he's going to peek. Exactly that happens. The issue is, as soon as he's in the vehicle, Moldox knows that he's nowhere to help out, so he's able to take him down in return. And now it's just Screams. On the other side of the rock, that nade, it's primed, it's cooked, it's lopped on over, bounces short though.
The blue zone was about to push him in, but I think he had a jammer pack that gives him a little extra second or two, and perfect timing to reposition. Just ducks down behind the ridge, but he's going directly towards Kilyakai, and he may well just get an angle onto him and kill him off anyway.
Exactly, as Send has full info of what's happened down towards the southeast. Now Question Mark is going full speed in behind this, actually backfilling straight on top of where Pod Samulet went just before. Moldog will find the final player on Bad Boys, so that's going to be them out in 13th. In the meantime, as you can see in the map feed on the right-hand side, Question Mark, they're full speed sending it first past Pod Samulet, and now into the open themselves. Best of luck. Caught mid-transition, though, is going to fall.
Maybe Question Mark is one of those teams that just the opposite of Howl. It's like, you can play the edge every game, but once you're forced to make a play, then going into the center just does not compute. They have to try and find something.
Yep.
This shack is not going to work out. Na'Vi is just doing too much damage to them, and now a doozy is the last man alive, trying to find a home, and it's not looking great.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the strat is here for a doozy. Just collapse on this fight. Why not see what happens when you make your way down towards the south? And Tropic, I think, is the only team that has yet to shoot at you on rotation, so might as well just earn that achievement. As now Tropic was able to take down Millman. Should be a freebie as they caught them kind of mid-rotation. All the rest of them, you can see he's even crawling over towards him. You know what? Just take this. Take my loot. It's okay. Na'Vi, though, will get a little bit of consolidation as question mark are downed by 2 of the nade from example.
Wondering if Exalt is trying to do the same thing to Ascend as what the bad boys did to them. They've sent Molodoct out in the vehicle, so Ascend will have heard the car driving. And Arctic's just keeping his head down, waiting for an opportunity to strike when Mika turns his back, which he has done, but he's already just disappeared over the top of the ridge. Opportunity may just have passed by Arctic's.
For those of you guys who don't know this area of the map too well, the best comparison I can put up is north of Yasnaya. The whole hillside leading, the whole like fields leading up into the hillside proper is where Na'Vi, we live again, question mark, and Entropic will have to kind of maneuver up. But then you kind of have the same thing happening over on the other side. So a hillside kind of running through the middle of this one as Alia tries to come down and help. Instantly, double headshotted by Naleb.
Na'Vi are going to struggle to get out from this position, and Tropic having that hilltop is exactly why we were potentially looking at an engagement between the two of them to claim this spot. They will eventually have to leave the zone and maybe backfill into where Na'Vi are, but they're going to have to try and deal with them first, but just having the elevation makes it so much easier.
Yeah, Pot Samulet with good eyes onto Na'Vi now as well. You can see Naleb, I think he really doesn't want to have to use any utility on getting that one, but in the meantime now a doozy inside the shack he went. Mexi falls down because of it. I'm not sure if they weren't aware that he was there, or maybe just someone wasn't holding the angle they wanted him to. You can see there is one, it's Lukarux who's down there trying to hold off, but not really working out the way they would have wanted. Unnecessary loss of a player in case they were aware of it there.
Pretty unsubtle with the smoking vehicle right outside the door, but Mexi still gets caught out regardless. A big engagement between Twisted Minds and FaZe Clan up towards the north as Twisted Minds are finally pushing to try and claim some space, but a doozy has survived everything in the shack. The blue zone grenades didn't take him down, but he's taken down most of Entropic. Lukarux, one more tag in the smoke would get him down as well, but no, we'll get a chance to heal.
Yeah, Naleb falling on the hill as well. I mean, Entropic just seemingly couldn't really get that southeast side under full control. In the meantime, now Wu falls in 11th as these fights towards the northeast start popping off once more. It's just 2 from Exol trying to suppress DA, who also as a 2-man are trying to fend off against Ascent, who now, for the lack of a better term, is also just 2 players on their feet.
Might just be a slight bit of a tactical cooperation between Exalt and DA, just for the time being, focusing on the bigger threat. But now that Ascend has lost half their number, I'm sure that alliance won't last too much longer between them. Arctix is making his way in from the zone unnoticed, but DA is keeping their heads down and out of his line of sight.
Yeah, they know that there's too many snakes in the grass in the nearby vicinity for them to go out and do anything, but just prone this one down, wait this one out for a little while longer. As we see now, FaZe, of course, having to come off the compound. They're hearing all the action in front of them, but only now they're really getting full info of what's happening as they come up of the hillside themselves.
Na'Vi somehow outlasting Entropic's pressure, and Example's crawled his way into a shack and is potentially revivable, but We Live Again are getting active and getting up in range. Oh, a huge nade, potential blocked by the front bumper of the car. And the second one just a little bit too high over the top, but over the top it will go. Schiller sat down, as elsewhere, Na'Vi got double naded by Hoba.
Yeah, they get themselves 2 kills in the shack just to get taken out in 2 of their own. Na'Vi out in the 11th, wanted more of this game, I'm sure, but couldn't fend off against Entropic early. When push came to shove and the shack was all they had to work with, it was not enough for them to stay put.
Now Pod Samulet have been forced to turn their attention back towards the northwest, where Twisted Minds are finally making an entrance. They've regrouped, they're split, they've stopped putting shots in towards FaZe Clan, and they're focusing the fight in front of them. But now Sarvam have had the chance to revive, and they're getting involved as well.
Yep, Twisted Minds, the team yet to make their way inside the circle. If they can time this perfectly, Sarvam might just third party against Samuel, opening an opportunity for Twisted to push on him. But seems like they're going to have to do the majority of the damage themselves. That nade is going to be a little bit short, I'm afraid. Yes, it will, but still more to be thrown from Twisted Minds.
Scary sentence to have to say that Twisted Minds are throwing some grenades. We just looked up the stats in between the games. Perfectix has done almost 1,000 damage with grenades, but unfortunately we've got no stats for vehicle explosion damage because they'd probably be at the top of that as well.
I'm sure they would. So much damage coming through here from Twisted Minds, and again, they're doing it at a distance. They're throwing in utility, allowing themselves to kind of focus on Pod Semlet while also having their attention on Savim. As I say that though, Perfectix will fall. He was the anchor player, the one to try and hold him off. Spiro now tasked with doing the same, but can't find an angle.
He did land a headshot through the smoke, but couldn't hold the spray long enough to land a second as Sarvam just putting in damage from below. And this has opened an opportunity now for FaZe Clan to make a push out of the compound and sweep this entire area.
Sneaky James is being sneaky. We'll see if he can find Levante over the top. He heard him. He has a pretty good idea of exactly where he is, but doesn't want to peek over, at least not before the team is there. Again, it's a slower approach phase we're seeing here. Wait for the cavalry to arrive before you make the assault.
Somebody check his stream title. He might have just changed it to I'm about to rat a PEC finalist. Levante, I hope he checks that one soon. But Batulin's into the smoke. The spray goes, but Odamavisi over the top of it, catching him out and getting the better of the trade. But Lou almost getting them back, returning the favor, not quite making it work.
Yeah, we can see Spiro now trying to fend off. He gets Vex over the top. Not going to happen. That's Twisted Minds down. Not immortal after all, as they get taken out. Another team, though, that will gladly rise to the occasion whenever Twisted Minds doesn't is FaZe Clan. 9 kills already. Who in the hell are going to catch up with these two teams? Whenever one team doesn't do it, the other team will. They are unstoppable.
May have to change my statement about the wildcard maps being the place to do it. It does not look like the case. FaZe Clan, they were holding down that compound from so early on in the game. Jeems dropped on that position slightly further away from where he normally would, and look at how much it's paying off.
Doesn't matter to have 14 Davids when you have 2 Goliaths on the server. I mean, there's nothing they can do against this duo of 2 teams that are just dismantling the rest of the 14 teams here.
2 Goliaths working together. Horribly unstoppable.
It really looks like it. I mean, it really looks like it. We'll see now, though, if somehow we live again with 4 still alive, get something going. They would want it to happen. They are currently in 9th place, but just a few points away from breaching into what could potentially be top 5.
Look at how open that position is. Everywhere there's a smoke, there's a player lurking behind them. But on the opposite side, DA with no smokes, trying to get an angle over the top in towards Exalt. Needs the bullet to land. Lyron will land it. And the SLR spam from that range. No way he gets away with that.
Solid shots coming through. Will fall in the end, but extra points obtained for the team. 2 kills, placement points to add as well. Great salvage there with a tricky downhill push for DA. Now, though, we live again. 4 players on their feet. Lukaruk solo player on this southern side there behind the car. Does have Ibis a bit further down towards the far south side. Now FaZe 3 in a vehicle will get to reposition.
Fast fingers from Lyron, but really all it does is clear some extra space for FaZe Clan to work with on the northern side of the map, because there's no way that Lukarux can make a push up there. He's already under the watchful eye of iZoom with an MK14 fully zoomed on his position. He lives up to that name for sure.
Do you think Gustav knows where Brex is?
He might do.
Just clear the tree. Clear the tree. That's the angle. And Correx is going to be the one to find the kill.
He had a ghillie suit, man. How could he have possibly known?
Cheating. Super unfair. Gustav might just be able to pick it up for himself. We'll see if he'll make use of it while FaZe Clan make their way close towards the circle. Again, I want to say they're going back-to-back because it feels like it, but no, they were bested by Twisted in the previous one, but they will have a chance at a win here as they make top 3 once more.
I don't think they'd be all that upset with a mere 26 placement points in 3 games. That would...
pretty decent. Pretty decent.
I'll tell you what, it could be better.
Oh, technically, yeah.
It's a very tiny bit, but it could be better.
Yeah, could technically
Room
be
for improvement.
Better. Well, again, I mean, we live again. They're leaving Helen out. I like the fact that they're leaving Helen Mabad on the hillside here. Again, it's an anchor player. Don't allow for FaZe to push over the top towards you. We know how this new FaZe likes to play it. Leave one on the flank, but then have your spearhead full-on assault with the remaining 3. It's Hello Mabad's job right now to see that happening, see that push coming in, feed the information across to the teammate, and allow for them to reset accordingly. In the meantime, they can rely on Lukarux and Ivers on the southeast side to take shots at FaZe should they go in that direction. So they kind of have the info of, as long as we don't hear shots from Entropic, that must be them looking to wrap west on us.
There is a very slight ridge that We Live Again can look to lurk behind. They've got Lookaruks on the opposite side of the zone with an AWM staring them down, but Evas is equally doing exactly the same thing towards FaZe, who have somewhat of a bowl that they have just cleared out for themselves, and they're making it near enough impossible for either of these four-man teams to push onto one another. The threat of the solos, it doesn't look like too much given their position, given the way they're going to be forced to keep their heads down, but one bullet from that AWM could have a massive impact on a 4v4.
Sure could, sure could. Oh, Gustav saw the smoke bloom, was trying to timed it right with the first shot, couldn't quite find the next, and now, I mean, for We Live Again, this is perfect info for them. Seeing the smokes being deployed, realizing great faces, pressuring Entropic on the far eastern side. That's going to allow for us to shred out a bit. That's going to allow for us to reclaim that hillside. Little do they know, though, that right now it's just James applying that pressure. And he's the one looking the other direction. So, still 3 players very much capable of assaulting We Live Again, should FaZe up to go for that.
Oh, Phase 8, I was about to say, will determine a lot of how this final engagement will go, but honestly, it's just going to take everyone and force them out into the open. So we're going to have a bit of a smoke fest at the end, unless Gustav can find an angle to rat a PEC finalist.
Well, he's trying. He's definitely trying now, though. Spotted over the top. CEST goes for a shot. Not going to find him completely. Hello, my bad sprays in return as well, but not finding one either.
Vex's spray doesn't quite connect, but nor does Hello My Bads, and he is the one whose teammate is taken down by the solo on the opposite side of the zone. Evas finds the angle, and there is the impact the Entropic could have potentially had at the end, coming in full effect.
Yeah, I think it's a smart read by FaZe here to back off. They know that Entropic has to move from the cover that they've currently got. Wait for Ivers to be away from that rock. Wait for Lookaruks to be away from whatever this is.
How?
And then lead them to go down first. After that is over, you got your 1 kill. Even though you don't get the flush confirmed, you got your 1 kill on to We Live Again. You have the numbers advantage now. Wait it out, let the circle do the majority of the damage for you, and let Entropic go down before making something happen yourself.
He's a braver man than I am to be standing next to that thing. It's felt like one of those that could have flown into his face at any moment, but it won't be enough to provide cover from all the angles available to both We Live Again and FaZe, and it's We Live Again who claimed the point in the end.
Yeah, again, Ivers, next player to have to make a move here, has to leave that rock in just about 30 seconds time, if not even before that. So of course he'll try and do as much damage as he possibly can before that happens. Maybe force these 2 teams to fight one another, but I don't see how Entropic could ever come out victorious in this game.
No, very unlikely, but again, there is still a minimal amount of chance for there to be an impact, but I don't think either of the remaining teams is going to allow that to happen. They're looking to spam in the smokes. They want to get rid of this solo so they can initiate a push onto the weakened We Live Again.
Oh, smokes deployed. They want to push further forward. They want to take the circle center. They want to kind of isolate Ivers, or try to at least have a chance to deal with him before any other team can engage. The smoke wall is set up. Again, if you can clear down Ivers, if you can pull your way down towards the rock down below, that might be you with a good off angle on the fight to come against We Live Again. Now, Fex over the top. Spots 1. Spots 2, I believe, on the backside of that smoke.
I just catch Hobber making a move in the vehicle. It's the rest of FaZe Clan really turning their attention. They need to clean up this solo. They need to do it fast because We Live Again are starting to make moves on the western side of the map, and FaZe cannot allow that to happen for free.
Yeah, it's the last smoke point Entropic to use, and Gustav will find him now. 4 versus 3. FaZe got themselves a 2nd place in the previous one, but looking to run away with the win here.
Fex zooming in his eyeballs, trying to get some angles in through the bushes, but can't quite find anything. They've got into grenade range. This could be huge, but a spray from Corexi answered back by Izum's grenade.
Yeah, they have the numbers advantage coming in, so now it's a 2, make that a 2 versus 3. The numbers still in favor of FaZe when we keep trading back and forth like this. James down on his stomach once more, tries to play this one slow. Fex, those go down, but James instantly there to respond. Finds one more as well. Now it's just Izum left alive, spots him too, and just like that, a 1 versus 1. Gustav, the former captain of FaZe Clan, going for the rest here. They both are. Let's see who comes out victorious.
We've seen this before. FaZe taken down to a 1 versus 1, but this time Gustav has a res to pick up, and he doesn't need it. 15 kills for FaZe Clan. They've done it again, Toby. These wildcard maps are not stopping the unstoppable FaZe.
Absolutely insane. But having said that, we saw FaZe Clan get the win with the 1 HP Fex.
Yep.
And now, yes, they get it again, but where it looked clean initially, it was down to the same old 1v1 once more. But good job by Good Stuff to be the one this time around to step up to the occasion, get themselves their second win on their day. This is absolutely insane. 4 wins already.
Yeah, definitely not the cleanest in the final engagements, but enough is enough to get it done. Having that initial kill picked off by the solos on Evas, again, that might have been the deciding factor. That was Entropic's impact in that end game, and FaZe is very thankful for it.
What a game indeed. Now let's hop over to the desk and let them break down all of the Taego action.
Before we jumped into Taego today, I said, you know, yesterday...
You said it's time to Taego.
I didn't, but I know that you desperately want me to.
Oh, okay.
Yesterday, the winner on Taego was FaZe, and before we came into this game, I said, eventually, could they do it again? And you said, oh, these wildcard maps, we don't really know. They did it again.
They did.
That's 2 days in a row they've won on Taego.
That's 7 out of 9 maps that's now won by Twisted Minds and FaZe. It's kind of disgusting at this point, right?
So, I don't know if it's disgusting. I think it's kind of fun.
That's what I said, like, right? That's the bet that I want to put on something. Like, how many of these 18 games are they going to win? Now 7 out of 9, that's kind of unheard of. Can they push it across maybe 10? Can they go into the double digits?
I genuinely think between the two teams, they will be 10-11 minimum at this rate because the level of domination is crazy. Yesterday's Taego game, chaotic. God knows what was going on. I think Mortar MVP'd in that game at one point. They managed to weave their way, thread the needle through all the chaos. This game, much more chill in comparison, but still needing to make the correct rotations at the right times and playing it a lot calmer. And they were able to adapt so well. We Live Again pushed them all the way in the final fight, but the fact that they were even there in such different circumstances just shows how adaptable they are.
Analysis is fun and all that, but let's talk about dreams, because here's my dream, right? The team that wins PEC4 gets that guaranteed spot for PGC. I love Twisted Minds, but they got the they're going anyway.
They got the PGS
When it reaches Magic, I feel like it's FaZe's time.
Yeah,
I'm all about FaZe now. This is what we need. I know we keep saying, oh, they're taking all the points and they're sponging stuff up. I think the Spongers should win.
It absolutely could be. I mean, look, they're not even a big kill chicken dinner away from overtaking Twisted Minds overall. And in this game, because Twisted Minds went out early, I've got a funny feeling that the next screen is going to be, well, surprising to some, shall we say.
Look how exciting it is for Exalt. They moved to the other side of the leaderboard finally in the scoreboard. This is a big one for them in a top 8 finish. I'm sure they're very happy they got some points.
Right, yeah, I got quick maths for you right now. They're 29 points ahead, so Twisted Minds still going to be first, I think. Yeah. So 9 points ahead now. But yeah, it's a catch-up, but look at the huge gap from 3rd and down to 2nd. That is insane.
One thing I want to point out on this screen, Entropic on 39 points. We were talking about them in the same breath as Howl and Exalt at the start of the day. They're now getting consistent points per game so that they're hopefully a game away from something interesting. They're one of the teams that can do something like that.
Right.
I think that before we do the PGC standings, analysis is all good and well. Let's not talk about dreams. Let's talk about nightmares. Our PGC champions, that is a nightmare right now. This is not going well.
Yeah, it's not looking good, is it? No, I mean, still, it's just about them getting up and taking that away, right? Right now, that would be question mark. That would be that spot, right? Digitalytics would be over Howl. So, yeah, it's... I feel like now that we're halfway through, we saw the leaderboard, right? I feel like it's not going to be anybody but Twisted Minds or FaZe Clan. I feel like they're just too far ahead, too confident and too comfortable in those 2 spots. So I'm happy it's a 2-horse race. It could have been Twisted Minds just running away. They're like, guys, here, fight for second, bye-bye. But here, it's FaZe Clan, and they're able to pull it up.
I think I said partway through yesterday that we would be completely fine if Na'Vi didn't necessarily get up on the right side of bed yesterday, and that by halfway through day 2, we need to start ringing some alarm bells if we don't see that resurgence. They keep putting themselves in positions where it looks like they can win the fight, and they just start losing their 1v1s. I don't know if it's a confidence issue or positioning or something to do with their comms. I'm not sure, because it looks like they're setting themselves up okay, and then they're not pulling through with those fights, or they can't deal with the back-to-backs. The moment something clicks, they should be able to hit the ground running, but we're now halfway through, and I think time is beginning to run out. They need to hit like top 3, top 4, maybe top 5, depending on other results. So they have to start climbing now. They're still a win away from doing that.
All right.
But it doesn't feel like they're going to win the next game. It's not like they were this close and they're going to absolutely sweep the floor. Now that I've said that, they probably will. But you never know.
Yeah, that's the jinx of the whole thing, right? But again, they're 20 points from 5th. Like, it's not that far. It's, as you said, it's 1 win with 10 kills, and they're straight in there. I just want to see it like now, because they need to get top 5. They need to get in a good spot to be within that striking distance. Yeah, maybe 1st or 2nd is not possible for them, but 3rd or 4th or 5th could potentially be. And depending on who the other teams are in those spots, that could shuffle up our PGC standings enough for them to get in there. So yeah, it really comes down to that. But Solidus is playing good there, like the team in the cusp, and them being able to defend by being in top 4 right now is, it's also rough for the other teams in the chase.
We will chat a little bit more about all of this, but first, we have a little bit of fun. We wanted to get to know Ascend a little bit better, so here's what we did to them.
Keely problem.
What?
Yeah.
Keely?
Easily.
No way. Keely's stronger, not good. I think I'm the funnest.
I don't know, man.
I don't go. Like, Keely is funny, okay, but Keely jokes are always, I don't know. My jokes are way better.
Yeah, it's obviously him. It has to be.
To be honest, everyone in our team could clutch, I think, if it comes to hard. But at the end, I think most likely Keely and Mika. If I have to choose one, I would say maybe Mika.
It depends on the fight. Different situations, different people, but overall, it's probably Keely or Mika. Yeah.
I mean, the best driver is. I mean, Keely is really good at driving.
I was gonna say Keely, yeah. Keely or you, but it's probably Keely.
I would say it's most likely Keely and me who's doing the motivation stuff. Like in game, if you see like when the team is down or like if you feel it, and Kovo has no or can't interact with us, but otherwise I would go with Kovo out of game. If we're out of the game, Kovo is a good motivator, and otherwise Keely and me.
100%.
Mika, yeah. This is easy.
That's a Brex for me.
This is Brex, 100% Brex.
You might sign up for scrims at 7 PM and he might be sleeping. You know, it doesn't happen.
It's a bit of a happy marriage there, and I'm curious with the new Na'Vi lineup. Looked like a good honeymoon when we were doing the playoffs, but maybe struggling a little bit. New marriage, a little bit tough with that new lineup.
Yeah, you know, like. When everything isn't going your way at the beginning of the year, the question is, do we make a change? We like our lineup's insane. When do we make it? And that's also like the hard question. And the question was, can you make a change now and make like a honeymoon period going into PC, or is it too hard and was Uber too big of a player on the team to make that change? Yeah, the question is really gonna be answered in 9 more games. We're halfway through. 20 points from 5th place. 5th could be enough. So yeah, that's really what it comes down to.
Talking about struggling and not being able to find your feet, let's take a look at the Twi leaderboard and how Toby's doing, which I can confirm he's still at the bottom.
Wow, okay.
There we go.
He's into the 600s though.
Wow.
Damn.
There we go.
Look at that.
Please, can
My
we
team
just...
sucks though.
Yeah, let's do some maths. I mean, how many points does Saga have on top of Toby, Jorasar?
That's pretty crazy.
Just shy of 200.
That's
Wow.
187.
187.
Yeah.
And how many points do I have above Avenger, Jorasar?
That's 102 right there.
Fewer.
Oh, it's...
Fewer.
Less.
This is... Well, I mean, it's embarrassing for Toby.
Right.
It's...
Nah, Toby's cool. Toby will shrug it off.
So, I mean, he'll tell us that if he had chosen another team, he'd be at the top. Jarosar obviously doesn't matter because you said what?
No,
you
you've had a really good run today with
No,
Fex.
Jarosar doesn't matter because Jarosar was what, the 2021 Fantasy League
Yeah,
World
true.
Champion
Right.
and no one ever heard of.
You said you were the 2020 PTC. That wasn't a PTC.
I was called being sarcastic.
Right, okay,
Unbelievable.
The break is ready. I've just been told I can switch their microphones off. So there we go. Their mics are going off. We're going to a break. We'll see you after this.
What's up guys, this is James from FaZe Clan, and here are some of my all-time favorite PUBG skins. Flying into Erangel, we got my golden Jiskar parachute. This is only for the top dogs, and who doesn't like a golden parachute? Starting from the bottom here, we got the classic white sneakers. They give me about a 69% increase in drippiness. Next up are the PAI Dragon Pants. I like my PUBG pants clean, and these are just the right thing. The little piece of art on the side is just the little bit of detail to make it the coolest pants in all of PUBG. And what else could I be wearing other than the PAI Dragon Jacket to match the pants? This set is super expensive, there is no skins in the game like this. And if you got these two skins, that means you're a real gamer. Moving on, these are the pearl studded lace gloves. These ones are for the boys who like some pearls. They look super smooth, and you don't see many players who have these.
One guy's under me.
Knock on nice in the center.
Comes.
He knocked on the yellow table. Where did you knock the first guy? No, it's too active. Where did
One up. Nice.
Yes, yes. Nice.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Let's go, boys. Good shit. Just silent and run.
Shush. Above me.
One more car. Wait. What was where the left was?
Yeah, oh, I didn't.
I knocked him. Now one more yellow.
Where?
On the face.
Keep going, keep following Div.
Yeah.
He could have reversed you on there.
On top.
That
Nice, boys.
Top yellow rock.
Try to kill the east fast.
One more car here.
I was the west can push you behind you. We need to push east. Push blue before west comes behind.
Blue rock.
West is different team.
Rotation east. Behind us, Luca.
Just leave him. Leave. Go to them. Can we? Nice. He's moving with the car. I see him. Yellow 3.
Yes, yellow 3, the other guy.
Knock. Navi.
For.
What? Is yellow check free? It is, right?
I don't know.
Knock one of Navi here.
Get a flash. On the right, rock.
Ace.
Go left.
Still inside. I can't. Outside. You are low.
Can you drive to me?
Headshot.
I'm nading it.
Yeah, holding.
I'm holding left side of the rock.
Volleying him.
One on me on the right side. One on the far right on me. Behind my tree somewhere.
I'm going up top.
Knock on yellow. Someone needs to go left.
Yeah.
I'm going left.
Going left.
Inside, different guy.
One twist knock.
I'm waiting.
They're killing the dip team. Let's go peek on them. One knocked on our left.
Yeah, one knocked on each team. Getting shot across over. I'm beamed. Go back. I'm getting knocked.
Bro, we have a really bad zone. Is there anything playable?
Dead. Nice.
Who might die this one? What is it?
Holding back.
Nice.
One guy, my edge. Peek it, Vex. Peek it.
Yeah,
Two guys.
4 times.
2 guys in yellow rock.
Nice.
Rexy, stay alive there. You're a winning
Yeah,
spot.
I'm blasting entering.
Instant Tropic.
Smoke, I think.
Left
side, last guy. Left side somewhere.
I can rest. I'm just resting.
Proning left side, proning left side. I'll give you. Yeah, he's
Prone.
proning. He's proning. Just rest. I can see everything. He's smoking himself right now.
He can be
nading.
Clean comes from start to finish for FaZe Clan as they rack up yet another chicken dinner here on Takeover. Their second on the day as well. Could have been 3 in a row had they bested Twisted Minds in map number 2. And now, Saga, we head on over to Vikendi. Do you think they have it in them? Either FaZe or Twisted Minds, considering the fact that Twisted Minds got a 15-kill win on Vikendi yesterday, to get themselves a win on Vikendi.
So you're asking... basically, is Twisted Minds or FaZe going to win?
You're new in the casting booth. I'm trying to give you like a warm welcome. I'm not like
you're trying to give me the W. Are you sure you don't need one?
How long was the longest kill this tournament so far?
EMEA or something. You got that going for you, I suppose. No, I mean, feel free if you want to claim it for, you know, your fan. They've been getting on your case about the fantasy.
536. It's okay. He's on my fantasy team. At least that's going for him.
Okay, but so do you want to take the dub and say that Twisted Minds is going to win this game? Or?
No, I was giving it to you.
Well, I'll claim it. That's fine.
There you go.
Free one for me.
Then I'll
Thank
take
you very
FaZe.
much.
Then we have like a 98% win chance. So I think that's good.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. As much as it's like we can sit here and be like, oh, biased casters, come on, man. It's literally on the screens in front of you. This is what's happening, is that FaZe and Twisted Minds have decided that EMEA is suddenly a 2-team region and everyone else is just food for the sharks.
They're literally just better as it sits right now. I was doing a micro quick math, and I think them two together have more points than the 4 teams on the hunt combined. I mean, it's they're playing pretty damn solid PUBG right now, and we'll see if they get to continue to do so as we head on over to Vikendi. Straight across the map, this plane path goes, and yeah, I mean, we didn't see a whole lot of commotion in the early game in the previous iterations of this map, so we'd be surprised if we were to see any here either.
Would not be surprised whatsoever. Thankfully, though, no hot drop this time around, and that does mean no Woo picking off 4 free kills in the early phases. Although we have a little bit of a potential tangle between Sarverman and Tropic, but no, Baron Peak is going to back away and take a safer pick at a vehicle. So everyone has a nice, easy start to Vikendi, but it will not stay that way for long.
No, it usually doesn't. What is for sure, though, here as we hover over this nice sign in front of you is that the Na'Vi Battle Gear skins are in the in-game store. It's only there until October 25th, so make sure to head on in and get the PGC 2022 Na'Vi Battle Gear skins for yourselves.
And Tropic on their way to grab them over by Castle. We'd love to see those. And,
Dino Land ending?
They're not going to be loving to see this zone, that's for sure. Coal Mine, our round 2 of GeoGuessr, is going to be in phase 1.
Yep, and also another thing you got to be very swift about. You don't have until the 25th, or you only have until another 49 people ahead if you claim the codes, is the code on screen. Make sure to get it as fast as you possibly can, while this bear makes sure that no one else is stealing his 30 rounds of 7.62.
He's protecting the code.
Oh, that's what
Get
he's
in
doing.
fast. In and out, quick, go!
Who let the two of us cast together? I'm not sure, but...
come on, you dealt with James for...
That is, I feel warmed up at this point. Even Hulk Jesus doesn't
And there
approve.
is James on your screen, back in, 2015? In his long hair phase, there's a picture of that floating around. Looks very much like that picture.
James Lannister, I forgot about him. It's been a while since we've had James Lannister on the broadcast.
We miss you, James.
Do we, though?
Well... Anyway, the Woo has 34 kills so far and just shy of 8,000 damage. Not too bad at all. Not too much of a surprise, really, to see that for the Woo, the vast majority of their points is coming from kills, considering what we saw from them in the previous game, but only 5 placement points. Maybe that is a point of contention that needs to be sorted out.
Very well could be. We'll see if they can get something going here, as they do have quite far, not quite far per se, to rotate to the circle. It's just about a kilometer, but some pretty dangerous teams sat up in front of them. And let's take a look one more time as we hover over foot here at the leaderboard, because outside of the two teams that are currently making their way further and further into the 100-point mark, or past the 100-point mark, I should say, is DA in third, who is the team right now on the cusp of PGC qualification. They would very much like to stay there. But because the two top teams have racked up as many points as they have, one good game from anyone down in, I mean, even Foot in 8th could bounce them into top 3. This is normally something that's doable within the first, like, let's say 5, 6, 7 matches of a tournament. We're over halfway through. This is match number 10. It shouldn't be possible to do this, but because the two top teams drag up the amount of points they do, it still is.
And DA for a long while has been the team that's hovering around that cutoff point. Before we came into this event, before we knew about the Exalt situation, then their position was that it would depend on the results of Question Mark and Na'Vi. But if they were able to secure a top 2, that would be enough to guarantee their slot. May not necessarily be the case here again, but they are currently holding on third place, just 1 point ahead of Question Mark. So if that remains the case, even if it comes down to that close of an engagement between the two, that's huge for DA and should be enough to get them to Bangkok.
Perfect location for a small ridge line there for Metralis to jump out of the vehicle and get into the next. Perfect that they were able to join forces in that one. In the meantime, though, the continued battle is out in the open. Out on the ice we go as Ketpup finds the double. Hewitt and Metralis both gone down. Pacific, once they get their eyes on a fight, once they commit to a fight, regardless of whether it be early, mid, or late game, they will not stop until points have been found or they have fallen. And here, they find 2 on Digital Athletics.
Drifting around like a taxi going around a corner in Stockholm while he grabs those couple of flushes. Nice and easy. The rest of DA, this is the problem. When they make those big early moves, they just run a little bit too close to teams, and their priority is to go past them. They're not ready for a team to pull up alongside them. Ketpa with a double spray out of the vehicle. Massive stuff. And now DA's hold on third place is looking extremely shaky.
See Twisted Minds here trying to group up, or at least kind of narrow the splits down a bit. They were sat quite far apart from one another. Hearing multiple teams now getting in the nearby vicinity. Salvim towards the east. We live again towards the west. Actually kind of in between the Twisted Minds split is, I think, saying to Captain Batulins that, boys, maybe we play a little bit closer to each other so that in case something does happen, in case a team does pull up on us, we can regroup that much faster.
Probably Howl would be the team to pull up on Twisted Minds. Would make a lot of sense. But no, this time, Twisted Minds is not on the dead center, so Howl's not interested. They've gone slightly towards the north of them. Pod Samalet will be the team who have claimed Dino Land and are hoping, alongside Toby, that we get a zone that shifts in towards it. Imagine a Phase 9 inside the volcano. That would be real interesting.
Do you get damage? No, you don't. I was just looking at it now for taking out the bears, because maybe that's what people are doing, just farming bears, so for damage to make it look better. But all it is extincting the already almost extinct polar bears on Vikendi, QQ. Adusi, he doesn't care though. He wants a little bit of extra target practice.
It's either that or the bears will extinct you later on in the game when you have to try and play on those mountainsides. We've seen that a couple of times. We've seen bears running up on people out of blizzards have no warning whatsoever.
You know what? It's actually, this is a personal vendetta. That's what it is, because it was Adusi uploading that clip to Twitter. He has a personal vendetta that is the polar bear, so maybe it's his pet peeve. Every single time he sees a polar bear, he's got to take it out.
He wants it gone.
It's revenge for the loss of a teammate.
To remove them from every game that he's in.
Now it makes so much more sense. Another thing that, well, could potentially make sense is the fact that Entropic and Na'Vi, once again close to one another, they wrap into the majority of circles from around the same area. In the previous game, we saw them in what I still think should have been a fight that would have taken place earlier, but in the end causing the death of both the teams. Or, well, at least almost the death of both teams. Entropic did survive to live a little bit later. But Na'Vi, I mean, now that we have them in the back of the screen there, they, to me, are playing a style that I've never seen Na'Vi play before. They're playing scared. They don't seem to be able to commit to decisions. They have, I mean, fight opportunities in front of them that couldn't really be any better. Entropic fighting bad boys just on the other side of the ridge and up not to go for them. And it's worrying me. It's worrying me quite hard. Another thing that should be worrying me is how Foot is able to find every single solo player on the server and taking casualties early because of it. The reason I'm not worried is Foot is already qualified for PGC. So as frustrating as this is, it's not the worst that could happen.
Yeah, it's a little bit tilting.
It is.
Especially after it's happened 2 games in a row now, but at least the whole team wasn't fully committed into this position. And every time we've heard the comms from Foot Esports, it never seems like the tilt is really affecting them. A lot of the time, there's barely anything being said regardless. So they're a team that should pretty well be able to mentally reset from that kind of thing. And Tropic, though, not the first time they've run into Bad Boys on the side of the hill, and it's Bad Boys pulling up alongside them, and he is in an awful spot.
Yeah, sure is. That nade should find him indeed. It does 160 damage with it too, instantly. And Nail Up spots the people down below as well. O'Connell could potentially be a high-quality off angle a little bit further down, but I think the trees might block some of the vision that he would have wanted here.
Nip in the cave for a little bit of cover as Nail Up pushes around the side. O'Connell, though, that off angle comes up with some quality, but not enough to get the drop on Nail Up.
Oh, nice headshot, body shot followed, but will be traded instantly after that. Nate did not make it over the top and screams. Does 14 damage to himself. They have still yet to deal with O'Connell on the other side of things. And now Lugaruk's actually driving straight in between that little 2-man split that Bad Boys have, but it's all a bait. As the shots comes over the top, Lugaruk's will find him in the end. And now O'Connell, solo player left alive for Bad Boys here. Not too much for him to do. Has a vehicle, might as well use it to get the hell out of here.
Commitment from Entropic onto the fight. They want every point they can get out of this. Bad Boys managed to slip away with a couple alive in the previous matchup, but now those 3 points that they've picked up has pushed them all the way up into 10th place. That's how quickly just a couple of extra points can manipulate your position in the leaderboards, from alongside Wu to just pushing up, chasing behind Foot.
Exactly. Entropic coming into the finals here, sat in 11th place on the PGC point list. It's only top 7 that are going to make their way through, and they have a bit of a jump to reach that top 7. So finishing sub 8th place would not be optimal by any stretch of the imagination. Here, though, O'Connell chose the wrong day to wear a pink outfit or purple outfit as he's trying to go full camouflage with the bush, but maybe the Aurora Borealis, whatever you'll call it, comes around and keeps him covered.
Yeah, the shininess just blends in with the absolute flashbang that is a lot of the general terrain on Vikendi, the pure white. Maybe he's got the brightness turned a little bit too high. But Entropic, again, they're one of the teams that's in a very similar position where if they got a 2nd place finish, it would give them a good chance of qualifying, but it would still not guarantee it. It would still be dependent on other teams' results. So if they want a chance to get to Bangkok, they really have to step on the gas.
Sure do. Sure do. And speaking thereof, Savim, full speed forward, they go in very Savim-like fashion towards the circle center. Boop, there's a rock. Boop, there's a flip. Nope, not gonna happen. CC, full control through the snow he goes. And here comes Twisted Minds flying up and above all of the action in front of them. And look at, I mean, if they go coal mine here, which they are actually doing, perfect play. Look at how many teams are in front of them, how much they would have to battle their way through. Now, they go on the opposite end of the circle. No one's up here. Vehicles should still be here for them to take, and they can play it slow from the northwest side.
Getting all the way in for a complete wraparound directly through the middle just makes a whole lot of sense for Twisted Minds playing out from that position. It's what Question Mark did on a Wrangle not too long ago when they saw teams being picked up ahead of them. And all those teams that are pushing in towards the middle are pushing in towards a frozen lake with very little in terms of cover. These little cracks in the ice is really all that remains for a lot of these teams. But Pacific, for now, will be happy with what they've got.
Some might call this a bit of a ice world kind of area. This is where we start talking and laughing, preferably. About,
Good one, Toby.
Thank you. I knew it was a great idea having you cast with me. Yes, that's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Yep, that's... Wait. Oh, yeah, you're only like 19, so I get you maybe. Yep. In any case, Ascent trying to slowly creep their way further forward. Chris is up high, peeking into the opens towards the east, but now also crucially spotting Exalt starting to rotate in behind them. Brexco is going to see Art get up close, and Foot are actually kind of forcing Exalt to stay up here too. See Brexco, bolt action in hand, not really optimal when trying to take people out of vehicles.
Finally managed to set his alarm clock, so he was on time for the lobby.
Yes.
He's on time for the rotate as well because the alarm bells were once again ringing as Exalt were making a move up towards the west in his direction alongside Killy. They're now going to have to back up the hill, back towards where the rest of the squad are on the southwestern side of Coal Mine.
Yeah, not the worst place to have to go, though. We'll see if the next circle in any way, shape, or form includes the northwest side. And even if not, they're going to have a great overview of the ice fields down below. The frozen lake up here towards the northwest of the map, an area we have yet to really explore in competitive PUBG, at least in terms of official matches here. So always fun that we get a new iteration of the map and we get to explore it with all of you guys out there in the chat.
Exalt putting the X in explore themselves. They tried to make their way up the western side of Coal Mine. Thank you for the air drums. Didn't make the sound effects, so people on stream wouldn't have caught it, but I got it. Thank you very much, Toby. Appreciate the support on the terrible jokes. I would actually love to see Ascend, if this does end up going back towards the southeast, or maybe even just directly over the river, they could take that gondola, as you love to call it, and just parachute directly out of it on top of FaZe Clan. That would be a budget emergency pickup if you've ever seen one.
I suppose so, and if there's a team to do it, Ascend does like those emergency pickups. We'll see, though, if they get to use them or not. Seems like they have no clue that Exalt actually opted to set up shop right around them. And now Brax go tag one, tags twice. We'll be able to get away from this one, at least for now. But this is, or should at least be, Ascend on all kinds of alert position.
Just got to check all the angles right now because they were trying to make a move, but their backline is where the threat is coming from. And it's very difficult to move into a position when you know there's a threat behind you, because wherever you pull up, you're just going to get shot in the back.
Yep, it's going to be difficult. And honestly, for HAL and Pacific right now, this is best case scenario. The teams that are up high, the teams that can see you from afar, are busy kind of dealing with each other. So if you want to take this fight, it has to be now. Issue is HAL is down to 2, so it really ain't all that much up to them to decide how or when the fight is taking place.
Howl just getting flashbacks to every game we've had so far this weekend where they pull up somewhere in a dip and immediately 17 grenades fly in their direction. But this time, Pacific, it's very difficult to land them over the top of the cracks in the ice. So to get some big damage in, they did manage to take one singular player of Howl down for themselves, but Schofield will continue surviving.
Yep, sure will. Sure will, at least for a little while longer, as this one, again, has centered up on this ice lake. Pod Samulet is down towards the southwest side, and they're trying to keep out FUT Esports. FUT Esports, as we saw in the early game, did lose Vart, so down to 3, as they try to find somewhere to approach on through. But right now, I mean, because we keep centering up here, it's just slow encroachments, and no one really forced to take fights. But of course now, with Exalt being this close, it's gonna have to happen. Chris, able to find Fade early.
Yeah, Exalt trying to pick up the pace, but it's directly into the trap. Chris on the side with the early spray with the barrel that close. It's going to shred, of course it is. Molodok, though, looking for an off-angle, spots Mika on the low ground.
Oh, Mustboard only with a vehicle for cover. Not the optimal position to be in, especially not with the entirety of Twisted Minds now shooting at you as well. Does Prex go see him just exactly? Can't get the angle. Spots Ardo at the top, though. Can't quite find the shot. Won't get a second chance to go forward either. As now Mustboard opted to run further up the hillside.
Oh, the little branches of that tree blocking just enough vision for Brex to be unsure whether or not he's still there by that vehicle. He has repositioned, he has pushed forwards, but Brex does finally land a tag onto Molodok. A headshot wouldn't have been enough in the first place on the level 3 helmet, but now the blue zone's ticking him down as well.
Yep, this is not optimal for either of these two teams. It's simply taking too long. FUT is being allowed to reposition. Twisted Minds is coming in. Even the Blizzard has come around to say hello, to making matters even worse.
If anything else wants to add to the chaotic vibes of Killy up top with the G36 onto Arctics. Not often we see that thing in use, but Mossboard is there to trade it out with a much more common weapon of the barrel.
Yeah, 1 player down, 2 players down, vision down, nothing for you to do under full control outside of 10 meters here. Literally can't see a thing. The damage is taking through both the blue damage and the Blizzard, sorry. As now Ascent just gonna call it quits. Mika, Chris, trying to get out of here alive.
They're going for the dips one way or another. Didn't manage to drop in down towards it, but FaZe Clan is slightly further ahead. They've got some sort of visual cover, some solid cover for themselves, just a little bit further in towards the center of the river, while FUT Esports going to have to leave empty-handed as they were trying to wrap around, look for a third-party opportunity onto this Exalt Ascend engagement. But the Blizzard just completely cut off their angles, and now they're going to be the last team stranded on foot coming down from that mountainside.
And we can now confirm that the land ratio does care whether the water is frozen or not, as Phase 4 has sent it once again in and around this river. As
they're doing it!
The ski lift being put to full use. Let's see if somehow Fade and Moldog, actually it's only Fade up here, can get out of this position and ride home to tell about it.
Is he going to go for the shack where Lukaruk's just got knocked? He's going to drop down on top of this shack and find the freest kill he's ever seen. Because the rest of Entropic are on their way in. And Evas just got held up by his own vehicle exploding again.
Again, because the edges were quiet earlier, they're now forced to take these fights in very uncomfortable positions. That's why you're seeing multiple, near half the server, fighting one another right now. Phil first around the side, he goes, finds the remaining 2 from DA. That's going to give them a little more space to maneuver up north, for they have the entirety of Twisted Minds to deal with in just a short moment. Na'Vi as well, towards the southern side, split wide apart. Wu on one side, William again in front of them, and now put Samuel towards their west. Na'Vi again, a team that's usually so good in these up-close fights, knowing exactly where they have each other, seems all kinds of lost here in the tundra.
They tried their best to push into the compound of We Live again, but the pressure coming in from the eastern side of Wu, just too much. And now as they try and disengage and wrap to the west, they've got Pod Samuel ahead of them. This could be a big grenade though. Pacific didn't quite land them earlier on as Howl pulled up in this dip, but they get to try again and hone in the precision as Schiller gets taken down.
Yep, always smart to throw a couple of blue zone nades over the board first, just force them into the area that you want them to, and then just pepper that with nades. Somehow though, Odin and Baron Peak has been able to dodge and weave and avoid all of that, but the push is still coming through now though. As I say, they are backing off to some extent because they see Mexi, they see Entropic started to make a play out in the open.
And the Wu as well on the hilltop behind them, all having to come in from the blue zone and expose pretty much themselves to the entire zone. That is not the ideal position for players like Ibi to find themselves. Those little ridges just facing the wrong way.
Moldog is prone on the gondola with a Panzerfaust in hand. I'm really, really excited to see what can happen with that. So we'll keep that in the pip in the bottom right corner while all the action unfolds out in the middle of the open. Circle swings somewhat south, not full there on, but somewhat south. Phase still going to be in on the northern side, but so many teams still far away from this next circle. Oh my lord, nail up! Look at Rooks, do you see him? Did you hear the parachute at least? He might have, but Moldog knows exactly where he has 2 on the other side. He's going to go for the shot before he's taken down. Shot comes through. No knock found.
Little too far. I mean, he spotted it on the way down. Didn't quite get to pull up on the ridge that he wanted to, and Hakatori from down south, bam, Exalta gone.
I mean, Moldog might just have sold Fate there, because he was just chilling, and then as he runs over, it's like, well, buddy, hello, and then they're both gone down. So that's 2 players out. That's Exalt yet again struggling to find any sort of success here in the grand finals.
Pacific and Sarvam are going to struggle to find any angles towards each other now. Not only is the cracks in the ice a bit of a maze, a bit of a labyrinth to try and fight within, but the Blizzard has not made it any easier for either of them. Question Mark have to find a way past Twisted Minds, and that is not going to be easy.
You say the Blizzard hasn't made things any easier. The reason they couldn't push earlier was because everyone could see them. Now, well, while I know that you can see into the Blizzard, it's not full on. So maybe, just maybe, this is what Pacific needed in order to make an aggressive play forward.
And it worked out for Question Mark as well. It said it's going to be difficult for them to go past Twisted Minds, but they use the opportunity as the teams to their east have no vision of them whatsoever to make ascend. Dante with a bit of a skid, but he pulls up nicely into dips of his own.
Yep, it's going to be hard to transition through here. See example 4. I'm not sure if it disconnected earlier. He has been standing still for quite a while. So we'll hope that he can get back into the next 2 games, if that was the case. In the meanwhile, Elliot will try and claim as many points as he can as a solo.
And now finally, the push has come through. Pacific have opted to disengage from the fight in the Blizzard. They've gone directly into Question Mark, and there's no question about it. They are the team to get wiped out. Pacific, a very successful push, but there's another one coming in that's likely to be just as, if not even more so. Twisted Minds, full sending it, but Tulins just splatters Voldemort before he can get the res.
Runs him over, takes him out, but still a good game for Pacific. 8 kills in this match is something to be very satisfied with. Down towards the south, Na'Vi is taken out in 11th, and now for Phase, they don't have to go there just yet, but they would really want to make some more space for themselves. They have Ascend on one side, they now have Twisted Minds on the other. How do you deal with all the pressure here? Chris seen as he transitions on through. Correxy goes to the peak, but Mika finds him.
People getting baited by driving cars again and again so far today, but Mika pulls up helmetless. Gustav just needs to land a headshot as Corexy is grabbing the revive.
Yeah. Blizzard slowly creeping on in here as well. You can see they spotted at a distance now. 8C and T-Bone trying to somehow make their way further forward. In the qualifiers, it was as if PUBG Esports was stronger when they were only 2 alive, but I feel like T-Bone and 8C here really has the work cut out for them.
Oh, Nixie. Oh, Nixie. He had no idea. I don't think they even realized that Bad Boys were even still in this game. Definitely did not expect that in the Blizzard.
3-2-1 Blizzard gone. O'Connell, get away from there. You know how open you can be when all of a sudden that fades, and indeed he was. Fuzzface able to find him, but not before he takes down one of his own.
What kind of vision Ibby had through the ridges there, but he spotted out Odamavisi, got some damage in as the underhand grenade will be enough to get that final bit of chip damage down onto Fuzz. Baron Peak looking for him around the side with the Dragunov.
I know all this battling is taking place, but there is 25 alive. There's 8 players inside the circle. That is the entirety of FaZe and Twisted Minds. The only 8 players inside this next circle, and they are going to have a party taking out whatever is going to be left of the people on the southern shore here.
Thanks again for handing that.
We won!
Yeah, thanks again for handing the free dub over. It was very gracious of you.
Well, that does require that Twisted Minds wins this game.
They'll be fine, I'm sure. As long as they've still got some grenades and there's plenty of bodies still in those dips for them to pick them off. Yeah, well, there you go. Spyro has 6. So I reckon we're in a pretty decent spot to come out ahead on this. We Live Again, quite the opposite. They are one of the furthest teams away. And with so many teams actually making use of the cable cars just to rotate into a position on the zone. And there's very limited options, but it's directly in front of We Live Again. And that makes it so much harder.
It's southern shoreline or death for these teams. And right now, that's what they're fighting for. A top 3 could be guaranteed should they be able to survive down here to the southern side, but still 9 teams alive. So many solos, so many teams having taken casualties that are still alive in this match. Ooh.
That's a big nade. Too big. Didn't bounce the way it was required to have done for Sarvam to be taken out. So they will survive into the placement points, just barely ahead of the Woo.
See, in the meantime, 8foot as well. I mean, they're just chilling, watching all these players on the southern side who might, or some of whom might be in, but all sitting way closer to one another than where Foot are currently positioned. We Live Again now, full on pulling up on Entropic's compound, trying to peek out. Hello, my bad, finds the first one. Nail up inside, goes for it, can't quite find it initially, goes for the flush instead. Might as well get the secure points, but there's all kinds of chaos unfolding, and somehow Nail Up is still alive!
Well, not for any longer. Chris with a blue zone grenade out of nowhere. Sneaks his way forward. Both teams wiped out. We Live Again. Not anymore, you don't.
Not anymore, you didn't. What a chaotic end to that one there. Chris will fall in the end, but 2 more placements found and a couple of kills with it too. Not going to be too upset with that. And now again, I mean, PUBG Esports just sat here saying, please, Southwest Circle, wherever you are, come to us now.
As long as they're not on the Southeast, they'll be okay with it, because it pretty much guarantees they get a top 4. Maybe this folded shield is going to be the MVP for a while, because it just blocks all the angles that Pod Samolet would otherwise have, and maybe forces their attention on towards Sarvam as Baron Peak just about gets out of the blue zone in time. Doesn't get a hand on the revive though, so he will be alone from now on.
To quote James quoting someone else, sometimes circle go away, sometimes circle go to you.
Sometimes it may be good.
And today, circles, they go to FaZe. Once again, get it right on top of the compound, out in the middle of the open.
Big knock, though, from Hakatori. FaZe Clan are not going to take the bait and commit to making a push across the open to start bombarding Twisted Minds in this position. And even if they were considering it, Perfectix with a headshot onto James is going to make them reconsider and think otherwise.
They get the knock, they want to push on forward. That's the blue zone nade lopped on over multiple pieces of utility in their heads. Now you just see both blue zone nades and frag grenades being pushed on forward. Good thing is, James has been picked up, and here, I mean, with the amount of utility they're using, you have to imagine they make an aggressive play off of it.
It's so isolated now. We've got the 4v4 of FaZe versus Twisted Minds, and Gustav contributing heavily for FaZe.
Yep, let's see now. On the other side of things, as Pot Samuel is trying to stay alive, multiple teams down here, but no swing back over towards FaZe Clan. Vex has been down. James has just been picked back up, so they have the numbers advantage. Spiro seen out in the open and taken down, but that could have easily gone wrong.
Almost. Oh, T-Bone! Oh, what just happened there? That is insane. Smacks into the car. He's taken out, but they make the top 4 regardless.
They do. FaZe looking for yet another. It would be a back-to-back in what could have been 4 today. A win, a second, a win, and a win. Should they be able to bring this one home? People talk about FaZe Sunday. FaZe Saturday has come around.
Well, so it seems for the time being, as they definitely got the better hand up against Twisted Minds in what was an isolated 4v4, but now all the teams towards the south running out of options, running out of space to work with. 8C just has to hit the deck and hope that these shots from Batulins don't land.
Yeah, I think this is him proning and saying, PUBG Emerald, could you please die before me somehow? But I think it's not going to happen. Nope, indeed it won't. 8C denying the points here. No reason to skip them over. The Goliaths already do just fine on their own.
Now, there was a point in the previous game where we were listening to the FaZe team comms towards the end game, 4v4v2, and they said, oh, I think we might die in this next zone. There's absolutely nothing for us to play. Totally the opposite now. They are the team who has all the cards in the deck, and everyone else is scrambling.
Yep, full-on focus here towards Twisted Minds. They know that Pin is on the other side, but right now not trying to deal with them too well. As a matter of fact, Pin is helping out. FaZe, of course, Pin right now is just wanting anything he can get. A few extra points here would be huge for PUBG Emerald, who's already sat pretty decently on the leaderboards. Lou falling down. Batulins, though, using the smokes to his advantage, committing to the rest. Vex peeks on over. That's one down with the nade. And just 2 left alive. And FaZe looking for the 3rd win on the day. And there you have it. FaZe with the double nades coming on through. FaZe Clan has just gotten themselves their 5th win in 10 matches. This is absolutely insane.
Those numbers don't make any sense, Toby.
Really doesn't.
I'm not a statistician, I'm not a mathematician, but...
And Twisted Minds got 2nd place.
Yeah. That is a lot of points. Thank you, Martin, for the analysis. We'll hopefully get some more of that shortly, but wow. I mean, we knew it was going to be one of them coming into this, but both of them, again, top 2, it's just stupid at this point.
I'm at a loss for words, so therefore, let's just hop over to the desk.
I'll help you a little bit. Yeah, we've had 4 games today. 3 of them have been won by FaZe. 1 of them has been won by Twisted Minds. Who else is in this lobby and who actually cares, because they're clearly not showing up?
I think, yeah, this is... It doesn't matter what the circle is. It doesn't matter what the map is. It doesn't matter what the rotations look like or if they have to travel in. These guys are absolutely popping off. Today is, so far, genuinely about who can pick up the most points consistently in 3rd place. That is straight up what today feels like.
Yeah, as the boys said during the cast, what is FaZe Sunday? It's FaZe Weekend, that's what it is. Let's see how they're obviously going to be doing for tomorrow, but it's really impressive how well they've been able to do. But I gotta say, the amount of good compounds they're able to pick up and defend and get kills out of is just crazy. That is just something out of this world here. You saw them take. You see it here again in Vikendi, and they're just able to get into the occupy multiple compounds, and then they're like, okay, this is the right decision to try to play out of this one, and they make it work, and they win games from there. So it's really good to see.
So
20 points.
Let me rephrase this, because they've now won on every single map. How do you stop FaZe?
The World Tour.
You're Twisted Minds, and you put them into 2nd place all the time, so that you only
how do you
beat them
stop Twisted Minds? How do you stop FaZe and Twisted Minds? Come on, boys. What are these other teams got to do?
We need some like Western tip military circles, and even then
we need harder circles. Yeah,
I think they'll probably win those too. If you took a screenshot at the end of Phase 3, every game we played so far in the Grand Finals, it's like FaZe and Twisted Minds just have this knack of getting these great positions. It's no coincidence.
That's not a knack. That's skill and practice. But here we go. This is what the leaderboard looks like.
Boom.
Holy.
60 points. It's almost double points.
I mean, not
from
even
2nd place down to 3rd. It's crazy.
This is insane. They've just run away with it. So,
yeah.
I mean,
it's insane.
I have no words for this. Everyone else is royally screwed.
So I think at one point we're gonna have to be like, okay, Twisted Minds and FaZe Clan, yeah, you won another game. Let's look at 2nd, or 3rd, 4th, and 5th place, because that's kind of matters. But yeah, it's crazy. I gotta say that this is just out of this world. 58 placement points in 10 games. That is an average of just shy of 2nd place every game. That is crazy.
Can I just make it worse?
Yeah, do it.
Yesterday we had 2 Miramars.
Right.
There were 2 teams that won. Guess who they were?
Right, yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, is that going to happen? This is just... Is there anyone else in this tournament?
No, I mean, it's good. It's like these teams were already into the PGC during their before the points that they're getting from this tournament, right? So they're denying the direct invite, and they're taking a lot of points. So now everyone else, they have to fight. It's unfortunate for, you know, a lot of the teams, 10-ish teams, that they had to win the event to go to PGC.
Exactly.
That's kind of sad. I would love to see the underdog story, you know, oh my God, these guys are great. We haven't seen them play at this level before, and then they go out and win the whole thing. But yeah, FaZe Clan and Twisted Minds, they're just on a different level. And I'm really, like, watching this, I am super excited what these guys are going to be able to do at PGC, because that's another level that they're going to be able to play at for sure.
Because we talk so much about Twisted Minds and FaZe, we thought we should give some of the other teams some focus, so we put Nailip on the catwalk, and this is what happened.
Okay, it's Nailip from Entropic, and this is my favorite skins. First out is PCS6 Mini, and I love it because it reminds me of the PCS6, our greatest achievement as a team. Second skin is PGC 2022 Tech Jacket, and I love it because it reminds me of the last game of the PGC 2022 Grand Survival, how we qualified for the Grand Finals. That was probably one of the best feelings in my life. Third favorite skin is PGI Title Wraps, basically just like a kinda old school skin, and there is no better skins for gloves.
I had so many comments about that, but we're just going to skip on right ahead to Miramar.
I'm happy we were muted for that part.
There we go. What is happening now? When we move to Miramar, how does this play out?
Tego and Vikendi were supposed to be, hey, let's chuck a couple of dice into the air and see what happens. Unfortunately, everything's landed heads. I think we're going to see more of the same on Miramar, unless we have a big contender right now.
My favorite part about this is that Jaroslav's always the one. I can literally be like, look at this team with 0 points, and he'll be like, well, they just need one big game. Now he's like,
that's no longer the case for some.
You've just given up. Now you're at the point where you're like, well, listen, Twisted Minds and FaZe are running away with this, and I have no more hope left.
Would you bet? Would you bet everything on something else happening right now, going into Miramar? Because I don't think I would.
Welcome to my side of the table. I've been saying this forever. Just be a realist.
The next thing is going to be, guys, all right, who gets the most points that is not FaZe Clan and Twisted Minds in this game?
Oh, I mean, there we go. That's the question for you.
Yeah, sure. Question mark.
Question mark, but Entropic could do it.
Yeah, you get
they've been steadily improving throughout today.
Yeah, you get two answers.
You gave him hope. You gave him hope.
I feel like we need the hope.
Jaroslav, I liked you when you were broken and sad.
Oh, wow.
We're halfway through. It's absolute chaos. There's 2 games left, and there's a very good chance FaZe and Twisted Minds are going to win them both. Let's find out after this.
I'm nading. Keep going out.
I'm holding.
Rock on me. Green. One guy stop.
Well, he's shooting me. On the rock. No, last one, last.
Cars coming close to us, Vex. Coming towards us.
Yeah.
Crash. No.
Turning.
Is he down?
Yeah, no, he's not in. He's behind the shack. He hasn't run in. Knocked.
Nice.
Nice. 1 HP. I'm nading it once.
He's right side.
I'm not gonna use
another guy just landed on green, by the way.
He's dead.
BLA could be on our right here, tip. Car from Alpha.
He's the guy on me.
Cars.
Knocked him outside.
Might be getting crashed now. They're getting crashed, I think.
Yeah. PCF.
That's 100%. Nice. PCF and QM.
Exactly, still there, still on the marker. I'm giving info. He's still there.
Change my brightness.
Exactly right there. He's standing up. He stood up on the edge.
I'm sitting still.
Steps.
They're gonna pull up on us. I'm holding outside check. Flashing.
Two guys. One knocked.
One active. One active.
Last outside.
All dead.
You're dead. Good job.
Holy.
I'm stunning.
Low shot.
One is knocked one. People pulled up on a hill on green. Yeah. One is knocked one. People pulled up on a hill on green. Yeah. Can be anywhere. Button.
Still on the...
Like on my nade.
I'm holding Twistin.
One left. Nice.
Nice. I'm pushing
He's gonna
Twistin
deny.
for kill.
He's gonna deny. Yeah, go for kill. Don't let them deny.
Running in.
I didn't actually notice during the cast how clutch that nade from Fex was, because as James correctly stated, they're gonna deny, go for the kills. He gets the nade in when Lewis already knocked, and Batulins is on one tick left before he falls. So 2 extra points to rag up, just to, you know, it's just the crisp on top of an already very, very good looking cake. It's, I don't think there's room for any more glaze on top of this thing. It's getting out of hand. We're seeing 2 of the most dominant performances in the same lobby in the EMEA that we've seen, I want to say, almost in years.
Yeah, it really is coming. I mean, when they say don't let him deny, get that 1 extra point, there's only 1 point between them right now in the standings. And again, as much as FaZe Clan getting a 2nd place would be enough for them to qualify, qualifying with a 1st place seed is just that little bit tasty.
Yeah, it sure is. It sure is. And also, now that we head over to Miramar, of course, we go back to the same old question. I won the previous one, so Saga, who's going to win this next game?
We live again. Wildcard, haha.
I'm just going to go with Twisted Minds.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
Yeah. We'll see if that's going to be the case or not as we take a look at the leaderboards. And just once again, to anyone who hasn't paid attention and think there's a bug, no, we did not add a decimal extra by mistake to FaZe or Twisted Minds or accidentally double their scores. They are just that far ahead. It is looking absolutely insane. If we change some of the team names here, some might think this was an NA leaderboard, but no, this has come to EMEA. We have 2 teams that right now are just that much better than anyone else on the server.
Exalt's total points across 10 games is lower than both Twisted Minds and FaZe Clan's average points across 10 games. Insane, but that just makes everything, regardless of which one of those wins, then that makes the PGC points position that much more interesting because it opens the doors for teams below them.
Now, if we for a moment just ignore 1st and 2nd place, what is the biggest surprise to you on this leaderboard? I have one that steps out to me, but I want to hear from you first.
I actually think Digital Athletics being up this high in close contention with question mark, while maybe it's not necessarily a surprise when you look at the history of the team, the way that they play the game, it's very similar to what Howl do, but for DA, for some reason, it just works. But for Howl, they're getting absolutely dumpstered. So looking at the way that they're playing, the fact that it's so close to the top is really interesting.
I mean, you said it. There's only room for that one team in the middle when they're going for the same spots every time. And if they keep fighting and DA keeps coming out on top, that's just how it's going to be for me. 13th place. I know we've been tough on them, but our previous world champions, Na'Vi. And I know they changed the roster, and I was worried coming into the PEC upper bracket, but then Ferris joins. Things look good, look dominant. Even he himself comes out and has a really good performance. I think, okay, I mean, sometimes there's a whole honeymoon period and all, but I mean, we can't kind of celebrate too soon, and sure we can't, because now we have a Na'Vi who not only on the leaderboard doesn't look too strong, but on this server, I mean, just the way they're playing right now, they just seem, as I said during the previous game, kind of lost.
I think back about 6 months to PEC Spring, Na'Vi's day 1 was disastrous. They got something like 8 points on day number 1. And we were having very similar conversations to this. We were saying, Na'Vi, this isn't good enough. They're a team that global championship in the previous year. They've got to step it up. And they did. It wasn't obviously enough to catch up with the likes of Howl, who ended up winning the entire event. But they managed to drag themselves back up into about a 5th place by the end of the event when all said and done. So they definitely still have it in them.
Yeah.
It's just we haven't really seen the signs just yet because everything is being overshadowed by those at the top.
It really is. Let's see the amount of vehicles destroyed so far. I'm not sure if it tracks the amount of vehicles destroyed by mortars too, but there you had it. It was there and then it was gone, and there was a lot of vehicles destroyed.
If only there was a way to track how many of those vehicle destroyers got a kill. Because
Probably
either way, the numbers wouldn't look that much different. But holy moly, that is a man with a lot of damage on the board.
It's FaZe and Twisted Minds in the top of this? I can't. Wow, how? Perfectix is currently set almost 1,000 damage ahead of the second guy in Gustav. That is absolutely insane. Considering how far ahead both these two teams are, the fact that you're in between those two can still have one guy just be that far beyond the rest is mind-blowing.
You know the difference? Take away Perfectix's grenade damage and they're probably about the same.
Most likely.
It will easily be over 1,000 by this point. It was 950 coming into the previous game. Honestly insane.
I think this set here, though, is an important one to mention, too, because it's not all just the dance on roses for the likes of FaZe and Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds get these points by actively going out and take fights. Lou, there's a reason he's in the first place. 4res is right behind them. Yes, you have Dante, but then it's Perfectix, Gustav, and Correxi. They're all so good at making sure to keep all 4 alive. Never lose track of where your teammates are in a fight. Keep one close enough that in case something goes wrong, you can reset, you can go over, you can get the rest. They're so good at understanding the importance of this and keeping their cool in hectic situations. We hear it in the team comms from FaZe as well. Never do they ever talk over each other. No. Never do you hear the same comm being said twice because they know, I only have to say it once, the entire team knows what's going on. It's so important to be so in sync if you want to be at the top, and I think that's a big part of what's separating these two teams right now from everyone else.
Yeah, it's when the team play becomes not something that you have to work on, but when it becomes second nature, that is really the big benefit of keeping a roster around for that long. And Twisted Minds, I don't think there's anyone who can contest the length of time that they've been playing as a format.
And that's one of the things that scare me and should probably scare the rest of EMEA from FaZe Clan right now as well, because yes, as you say, we have had this iteration or this roster from Twisted Minds for a very long time, but while the roster is newer on the side of FaZe, their role distribution on the team is very new. It's only a tournament and a half old since Gustav changed from being IGL to being kind of the flank support player, and now having James in the IGL role, and they just seem sure they had to, you know, get it going in the beginning, figure out how exactly we're going to do this. But I mean, you can't question whether or not they've figured it out right now. It looks almost flawless.
Very, very close to it. I think the only flaw in FaZe Clan's plan is the fact that Twisted Minds exists. That's not really anything that's their fault unless they target them directly at the start of every game.
I mean, the fact that you kind of won half the games that we've played in the tournament so far and still be in second place, I think is pretty mind-blowing.
You know what else is mind-blowing, Toby?
You get your We Live Again, not necessarily win, but at least the game is trying to help you out.
It's some sort of W. It's something for somebody.
The game is trying to help you out. But then again, Twisted Minds is also in this circle and they're on the edge, which is where they like to be. So, you know, it's far from done. It's far from done. But again, you know, I mean, we talk about Twisted Minds, we talk about FaZe so much. I feel like we're just completely ignoring the fact that there are 14 other teams on the server. And in all fairness, Twisted Minds and FaZe are giving us good reasons to ignore that. But let's try and focus on some of the other guys too. DA right now, the team on the cusp in PGC points, currently set in 4th. And despite them getting a win yesterday, I feel like what we've seen from DA has been, as you said, just chaos fight on chaos fight on chaos fight. But looking back at it over the course of all the matches we've had today, or today and yesterday, they have been the ones to come out on top. Yes, it's been ugly. Yes, they've taken casualties, but they have been the ones to survive.
The big problem that DA continues to have is losing players on rotations, because when they are able to keep them alive and find a position that they're comfortable playing from, they do look like solid contenders, but getting there is an issue. But as it currently stands with their position in the standings, if they're able to overtake QM, they could potentially be looking to take away that guaranteed MEA slot from Howl.
Another team who is doing their very best to try and climb this leaderboard to potentially get themselves a spot at PGC is Entropic, of course. A team who also, again, not super recently, but changed out QBE for Mexi. they had their share of success with this new roster. The majority of that success actually coming on Miramar. One game that I think back to is, I believe, Mexi and Nail working together just instantly dismantle Na'Vi just west of El Azhar. So they definitely have it in them to come out victorious. I just think right now, when you have a Twisted Minds that is playing as best as they can, when you have a FaZe that have gone from playing not center heavy, but now more edge spread out heavy, there is just so little room left for the other teams that are trying to play edge. And for the most part, Entropic is getting caught up in the entanglement that is them, Na'Vi, Bad Boys as well. All of the teams, the three of them, when they're sat next to each other, usually on the southeast side of circles, they'll run into each other, they'll fight, it'll be ugly as well, not clean fights, they'll all be taking casualties. And when you then run into the later fights, you go into a strong Twisted Minds that is just waiting for a third-party opportunity, you just don't survive that. So for Entropic, maybe just get off the edge.
Yeah, I'm glad that you went through not only the phase of Entropic being very strong on Miramar, but also a lot of the shortcomings, because in yesterday's matches, while they have been strong in the past, 1 point across both of our Miramar games, which we opened day number 1 with, so maybe momentum builds into it, maybe they weren't quite warmed up, maybe, you know, there was some other kind of factor, maybe they'd just woken up like Brex probably did, like 10 minutes before the game started, but now they really have no excuses.
I found the nerve to Twisted Minds, and I think the game has to. How about if we just keep a Sandstorm on top of them for the entire game?
Right.
Just have it follow Spiro and the rest of the boys, and maybe, just maybe, that'll allow for the rest of them to get something going.
I like that as an idea.
Yeah.
It might make it a little more difficult for them to farm teams that are just making full send rotations into their position. But thankfully, Howl has opted to go south in and around Chumacera. Question mark, all the way as far east as you could possibly go, unless you're dropping on the islands, are taking a very early emergency parachute. They're going to get into the zone probably about 6 or 7 minutes. And hopefully by then, they'll have a good idea of what's free.
We Live Again, who had everything to pick and choose from early on as the circle popped on the western side, have opted to actually full-on give up on Montenuevo proper and play down towards the south. A little bit of a gamble and saying that if this one goes south, we're going to be in a good position, which indeed they will be. But should it swing north, they might as well have come into the circle late because they will not be in the best position. Well, let's see as the circle starts closing on in. Everyone's making their move. There's still plenty of space up on the northern side of the circle here. But of course, you still have Pod, we have Exalt, we have FaZe, we have PUBG Esports as well, making their direction, or making their way towards this northern side.
I love the way that even when no one's around to shoot them, Howl finds a way to get knocked on rotation. Somehow they'll make it work, but they do manage to at least get the res and stay S4 alive, which is probably going to be the first time in what feels like all weekend for them to have done so. Whether or not they'll keep it that way beyond phase 1, as Entropic is starting to creep around that sort of area as well. And we are seeing quite a fair amount of shots being exchanged all across the map. Pacific getting into a loose engagement with Ascend on the far western side as they make their wrap up from Val Del Mar.
FaZe rotating north on this one. I'm seeing Foot drive further north than them and thinking, oh no, Foot, if you just for one game could avoid getting backstabbed in the early game, let it be this match. Let it be this game here, but I'm seeing FaZe nearby, remembering the Twitch title of James earlier in the day, and while Foot is already in, I think their mental is still at a point of frustration in how many times they've just not been able to get a decent start to a game.
And again, it all comes with that big caveat of the fact that Foot doesn't really have to worry too much about anything PGC related. Bad Boys, they might have to worry a little bit as the Wu are doing some shenanigans of their own and potentially setting up for a late camp out of the eastern teams.
Is it a camp or is it them waiting for an emergency pickup? I'm not quite sure, but they aren't attached to anything. They're kind of sitting around and they must definitely have heard the vehicles coming in from Bad Boys now. As we see here Entropic trying to scout forward, and here they are. No, there's no one sitting on emergency pickups anywhere. It's just them sitting, waiting. Bad Boys, you're in for a surprise.
Explicit, might have said an explicit word or two when they heard these shots ringing out, but Bad Boys have actually, for the most part, managed to get past the pull-up. It's just Explicit and potentially Screams with a bit of an off angle from the east that might be able to be caught out by this.
Exactly, and it's Screams who has to make a massive play here. They haven't seen him yet. Now he's starting to shoot. Now EB is being tagged and he's been found. This is huge. It's going to allow for Explicit to push up from down below. Very, very crucial not coming through here for Screams. Wu did it twice in the previous game, setting up these camps. This time around, it's not working out the way they wanted it to.
It's very important that he knocked the point man as well for Wu. If he did get a knock further onto the back line, that still means that Explicit wouldn't have been able to be peeking up mobile over that ridge and trying to contribute. Now Bad Boy's pulled up on a position where he can get some long-range shots and cover on the rest of the boys as well. Explicit now getting active, almost taking down Diffex, but not quite enough.
Yeah, also trying to reposition. Hopefully for him, he has Bad Boy and O'Connell over the top. O'Connell's trying to find an off angle. You can see trying to wrap up the ridge line there, but it's taking time. Time that his teammates down below doesn't really have. Now though, he opts to go for the vehicle instead. Full-on wraparound. Try to pin Wu down on this roadside. If you can get up high, if you can get the better angle, you have Wu players running around in the open, ready for the picking.
That would be a huge flank if O'Connell's able to make it work, and it's immediately had the impact. Wu forced to back away, forced to disengage, forced to reassess the situation and take into account the fact that O'Connell could be a massive factor in this fight.
Yeah, really nice play from O'Connell, but as you say, really, really nice reaction play from Wu as well to kind of calling it quits on this one. They have the upper hand. The high ground is to our disadvantage. So let's reset here and take the L on this attempted ambush.
It's a worthwhile attempt. We like to see it occasionally, but Bad Boys will be more than happy with the way that this worked out. Maybe not more than happy, they'll be adequately happy, I suppose. They would have been more happy had this never happened, but it is going to burn through a couple of meds on either side, but they at least walk away with a point.
Yeah, we'll see if anything else happens as Wu, again, I mean, seemingly not in a hurry to go anywhere. Trying to see if they can get something of it. Avenge the fall of Ibiza, who, I'm not gonna lie, has been the one on the receiving end of dying early when Wu has been fighting early. But of course, that's been all good fun and entertaining and kept us busy while Fuss is just showing off how to do flips with the vehicle and the new circle pups.
Almost. We're nearly there. Here
and
it comes.
Pups.
Okay, wow.
Okay,
this maybe not what a lot of teams were expecting. Question mark taking that emergency parachute all the way from the east. Let's just hope they've got someone on top of that rock, because boy, it is a lot of information you can get from there.
And oh my lord, do will again wish that they had played this circle from the other side, because right now they are as edge as everyone else trying to make their way in. But speaking of everyone else, look towards the southeast and see the cluster of teams having to make their way up here. Salvim, DA, Howl, Entropic, Na'Vi as well have to find ways into the circle. But on the southwestern side, it's an open, massive mountain. Then you have a city, then you have open fields. No matter how you approach this circle from, it's going to involve you fighting your way forward. Best of luck found early here. This is fight for real prime real estate in the center of this one.
Best of luck bouncing left, right, and center, but can't quite dodge out of those shots quickly enough. And Norkan Hobber, he's been taken down elsewhere by Pod Samalet as We Live Again tried to find a way into the zone, but unfortunately not going to find an easy entry.
I mean, you can see the importance of this position. Dante doesn't even have anyone above him, but he's just shooting all that he can, try and force whoever is nearby to not even think twice about going up here.
Seen teams get 2-3 players up on top of that mountain top. The only way up there is to emergency parachute or take a glider, and once they're up there, it's so impossible to get them down. We've seen players get stuck up there and be unable to get back down, so it is a little bit of risk versus reward, but the rewards are great. Question mark, though, not making full advantage of it, and the fact that they've lost a player as well means that maybe it wouldn't have been for the best either way.
Yeah, it's dangerous having Exalt just over the top now here. Baron Peak up close to Twisted Minds as he gets spotted out by Spiro, will be taken down as well. Again, so many teams trying to wrap their way in from the eastern side, but Twisted Minds saying, yes, we will sit on the edge and farm these teams, and that's what they're doing right now.
Grenades in from Salvim to try and find a trade, but couldn't quite find it. But now Na'Vi pulling up on the northern side of this fight. They've heard who these shots are, Twisted Minds. They want to be a team to help take them down. Getting proactive is exactly what you were looking for earlier.
Exactly, they have to engage, they have to dare to go aggressive, and it doesn't matter if it's against the worst or the best team in the lobby. As long as you can take this fight, you can come out victorious. Odin finds a double. Crucial shots being fired here from him, trying to keep Salvim alive. Issue is, Na'Vi has another plan ahead of themselves. They're dealing with Odin and Salvim in the meantime.
And it's just too much. It's too much to deal with. Odin Mavisi with 2 on the spray, and Na'Vi while they're the ones to come out in the latest position. They walk in with grenades in hand, and Perfectix finally gets a taste of his own medicine.
Mere mortals, after all, is how the rest of the lobby can now look towards Twisted Minds. There is still one more Titan left on the server, though, with 4 players still alive, and FaZe are happy, sitting comfortably inside of El Pozo for now. But Na'Vi, welcome back on the server, boys. You dared to go aggressive, and look at the rewards that you got from it.
It does highlight a bit of a difference between the way that FaZe and Twisted Minds have been dominant. FaZe generally happy to sit back, survive, and be dominant in the late game, whereas Twisted Minds are a lot more involved in the early to mid game, but that comes with its downsides, and a third party from Na'Vi is a pretty damn big one.
Yep, sure is. Sure is. Na'Vi needs to keep it going, though. Build off the momentum of taking out the first place team. Spread out, take control of the hills here, and should this next circle go towards you, start fragging out. Circle, though, send us up in the mountains. Wow. This is going to be an interesting one because we have unplayable terrain everywhere in the center and to the west, so I don't think you can have this circle go anywhere that doesn't include unplayable terrain. I'm looking towards the northwest as this is where it should go, but I don't think that's even guaranteed at this point.
Now maybe question mark are questioning their own decision to not just go all 4 on top of that mountaintop and be more or less untouchable by this point. Exalt will be forced to regroup their split to feel a little more comfortable in the compound, and that gives Foot and Ascend full control of the western side of the zone, but very unlikely to see that feature in Phase 4 once we shift away from that mountainside.
Yeah, very unlikely indeed. You can see Entropic hearing the vehicles down below from Howl, accidentally running each other over in the start of their rotation. It's going to delay that a little bit, but no shots fired from Mexi. It's going to allow for them to wrap on further forward. So set though, headshot received for him.
Here it is.
Is in trouble, but here comes Exalt. 2 players flying on in. Thank you, helicopters. Yells up to the pilot as they now have a high ground spot of their own. But be careful. We have a perfect showcase from our good old friend Brexco in one spot of this area you do not want to play from.
But they can't believe their luck. They killed off Besto in the compound right next to this after QM took the emergency parachute into this spot. And you saw as soon as he landed, he was flicking around like, oh, there's got to be someone up here lurking. He's got to be someone, but there just isn't. And now look at the angles they're able to get on everyone in the zone.
Yeah, this is not where we want to be proning down, James. I know you've had a great day so far, but even Exalt can find those shots from that angle. Can't quite get the flushes, though, as that ridge line will grant him a little bit of extra cover.
What do you mean by even Exalt, Toby?
I mean, they're in the last
just
place.
Performance-based?
They're in the last place. I can get at them.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
I told you I was going to talk about the other teams. I didn't say it was going to be anything good I was going to say.
Ah, okay. So this is the desk talking about your fantasy team rubbing off. Unfortunate. Maybe the one downside for Exalt is they don't have too much in terms of meds. Not really the most stacked for taking these long-range bits of chip damage. Lyron, there is no chip damage involved. He's spun out. He is done. No one's going to come back to save him.
Tell me you're watching a DA rotation without telling me you're watching a DA rotation. Here comes Entropic, full speed forward, trying to get something going. But 1, 2, 3 players goes down. Just one left alive now. This looked ugly right from the start, and Ivers is all that's left to try and claim anything in this game for Entropic.
They were watching from the hilltop from so far behind, but there was just no real way forward.
It's impossible to crawl into this.
DA and Entropic just a field ahead of them and just no way around it. They had to make Ascend of some sort, and it's not worked out really well for either.
I like the idea of trying to collapse on multiple buildings, but knowing that you have Exalt on top, knowing you have Ascend on the hills to the west, I feel like just collapsing on one would have been the better play in this situation. Unfortunately, for Entropic, couldn't really make landfall anywhere but in one building, and now for Ivers, it's going to try and stay alive here. But Circle is going to pop. We don't know where it's going to go. Do the players? Yes, that little south or western area is where we assumed it was going to go, but right now, where the fewest players are currently located.
It's also where a completely free concrete compound is currently on its way to being annexed by Brex, but oh boy, the rest of Ascend might not necessarily be in their vehicles quick enough. Never mind, I thought DA was just going to go for a full send into it, but they pulled off at the last second.
Let's see here, Chris peeks on over, spots one, spots the double. He'll take those gladly as shots are fired from the other side. Voldemort forcing him down into cover once more, but the points will be obtained in the end. Now, even proning here is dangerous. As you can see, Exalt still with perfect cover from the high ground position.
would have been better off just full sending it all into the compound instead of playing up by the ridges and accidentally getting caught out by Ascend. Thunderlost will finish the job and DA out in 14th.
Yeah, Foot plenty of space on the northern side. Now all they really have to worry about is Exalt. Maintain this split for as long as you can and allow for Ascend to take the compound down below, because you know that, I mean, this east side here is just a massive mountain. Na'Vi, We Live Again, Howl, all these teams can only wrap either hard south around or hard north around. You cannot wrap through the question mark compound. It's practically suicidal. And honestly, having to come into the circle from the east or the south, it's going to be so difficult, not near impossible. We're pretty much looking at Foot, Ascent, and Exalt as the top 3 teams here. Unless, of course, if FaZe do FaZe things and get themselves a 4th win on the day.
We definitely can't rule it out at this point, but FaZe is one of the few teams in El Pozo where the Wu met their grisly demise, and Na'Vi just being the bullies up on top of the rocks, just making sure that everyone knows, hey, this area is cut off, you're gonna have to go the opposite way. And right now, they're not under too much pressure from Exalt. They've got them in the line of sight, but not committing to taking the shots.
Hello, my bad. Just got 3 knocks practically instantly. We didn't get to see it, but great. I don't even fault the observers, because that happened as fast as I could count it, if not even faster. Just Schofield left alive. Hello, my bad. Really doing a lot of damage with the MK there.
Well, Howl did try to make a bit more of a direct play up the side of the mountain, as you said, and it just exposed them too much. Molodok, I mean, not a surprise at all that he's first place in terms of damage right now. Just look at what the vision he has. It's insane.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to be a little careful in terms of the amount of bullets they have available. As we can see here, Art's still got plenty to use, so we're not too worried about that. It's all the other teams that are getting third-party by these guys from up high that are really in trouble.
Eva's still surviving on the south side of this compound, but it won't last too much longer now as Pacific is starting to make a move out into the line of fire of Ascend. He's going to have to make the same play in just a few seconds, but for now, he can just keep his head down and survive. Na'Vi being forced to do that as Molodok finally springs the trap and starts putting some damage in them.
Na'Vi doing all they can to get that momentum we talked about earlier, but everything is going against them on the northern side right now, waiting for this next circle to pop. Will they get a blessing on the northern side, or will it shift down into Foot territory? Foot Esports pretty much has half a circle under their control, but no, it swings south, right on top of Ascent.
And Exalt, for now, for one more phase, can keep these players tyrants of the lobby on the high ground. And that might just be enough for them to wipe out a whole lot of threats from the north and south of it.
Put it this way, the more damage they do here, the better off they're going to be when they have to come down the mountain themselves. Example, finding kill number 4. Welcome back to my team, Captain or Captain. Let's try to rag up something here. As Na'Vi, again, a kind of similar position for them. They just need to do damage. As much damage as they can do before they, in 25 seconds, have to make a move. Their vehicles are pretty much non-existent at this point. They have to play it on foot. And they're running low on utility. You see some smokes fall on Exalt, 1 there for Fair Rest, and they know that they have FaZe very, very close as well. Even James was able to get rest, despite being knocked in the middle of nowhere.
That is a massive overpeak from Artix. It's so difficult to get those angles down. You've got to expose your full body. Hakatori is not going to allow that at all.
Nope. Luckily for him, he gets to stay alive despite the headshot coming through, and now the circle is closing on in. Ghost up, getting into the vehicle, trying to drive further forward. Ali able to find Fex in the open. That should be an easy flush confirmed. Melman will take him down as Na'Vi finds kill number 6.
Gustav on the move, but he's on a buggy. Does manage to get just about out of the way of the shots. But a full engagement, how has this occurred? Where did Pod come from? Directly onto the second half of Exalt split, and Mossboard has no support.
This is what they had to do, though. I don't mind this at all. I mean, they see that Exalt split 2-2, engaged in the compound. It's inside the circle. If you can get this, if you can claim this, you're going to be in very good position for the circles to come. Moldog still taking full advantage of the hills up high, but for now, it's Mossboard on his own down here.
And actually, Pod would have been the team in the best position to get the information that the team above was in a split. They were directly underneath on the northern side of Molodok and Artix, and as soon as they got that opening knock as Hakatori punishes Artix's overpeak, they go and punish the split.
Yes, exactly. They know that the cover from up high is nowhere to be found. Here comes Example.
It's
full
happened,
speed forward.
Toby.
2 players down. FaZe, Twisted Minds eliminated. 14 Davids against 2 Goliaths prevail in match number 5 of the day.
It's game 5 again. We just have to give them 4 free wins at the start, and then finally they let someone else start playing the game. Well, now things get interesting.
Finally. Finally, we get to see what the rest of the server has to offer. 0 kills so far for FUT Esports, but in their defense, all the action has been taking place on the eastern side of the circle. So they're going to be very happy to just say, you know what? We didn't have to die early this one. We can sit up. We can kind of position ourselves with the western side of the circle now and just claim it, or at least try to claim this one. Art, able to find one. So as it falls, flush should be imminent.
He's out of healing almost entirely, but not quite out of bullets just yet. So he can still cause some damage from the high ground position while he has it. This push-up from Question Mark could be undone quickly by iZoom if they're not checking all the corners, and there is a whole lot of corners to check.
Sure are. Exalt, sorry. Ferris trying to wrap further forward as Na'Vi wants to get inside this next circle, but Question Mark down towards the south here has to try and make a play, and it's not easy as you still have Exalt players up high, but they know if we can outlast, if we can stay here for just a little while longer, they too will have to move.
If they focus their attention too much on Artix, then Zoom gets to spring the trap. Levante pushing forward, takes down Mossboard, and as Molodoct came down to try and help, he's gone too. Artix has to make a choice. Zoom doesn't get the gank he was hoping for. Phil first plays around the rock nicely and gets the better of the spray.
Yeah, Question Mark trying to slowly push further forward, but they gotta check every single crevice, every single dip in the rocks here to make sure that there's no sneaky snakes lingering, because we do have players like Ivers who have managed to dodge and weave and stay alive, who are now making their way ever so much closer.
That's impressive, actually, considering that Ivers was the sole survivor of Entropic attempting to make that breach into Pacific's compound, and he's stayed alive there so long that when Pacific left, he gets to shoot them in the back and gets a kill point out of it.
Yeah, we'll see here. As Moldog falls and Art is all that's left of the team. If he can get something off this hillside, it doesn't have a lot of time to use it for. Does he spot Question Mark down below? But no, they have a clear idea of where he is. 1 tap, 2 tap, not gonna find it. Art with 1 HP is able to jump down, almost taking a little bit of damage there. 7 bandages to work with, no vest, barely a helmet left, and here comes the blue.
Oh, well, he's dead one way or another. He's just going to have to try and take down Question Mark with him. No, unless that crate has a medkit in it, but I don't think he'd even have time to use it. They haven't gone for the card just yet, so the nade won't land. He is pretty doomed.
It was unlooted, so he could have gone for his vest and a helmet, but again, of course, 2 HP doesn't really matter whether you have no vest or a level 3 vest at that point.
No, would not have helped him in this position unless he had some sort of grenade launcher that he could launch himself across the road with, but with 1 hit point, he probably wouldn't survive that either.
Don't give them any good ideas, Saga. Don't give them any good ideas. Let's see now, though, towards these. Oh my god, if he times this right. He heard him jump out, Phil first. Crucial that they bait with the vehicle there, because that could have easily gone wrong for Question Mark, but they get to stay alive now. The battle commences on the western side of the server. Pot Samulet knew they had to make a play, but they're instantly shot down. Fairest in there to assist as well, as FUT Esports get to stay alive for a little while longer.
Huge flick from Phil first to win that engagement, and now Question Mark can push over the road and engage onto Ascend. Brex nades himself, but Phil first can't win this one.
Oh, trying to now make a play on in here. Question Mark have only just arrived. It's just Dante left alive on the side of Question Mark. Has Chris right in front of him. If he peeks with a nade in hand, he should be seen, and indeed he is.
But that's a blue zone grenade.
Yep, gotta get out of there.
He did manage to throw it out, so it clears a lot of space. Dante has very little to play. A tiny little bit that doesn't expose him to where Mika might just be holding the angle, but no, he's grabbing the revive. He's calling Killy over to watch for that push outside.
Oh, Beamy able to run off. I think with T-Bone on his back as well. Should be all right to drop him down. In the meantime, that nade is going to come through from Vard. Able to find one. Traded, though, and after the death of Fairest. So 1 down, 2, as T-Bone is still yet to be rested as well, but they got enough space that they should be all right for now. Again, FUT Esports, they've had so many games in this tournament so far work against them for multiple reasons, and now finally things are working the way they wanted to. Potentially 4 back up alive, 6 kills so far, looking for even more.
Ascend still trying to clear out this compound. They know Dante's around here somewhere. A great flashbang. The double barrel shotgun is worthless when your whole screen is white.
Yeah, I mean,
like this.
It's pretty tricky to get anything going. Ascend as well. I mean, a team who hasn't really found any success so far in the grand finals. This would be the time for them to get things going. So if we're looking across the board, Na'Vi got something going. FUT Esports now looking to get themselves a win. Ascent as well could potentially upset that, not promised, but again, potential FUT Esports win. 3 teams that need to get things going. 3 teams in the hunt for PGC. FUT Esports already there, of course, but 3 teams that really want to get momentum off of a good game here.
It's crazy how many storylines there are available when FaZe and Twisted Minds are dead, isn't it? It makes a lot of sense. 8C with a quick little spray over the top onto Celtic. The first one lands the headshot. The second one gets the job done. And Ketpa now down to a solo with a lot of pressure on both sides. But we've seen solos have impact in these endgame scenarios before today.
Indeed, we have. And solos has been the kryptonite for the esports. Arguably, it's happened early in the game, but whenever someone's lingering all by themselves, they found at least one. Let's see if Quetpa finds one, that Ascent can potentially capitalize off of it.
They have to. They really have no choice. Because Ketpa's going to be the one to engage onto Ascend, and a nice headshot onto Mika opens the door. Foot, now is the time to push in and capitalize.
Yep, gotta flush that one. There's probably not a whole lot more for you to find now that everyone on the server knows exactly where you are. But Foot, as you can see here, can't really push on over, and I don't think they should either, considering their position. One thing is for sure, that they have to make sure that none of them gets to sneak out from the position they're currently in. Bard able to find Killer, Chris will find Ketpa as well, and now it's just one left alive. Chris, he's a beast of a player, but does he have it in him to win a 1v4? Headshot connected onto Bard, but he needs so much more in order to get out of here alive.
And he's just not going to find it. He's surrounded on all fronts. The sprays are looking clean, but not quite clean enough to find the opening he needs.
Oh, Beamy tries to get it, won't be the one to find it. In the end, he will, and there you have it. Foot finally getting things going the way that they would have wanted to. Finally someone but FaZe and Twisted Mark gets to be the highlight of today's matches.
It's lovely to see, isn't it? That the little screen behind us actually just not having one of those red or pink logos. I love to see it.
It is pretty red in the background.
A little bit of variety in our game. Thank you for providing. And again, if we think back to the way that the games were won in the first Miramars of yesterday's matches, they just opted out of the early game. They played safe, they played on the edge, they didn't get drawn into the chaos, and they walk away clean with it.
Pretty clean at that too. Double digits, I believe they just exactly managed to get into or close there too. So a huge game for them to build up the momentum. Again, they are already through to PGC, so that's not the big deal, but for them, they want to come through to PGC strong. They want to finish off their region in good manner. So far, it hadn't been clean. This one, though, quite the contrary.
But we can't forget that this will be the first global event this year that Foot Esports have actually attended. So this will be their sort of litmus test right now of how strong they're looking going into it.
Exactly. Well, that was the second to last game of the day, conceded or finished. Let's now hop over to the desk and let them break down that Miramar.
Saga said it so well. How exciting is PUBG when Twisted Minds and FaZe isn't winning? There's so many other teams. Look at them. We got to see all of them. Foot Esports. I don't even know. I forgot that they were even in this lineup. Now they're winning chicken dinners. How exciting.
This is fantastic
Sarcasm, by the way.
I mean, there are genuinely so many storylines that we do need to pick apart now. I'm super happy that Na'Vi have started getting some points on the board. I know they weren't there at the very end of the game.
It was a big thing for me. I was very excited to see Na'Vi finally do something.
I want Na'Vi top 8 at the end of the day, and they have completed step 1 of 2. So I'm super happy.
Small wins. Just take the small wins, my friend. But eventually it was good. We got to see some of these teams actually play.
Yeah, and I'm also happy to see such a difficult circle, right? It's a super western one, and you have to approach it kind of differently. And you know, being on the west side of that road, Foot actually was so far away from the circle. So that's super impressive for them to close this one out with a whole lot of 9 kills.
A whole lot of 9 kills. I mean, they are a team that I probably would have had on my list of potential winners of this event coming into this. So nice to see them finally...
They're one of the favorites.
Yeah, end of day 2 finally arrive.
They're, again, one of the teams that, you know, they're coming into this. They are going PDC no matter what. So they're like, okay, let's try to win it. Or, you know what, we're already going PDC, so we don't need to worry. Like, there's two kind of mindsets going into this. The Twisted Minds one, or...
There's no way there's a single team in this lobby that comes in going, it doesn't matter.
But you're not as worried as if you were Na'Vi right now. Of course, 13 points is great, but we need to see them in like the top 4, top 3 for them to go to PGC. So like, you're a little bit more laid back. But I love to see Foot step it up, and I love to see them super aggressive in the way they close things out and stay Fall Guys strong throughout, and a huge rotation from the northeastern side.
So points up for grabs now. The sponges were gone. This is how it affects the leaderboard. Doesn't affect the sponges at all. They're still quite happy.
Quite spongy.
Quite spongy. Foot Esports taking up that 5th place. Na'Vi still so far off the mark, but a bit of a climb.
But it's 20 points from Digitalytics.
I mean, I still think it's off the mark, but...
It's off the mark, but it's within striking distance-ish, you know?
This is, they went from, oh, we need a big win, to... Actually, striking distance is now an appropriate way to describe their position. Level on points with Entropic as well, who are, of course, looking for some big points later on for them to get a little further up the leaderboard too. It's things in the bottom half of the table starting to get a little bit more spicy.
I will stop being churlish and insubordinate. I've decided I'll be a little bit more positive.
Hang on, I'm just noting the time.
Yeah, you finally haven't. Avenger, explain to us how FUT Esports was able to get this win.
Yeah, let's take a look at a little bit of this. So I haven't really loaded into this yet, but let's do it. This is drawing
That's
here.
top tier analysis.
A positive one here, but let's take a look at it and let's run this. So first of all, we of course saw they are super far away from everything, right? You're looting up here, and you have to make this huge rotation. And the first thing is that they're getting into a great spot from the northwestern side, right? So the last circle actually ends close to where they end up rotating to and take control.
Yep.
They just end up taking even more control. But for a team to be that far away, John, from that circle to begin with, to be able to close it out is super rare.
You need to... There is a little bit of luck involved when you're going into a circle blind, and you need to make sure there aren't people on edge gatekeeping. But of all the possible angles that FUT could have taken into the circle, this was like the best educated guess for which route they should be going in based on their knowledge of drop spots. So even though they weren't harassed going in, this was in effect planned. Like they knew that there was a high percentage chance this play would just work.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, we know they're a top team. They're a favorite team. And when we're going into this grand final here, this is one of the 4 teams that we're looking at saying they could potentially win the whole thing, right? So I'm happy to see them step up to the case and kind of put themselves into head here. And from a games perspective, they're like, okay, we have to make this big rotation here and we have to take more control. And as the circle, especially with that western shift we saw, as the circle kind of progresses, they're like, okay, let's take a little bit more control. But they're not giving up too much space behind them. They know that they kind of need to keep their back safe in terms of that western side. So the way that they're fighting it, they're super focused on staying 4 guys alive. They know that if there are 4 guys alive towards the end, they're very likely to win a game like that, for example.
When you see 4 guys positioned the way that they were, sort of in a bowl overlooking people in the middle, normally on most other maps and most other positions you really have to watch your back. You're like 270 degrees, there's so many places someone can shoot you from, but they knew with the cliffs on the west side that they could play freely and conserve their vests, conserve their helmets, make sure they have enough utility for the end game.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you think that this is the momentum that some of these teams are gonna get from obviously now being able to get into the points is gonna help them moving into the next Miramar? Is it gonna give them a little bit of confidence that maybe they were lacking?
You think they're lacking confidence?
I mean, I think when Twisted Minds and FaZe is winning everything for a day and a half straight, then yes, you start feeling...
No. That's where the excuses start. They're just lucky. That's what the 14 other teams, they're like, oh, they've been so lucky, guys.
It's not a confidence problem. All of the teams are confident, but there are many teams that are momentum-based.
I mean, there's some teams that shouldn't be confident. I've watched them play for the last day.
But when you start building some momentum and you were getting no points before and you're starting to get some points now,
super momentum-based.
It does help a bit. So I'm looking at the Entropics and Na'Vi, but they're obviously not the only teams that can do that in the final game. It will give teams some encouragement. I don't think they need the confidence, but it will be a confidence boost too.
Yeah. Do you know who I think should be really confident in their incredible drawing capabilities is Avenger over there on the left. What a fantastic job. We have decided, myself and production, to name you the winner of this segment because of that early drawing we got to see.
It was a competition?
Yeah, you are an absolute beautiful artist, but you don't get to do a winner's speech. We're going to a break.
Fine.
With PEC4 well underway, it felt like a good time to get into the brains of some of our favorite players and find out how they're feeling. Joining me, I got Beamy from FUT Esports. I have Intense from Apex and Micah from Ascend. Gents, thanks so much for joining us. And now I want to jump straight into the questions. Intense, who do you think is the biggest threat in the competition?
As of right now, it's probably Twisted Minds or FaZe for us personally. We have a bad tendency to meet them somewhere around the map. So at least in scrims, there hasn't been a lot of other tournaments we have qualified for. So we're really looking forward to playing PEC with a new good roster.
Okay, fair answer, Beamy. I'm going to change it up a little bit for you. Who in your team is the most likely to rage?
I think we are a pretty neutral team, like when it comes to rage, so I'll probably put myself for that. I think I probably rage more than the rest of my teammates combined. So, but if I should put anyone a second, it would probably be Vard if he's having a bad day.
Okay, there you go. Beamy is the one to watch out for. Finally, Mike, I'll keep it nice and simple for you. Same question I asked Intense. When you take a look at this lobby, who do you think is the team that is the biggest threat to yours?
It's probably Twisted Minds as well. They're like one of the strongest EU teams right now, and yeah, they're always like hard to play against.
Twisted Minds, that's the one that some of the players are looking out for. Who are you looking out for?
Secure the flushes, boys.
Yeah, I'm getting shot. You guys do it.
Nice.
Loot first stage to go on car. Maybe you drive up to the hill.
Beamy, come help this. Come help.
I'm helping with them.
What's low speaking? Knocked? Pod?
Oh, it's pot. I have no idea how many there are.
Come on, Knocked. Just kill the last guy.
Two, I think. Two more.
On the Branko.
That's his front door, he can't come out.
Now there you go.
Carry me away, maybe.
Hold it. I'm carrying to the next switch.
Oh, my need
this out.
That might be dead. It's dead.
Thank you guys.
Probably gonna flash over towards yellow mark.
Yeah, I see. He's
hit
lower
one
ground. He's more down on blue. I hit him once only.
I'm going all the way, Edge.
He's probably closer to you guys now.
One to green. He's probably right in front of us. Knock. I've got 1 HP on green.
I can get.
To couple like close.
There was PCF guy on us. Our Rich
I knocked one on the boxes. Aces.
Come with you. Actually, let's go clear it.
On blue died.
He died. One active. One active ace.
He's in the open concrete.
Free win. I'm gonna run down, just cover it.
He's just open concrete.
Is he open, Beamy?
Yeah, left side open concrete.
Nading it. Just hold it, Beamy.
One more match here left on day 2 for PEC Fall Grand Finals, and finally we get to see teams other than FaZe and Twisted Minds come out victorious. In similar fashion to yesterday, it took 4 games, but here they were, FUT Esports out with a win.
Yeah, it took you dang time about it, didn't you, T-Bone? But you finally told the boys, let's actually go and win a game. But I mean, in the end, it was a free win. You heard it in the team comms just before we came back from the break. And again, it's just keeping themselves safe, out of the way of all of the chaos of the early game, where so many teams were sideswiped by the hard northwestern shifts, and that's all it really took in the end.
All it really took in the end. And I mean, FUT Esports get themselves a win. Great for them in this grand finals to get things going, but other teams that needed momentum going their way, the likes of Na'Vi, the likes of Ascent, also started getting points on the board. And as you can see here, the players have taken to the sky, so let's hop on in to the last match of day number 2. A somewhat western plain as we head on across the good old dusty dunes of Miramar, and yeah, let's see where this one takes us, Saga.
Well, FUT is setting themselves up for the exact same rotation no matter where on the map the circle goes. They're going to be all the way around the coast and as close to the edge as possible. That really worked out for them in the previous game. Question mark, they had an opportunity to be playing from the position where Exalt were up on that hilltop, and Exalt was so paranoid that someone was up there that they were flabbergasted when they got up there and there was absolutely no one there to contest it. You saw them spinning around, head on a swivel, expecting to be dropped immediately as soon as they parachuted up there, but that was simply not the case, and it's some much needed points for them to get on the board.
Wasn't to be whatsoever. One thing that you can get, though, that is to be, is the Na'Vi Battle Gear skins that are in the game right now. Na'Vi needs the support right now. They had a good game here in the previous one, but they need all the support in the world, so go in, get yourself the skins before October 25th, but preferably today or tomorrow, so that you can help out Na'Vi in getting themselves a few more points, else we might just have ourselves the first ever PUBG EMEA Esports Patona ending. Oh, I really hope that's going to happen now.
Yeah.
And if we don't, then at least Resort.
Yeah, well...
Both are equally unlikely, but you know what?
A lot of the time, Toby, you say these things. I want a truck stop circle. I want a East Island circle. This time I'll give it to you because it is a new area of the map. It would be interesting to see how it plays after the Prison Island circle changed.
Well, that, and then, of course, the code that's on your screen, there's only 50 of them, so make sure to get them quickly. But when we looked at the map before, one thing is that the island itself has been changed, but you have way more access points to the island now as well. The center bridge, you have the zip line in case you dare to use one of those. And who knows? Who knows? You might just be in for a spicy Southern Island finish, which I'm sure that Ascent, I mean, coming off of a game where they got a little bit of momentum going their way, would be very satisfied with.
They'd probably be one of the few teams that are already somewhat accustomed to the sites on that island. They do make some very wide wraps and sometimes even go over that spot. The Wu, on the other hand, never really seemed to show their face on the Prison Part Owner Island, but they definitely have been showing their face on the kill feed, but not so much in the late game, because not too long ago, we said they've got 34 kills and 39 points, so only 5 placement points. That has not changed. They still only have had 5 placement points, and they are kind of suffering a little for it after being overtaken by Na'Vi in the previous game.
Early game commotion, a few hot drops that, while they have come out victorious, did take casualties in doing so, has got the Wu currently down in 13th. But, having said that, they are just one decent game away from what potentially could be the top 8 of this leaderboard, so cannot count them out just yet. Another team who I honestly didn't expect much, if anything, from here in the finals. I know that both Thendalos, Ketpa, Celtic and Wondermon have their fair share of experience in competitive PUBG, but the roster, up against what we have here, I wouldn't have expected to call them a top 8 performer. Now they are. They have impressed, especially in late game situations. Hopefully for them, they can keep that going.
They're going to have to, because again, as you say, Na'Vi is not too far away, and Tropic as well, a team that could quite easily catch up. We've already seen a couple of 20-plus point games that would be enough to get them up in maybe as far as the top 5 even for some of the competitors. Sandstorm is going to give We Live Again a little bit more to be focused on as they make their rotation, but the bad boys once again rotating directly through the middle of Entropic, but this time it seems like they're going to avoid any major confrontations.
Yeah, I saw Ivers out of his vehicle early, but I don't think the rest of the team was really set up in a position to engage on them, so they're going, you know what, let's just let them pass through. We've had enough kind of annoying early game shenanigans that haven't gone our way. Let's just let them pass, park the car safely, as you saw Mexi do there. No reason to engage. Let's live to fight another day and not kind of just throw the dice in early on here.
Makes a lot of sense because, again, we've just praised Foot for having that be their approach.
Yeah.
And actually, I lied. They're taking a very different approach to rotating into this one. They're taking an emergency parachute. And, yeah, they're already somewhere towards the center of the circle. We'll see where they pop out in just a few seconds, I'm sure. But it does mean that the teams that have made the early moves, who, to the surprise of absolutely no one, will be the MEA teams, Pacific, DA, Howl, and Sarvam. They might come under pressure earlier than anticipated.
I wouldn't be surprised to see FUT Esports go full island on the south side early. They know that if there's anyone there, it would be Ascent. And if there's anything we have learned over the years of PUBG Esports, that is that crates predict circles. And look, everyone, where this crate has just placed itself. Right slap bang down on Prison. Would be lovely to see it happen. Does it? We don't know, but one could only hope.
I feel like we've been watching this screen of Foot getting carried, dragged behind the helicopter for about 3 minutes already.
I mean, they did have to fly the entire length of the map, so it does take a while.
That's an 8-kilometer rotation right there.
And they're only now passing over DA, so it is taking them a little while. Here they go, though, jumping on out. What they will soon find out, though, is that this entire area is occupied. If they're wise about this, they jump down into the split that is currently DA, but no, they don't. They go straight down into the one compound that has all 4 players in it. As I say, that's a lie, too, because they actually do catch Howl in a split.
Beamy. Not sure who's getting caught here, but it's certainly looking like he's going to be worse for wear, especially now as Pacific peek up over the backline. The Dragunov from long range gets the last little tap of damage. And 8C, oh, that's how early they moved. He still had a UMP, and it stands no chance against Lazar's Org.
Yep, there's one left alive now. We'll see here if Vart can do something. Anything, maybe get a rest. T-Bone is here too to try and get damage done. Beamy, though, will get flushed. We'll see if somehow Vart and T-Bone can get 8 back up alive and they can somehow reset this.
I wonder if Howl is looking at this situation thinking, oh, this is what it likes to be playing against us so far in this tournament. They just walk into our compound and we kill them for free. That's what it's like, and they're very happy about it.
Also, how not only are they not all 4 there, they're 2 in the compound, but Schofield is in Montoevo. But that's for another discussion for another day, I suppose, because he's currently about half the map away from his teammates. Not sure exactly how that ended up happening. In the meantime now, though, Levante caught on the middle of the open, and Tropic sat there ready and waiting. Will find 2 on the side of Pot Samulet.
Good little spray with the AUG. He was already tagged down pretty low, but that final shot, not easy to hit with a red dot, but Mexi gets it done. Rox and Hakatori will have to disappear out of the side of this engagement, but if they fall back too far, Question Mark might just get a really good timing as they're making an exit down the western road, heading south towards Val Del Mar.
Let's see now. Nail up on the start of the rotation. Multiple teams eyeing the opportunity for a piece of the southern island early on. Both Bad Boys and Exalt, I should say, are currently positioned far down here. Question Mark has easy access to it as well, considering that Val Del Mar is not taken. Bridge, easily accessible too. Of course, they don't know that, so they're going to play it slow and approach.
Is it even big enough anymore on the eastern tip of that island to fit a Phase 4 circle? Seems to have lost some girth along the way.
Girth?
Yeah.
The way they said it too sounded very weird.
It's a good word.
Yeah, it just, I don't know. In any case, I don't think it does. I mean, yes, okay, if you place it right between the O in Batona and the building, you might just exactly get it in, but I actually don't think so. There should be water on all sides, even if it does come through. But we'll see. We'll see if it keeps going this direction. There ain't really many more places it can go. We do have 1 minute and 20 seconds to go until that happens, though. Question Mark going to continue their slow approach from the left side. Pot Samulet seems like they are going to opt to go for... Nope, they're driving. I thought there was an emergency pickup for a second, but not quite the case. And everyone else is settling, expecting this one to swing north.
Now, there is no possible way that FaZe rock up on the church, which is free, scout the compound just to the south of church, which is free, take that, and then get a 9 feed and win the game. Yeah, there's no possible way that could happen, right?
These circles do tend to swing back north into Chumacero, so Twisted Minds and Fate might just be good for this one. But again, I want to highlight Schofield, who is currently up by Brickyard, and then play guess where the rest of Howl is. You should know, because you saw them kill FUT Esports players just before, and then explain to me, how exactly did we end in a situation where Schofield is here,
that's crazy,
chilling, and everyone else is, well, on the southern shoreline?
Someone graffitied Twisted Minds versus FaZe on the side of that house. That was crazy.
Who's blue, though, are those two?
Yes.
Exactly.
Balloolins?
Balloolins?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Big split for DA. Definitely a scene that we don't see all too often. DA does tend to be more 4 together and generally in a dip so far today, but promising signs. And the zone, well, thankfully that...
You say there's a chance.
Hypothetical storyline of FaZe getting a hard 9-zone feed is not going to be happening. We love to see those.
You say there's a chance. A slim one at that, but I'll take this if that's what I'm given. Patona, you're still in, and I'm all for it. Here they come, though. One of the 2 Goliaths. FaZe full speed forward right alongside of Sarvim. We'll see who comes out victorious as Fex is the first one to fall.
No one can kill the Schiller apart from James as he pulls up, but Fex finds out the hard way that he is a hard man to take down, and the rest of Sarvim in a wide split are more than happy to commit to this fight.
Chaos mode engaged as these 2 teams just go full speed inward to one another. We'll see now if Odin gets something going, as they've only got 2 players left alive. Gustav tries to at least suppress for long enough that Correction could potentially get Fex back to safety, but not quite the case. Now reversing the vehicle around, they want to get Fex out of there alive, but it's not looking easy.
CCI next is on the way over to back this up. Sarvim was innocent in all this. They just wanted to regroup from their split. It was FaZe that started firing the shots, and it's down both teams who walk away limping.
You say innocent. I feel like they were like they were equally good about it.
Totally innocent.
They're totally innocent. They had no plans of shooting in return. Nope. Well, Fex sure didn't, and now he's gone down yet again. Let's see if Gustav commits to the rest here, or maybe baits a little bit for Correction to peek up and over. The issue is they have CC on 1 plateau. Odin is all the way up top on the next. Correction those spots. 1 headshot connected. Finds him on the second transfer.
Huge.
Peaks with 5 HP, and that, as you say, it is huge, because they know exactly where they have Odin, and they should be able to both get reses up, gets heal on up as well, without being revealed to him. Nice headshot coming through from Gustav. That is now Odin without a helmet, and should be FaZe living through this fight.
And it's the fact that the Corexi's position was such a tenuous one. He got peeked by both of Sarvam at the same time, and he got rid of the close range engagement. That means he can push up and put those 4 grenades to use, while Odin does not have any to work with. Uh-oh.
Where the hell are these mortars coming from? Is it Twisted Minds? I think it might actually be Twisted Minds on the far end of this, down towards the southwest. They're shooting in this direction.
Oh, he didn't have a helmet.
We'll find him in the end. The headshot comes through, but of course the sound of mortar shells landing right next to you means that you're probably pretty eager to get out of here as fast as you can.
Yeah. It would make a lot of sense for Twisted Minds to want this to be cleaned up, and that is exactly why they're already on the way in, because with those kills, FaZe has overtaken Twisted Minds and claimed first place in the lobby so far. Twisted Minds were toying with the idea of pushing up the hill and trying to clean it up, but they're going to play a little more sensibly.
Yep, they're playing a 1v1 lobby here effectively, just fighting for the top spot, trying to get the guaranteed qualifier through, even more guaranteed than it already is, finishing second. Exalt saying, no, you shall not join us on the island, as they try and force off O'Connell, but there is still explicit left to be found, and the entirety of Question Mark has just arrived too.
A third team on the island, but had to make way. Bad Boys is going to be vacating the island, and not for a vacation. They're heading back to the mainland. They're on the way off, but Explicit might not make it. These tags from Mossboard through the trees, doing a whole lot of damage.
And what better than showcasing the new bridge, because the babies, I just can't help but say babies. Bad Boys would not have been able to make this transition had it not been because this bridge is here. And Explicit, well, even with the bridge here, might not live to cross it. Circle does swing up toward the north. How boring is that? But I'm sure the Pacific, the Wu, and DA are going to be well satisfied with the circle shift.
Ain't no way that part owner is getting a phase 4 shift. Look at the size of that thing. It's huge.
Yeah.
But Wu have a whole lot of the space of it. They have approximately half of it all to themselves on the eastern side. FaZe with the northern high grounder starting to make a push towards the center early on. Looking like they don't really want to hold on to the edge.
What?
Schofield, oh, he survived for so long, but no longer.
No longer. He got killed decently far out into the blue, some might argue. As Rox is at Valdemar while the circle is far towards the east. But him and Hagatori are chilling. They're calling in a PRDM and just getting on their way. We know that's not possible, but could be fun.
They got a long way to go before he can even think about using that flare gun nowhere near the zone. All the way out in Val Del Mar, it'll be difficult for them to even get in the zone if they're taking the rotation path across the island. Looks as though Question Mark had another emergency parachute in their back pocket, so they played the risk-reward game, but now they actually have a lot of free space to drop on. Yeah. They could even catch Corexi, just land on top of him on those cliffs and take the high ground for free.
Yep, FaZe got to cross on over, but only with 2, as we saw before they lost James, so Corexi solo player left on the other side. At least for now, as here you see all of Question Mark flying on down. You have Pacific, though, up high with perfect vision of the team landing down below, but they can't find a single one of them.
Didn't go far enough to spot all the free space on the north and eastern side of the zone. They played for the low ground on the south side of the hill, and while not only Pacific can spray down on towards him with the LMGs, Fex' double nade sitting down to Eventropic as they make their entrance, and that is huge.
And what better timing to be able to do this? You can see Corexi just disconnected mid-emergency pickup. He is in trouble. And yeah, what better timing to pull off a 2-man standoff here than for Gustav and Fex to be able to withstand the push there from Entropic.
Well, they made the push down from the high ground into this bowl. They had to put up a good defense, and 7 kills on the board. That just expands their newly found lead above Twisted Minds in first place.
Yep, trying to separate even further. They are, of course, 1 player down, unless if Corexi does manage to get back onto the server before he eventually fades out of this map. Well, let's now see how, with still full control, they did lose Schofield earlier, but still with control of this somewhat southern center position, they've allowed for PUBG Esports to take the low ground, but are well aware that they're there.
A lot of shots coming in on the south side of the coastline for now, but given that Phase 4 is about to come into effect, Na'Vi will very likely be expecting to shift away from this and have to fight up the hill, so they're looking to get any sort of opening, to open any sort of avenue into the zone. They're looking towards Ascend for now, but they're just not finding the knock they might need.
Yeah, a team that's playing these southern circles very, very well, usually as well, is Na'Vi, who's set all the way down the shoreline. They really can't get further south if they want to stay on the mainland of Miramar. So we'll see how they journey up towards the roadside itself and further forward. In the meantime, We Live Again, still with 4 alive, try to maintain full control of the west side of this hill. They have Twisted Minds, Bad Boys, the remaining player from Pot Samulet, and Ascent to account for. They cannot let any of them slip through, and they kind of already have, with Brexco making his way closer.
Bad Boys in the vehicles trying to make some sort of send, but the entirety of Twisted Minds and the entirety of We Live Again is putting shots in their direction. Batulins is going to wait. He's going to keep himself quiet, wait for them to pull up behind, get the angle into the back of the head. But the level 3 helmet keeps him just ticking for now.
Yep, Nate being lopped on over. We Live Again, hearing the vehicles on approach. They want to deal with them before it becomes a close quarter fight. This ain't a place for you to fight. And Hopper, perfect execution. Him and Isoom finding the first 3.
Might have been one game too early on my prediction, Toby. It's looking very good for the defensive maneuvers of We Live Again. And now that off angle for Batulins might be the final nail in the coffin for the Bad Boys. But Screams just about gets behind a tree.
Yeah, but here comes the mortars. You're never safe too long. Hagatori will find him in the end, so rewarded for playing in the blue for as long as they did. I think that's Kilyakai, yep, from down below, lopping mortars up and over, trying to help out his team with some artillery barrages.
They're making a push, so if it could at least get some chip damage and maybe an opening knock, but it's blind firing up the side of a hill. It'd be extremely impressive, especially now that Brex has gone down. He's provided some sort of info, but just getting the positioning and accuracy on those mortars is a difficult thing, especially when there's a massive hill like that in play.
The circle swung towards the west. It's going to be a proper king of the hill to finish off day number 2 here at the grand finals. It's currently got Pacific sat center up on the compound hill itself, but we'll see if they get to maintain control of it. Na'Vi, again, down on the southern shoreline. They know they have Exalt nearby. They need to deal with him, and they're doing so effectively. Right now, 1 down, 2 down with the help of Vard.
Well, Toby, by the looks of things, while they might not end up winning this game, FaZe Clan is more than likely ending the day in first place after overtaking Twisted Minds. They've been picked off. Hakatori, coming in extremely late out of the blue zone, has done so much damage and left Lou as the last man standing. And as soon as he falls, FaZe are going to be locked in as our first place by the end of the day. And hopefully that's the last we need to say about them, because, oh boy, if they win another game, I'm going to lose my mind.
Unless if Question Mark gets 60 kills.
Yeah, if they kill everyone in this game and the last game.
They only need 50.
The game
it's
before.
Okay. They only need 50 kills and a win. Then they'll have caught up to them. So that's fine. That's fine. Nothing to worry about. Na'Vi, in the meantime, trying to get the hell off the beach and further towards the north. It does swing all the way up there, so they know that's what they're going to have to do.
DA, more than happy to take it. They've once again gone uncontested on their northern side. Didn't really come under any real pressure for their split. So if you're at this point in the game and you see a team with 0 kills, you can probably presume that they're going to be making it to the late game. Unless, of course, it's in the position of a team like Foot, you know, where they've got 1 on the board, but it's not looking great for their chances in the long term.
Oh, Ruin should have stepped just 1 step further left and he would have seen T-Bone's helmet. Instead, that bullet just dodging off the side of the wall there.
Molodok tried to make some kind of crazy send directly into the path of Na'Vi, and Fate just in front of him is no doubt going to be meeting the same fate in just a few seconds.
Yeah, Ascent as well. Now they want to kind of turn their attention up towards Question Mark, but also well aware there's a full team of Na'Vi players down on the southern side who, hopefully for them, Question Mark will help in dealing with. But it seems like Na'Vi are opting to go for vehicles here, maybe to wrap around either on the hard eastern or western side.
Remember that Stalba game where everyone on the mountain was dying left, right, and center, and the teams that were not on the mountain were the ones that were active in the Final Four, winning the game? Yeah, we're seeing a whole lot of parallels with that right now. We Live Again, all the way on the west, blocking off Ascend from having any avenue of wrapping up the hill, and that just means Example's going to have to go into the smoke and fight his way forwards. Another tactical deny, totally intentional from Exalt. Doesn't want to hand the points on over to Na'Vi. Definitely meant to do that. But now Na'Vi are just getting farmed for it as well.
If I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. And, well, he didn't, but kind of did anyway, as they fell right after the suicide date came through. That was very interesting indeed, and might just actually have been what was needed to be done for Na'Vi to be taken out.
A headshot onto Alia, that will help out things as well. T-Bone, despite the fact that he almost got a jump scare from Ruin a couple of seconds ago, is still contributing onto this server, but grenades from Phil first from up above, the parachute that they took to put them about halfway up on the low ground, being put to good use right now.
We'll see here. if Voldemort can find something more. They have the perfect angle up high, but again, they're allowing players to get ever so much closer. Chris is right next to him. I think he heard the footsteps there. Now over towards the west, our current first place team, FaZe Clan, forced to take this fight here against We Live Again. They have Vex knocked already. They lost James earlier as well, and now let's see if they can make something happen.
We Live Again. Fully committing to this push. Mortars again flying in all around, but a double headshot onto Gustav from Hello My Bad takes things down to just Corexi, and DA finally activating, making moves out of the compound. They're actually getting knocks onto iZoom right now, but Corexi is being forced into the vehicle, trying to find somewhere else where he can survive for just a few more seconds.
Yeah, very limited what he can really do with the position he's been given, as everyone else is fighting around him. Just lay low, wait this one out, and grind yourself some placement points off of it.
Definite amount of placement points on display from the Wu. And now potentially some kills as they're making an eventual push down towards the south. They knew about this fight between Howl and Foot Esports 10 minutes ago, if not more. And now they're finally going to make a push down as Howl is forced to leave their compound looking for some free points.
They just sat up here waiting, hoping that Pacific is too busy holding off the western side that they won't look over, because if they do, they'll be pretty exposed from up high. But they're going to be waiting this one out. Na'Vi falling just short of placement points. And now, as you said, our eyes are drawn down towards the southeast side here. Question mark. I think the spider sense is tingling. They know there's teams waiting for them over there, but I'm sorry for them. That's going to be the case regardless of where they go.
Well, Na'Vi, it's not the game that they were hoping to have to round out day number 2, but at the very least, they've broken themselves out of a 3-way tie for 10th place, so that is something, but it's not guaranteed that they're going to stay there if the Wu are able to completely win this game. When all's said and done, with a couple of kills in the bag, they will overtake. So Na'Vi, PGC champions, not looking like it's a massive chance they're going to be able to try and defend their title.
Exactly. Thunderlust peeking on over. Lobbing a nade forward as well. They heard the footsteps from the We Live Again players before, but they were able to take out all of FaZe and reset without taking any casualties. So I like how they're pushing up together, trying to peek on forward. I'm not sure if Hello My Bad just fell off the rock there, or if he intentionally jumped down to try and gain some info, but he will have to get back up in order to join his teammates up high.
Almost Goomba stomped Kilyakai by accident. If he went one more rock down, would have landed directly on his head. Hobart going to stick to the high ground. That is a great little pop flash from down on the low ground, but it does flash out his teammates, and it's not going to help with the spray battle, and the blue zone ain't going to do him any favors either. Thunderlust up close. Not sure if they knew about that angle, but it worked effectively for Pacific.
That's why he jumped down to get the rest in case he fell off. Perfect play there, set up. Kilyakai though, those peek around the corner, those get the knock onto I assume, so We Live Again now really in trouble here as the snakes are starting to deal with them one by one. Hobart does get rest, so they get to keep 3 on their feet, but Kilyakai is still yet to be dealt with.
Just engagements on all fronts now, but particularly on the southern side of the zone. Question mark have backed away and are starting to make their way east, where Howl are under a whole lot of pressure. They managed to alleviate a little bit of it from themselves with a knock on towards Diffex up on the hill, but now question mark right in their face.
Kilyakai again, I mean, just continuing to stay alive, finding knocks, finding damage, finding kills as well. That's huge for a solo player. Not only finding kills, of course, but staying alive to grind some more of those placements as well. Very good job by Kilyakai in this game here.
When talking to Ascend in the break, in the little interviews, they asked the question, who's most likely to clutch up a game? And Kilyakai's name was thrown into the hat. He's still got to win another 1v1 against SoSed before he has a chance, and then find a way to push up the hill with question mark hot on his heels.
Yeah, we'll see now what's bound to happen is question mark able to again go down, find a flush, and Howl back off immediately after. Smart play style they're inserting there. Ascend will fall in the end of it. 7th place is where they're going to sit. That's now Doozy sneakily making his way further forward. They know they have Wu on one side, but having Howl further down as well really limits their opportunities to engage forward.
And the Wu as well, on the eastern side of the hill, still with 0 points on the board, 0 kills. They've got placement points, but nothing else to speak of. Put some shots into the back of question mark, but they still need to be aware. The low ground on their south is still not clear. The Mad is still lurking around with Ruin, looking for anything, probably just salvaging some kill points. If they get a knock at this point, it's definitely getting flushed.
Sure should be. Sure should be. Divex able to find the first. That's Phil first down. Damage done in return, forcing him down into cover for just a little while. Nice spot there from Fuzzface. Seeing the mat down below, that could have easily been a backstab. That could have taken out Wu altogether had they not noticed Howl pushing him forward. Ruin falls, Matt falls as Howl are in 6th.
Yeah, really good info given over from Fuzzface. giving Nixie the position of where the threat is coming from. He's ready for it. He's there lining up a headshot. And it didn't take them too long either. Crucially, they didn't give up any knocks and then have to go back and grab a revive, which is massively important with DA now making use of their full control of the northern side to flex over to the east.
You say flex over. I'm still seeing them play quite on top of one another. Of course, they're coming up over this hillside for the first time, so they have little to no info to go off of, having played that north side for pretty much the entire game. So playing it slow, playing it careful, but hoping that, as you said, I mean, seeing them flex out maybe even more than what they currently are doing would be something they'd want to do a little later.
We have a final four. A doozy with the red dot sprays not quite connecting just yet, but Diffex with a 4x. Oh, he's making it look so easy. The headshot onto Dante. Wow, that is an insane spray.
Yeah, best of luck down below. I'm not sure if Diffex heard him, or they just knew from earlier that he was in this position. He's trying as well. 6-6 for him as he sprays on through. These guys, they know how to aim. Regardless of the size of the scope, they will get the shots on in. This time round, though, not quite the case, as Marco is able to find Nixie, and now that might allow for DH to start the rev on over.
That's the problem. That's the downfall of Wu. Every single team alive is getting knocks on them. And Code Marco finishes the job.
Able to get the final one through. DA yet to take any casualties in this, and now they can start their swing. Now they can start the flank around the side. Voldemort peeks on down, spots 2 question mark members, can't find any knocks.
This is the range where the Dragunov shines. Land that one headshot and it's game over, but no grenade to toss over the hill. Can't punish Phil First, trying to go for that revive on Dante, but maybe DA could.
DA wrapped around, now they're falling a little bit back. They know that they have Pacific and question mark right next to each other. They don't have to aggressively go in and force them to fight one another. Just sit back, reposition, be ready for a third party whenever the opportunity presents itself.
Yeah, DA do not need to aggress to progress in this game, and they definitely need to progress their way up the standings, up against question mark, and that will help them out massively. Stepping on a snake, Celticoglu getting that knock, and Huith getting a second. Dante last man standing.
Yep, sneaky snakes in the grass will come up victorious. Pacific 7 kills, make that 8 as they rag up a guaranteed second place. But now 2 versus 4, they know of Lyron's position, but have they found the rest? Do they know exactly where they have them? 31 bullets, 11 bullets. They have nothing left to work with. You can see Voldemort running around, scrambling for ammo in the compound. There is 20. He has to drop his Dragunov in order to get anything going at all. Do they concede or do they play for the win here? It's 2 teams that are sat very close to one another on the leaderboard with a lot to play for. But it seems to me like, is this a jammer pack run? Or is it like, no, I'm wearing my jammer pack! No. I should have taken off my backpack! Now that's going to be 1 down. 1 will get to concede, but at least the kill does come through for DA. They got to sit on the north side for a while, but they came around when they had to and claimed their chicken dinner.
He got pranked by his own backpack. He was trying to go for the blue zone deny, but the jammer pack just kept him alive. The dangers of playing in the center, I suppose.
We get a couple of silver linings, and one thing is that, of course, Twisted Minds and FaZe have to win the first 4 games of the day. That's just how it is. But DA have to win the last. They did it yesterday, they do it today as well. It wasn't flashy, but they knew what to do to bring it home, and they succeeded.
Producers must have accidentally printed the wrong scripts for today.
Yes, yesterday's run-up show.
That must be what happened. But it's good to see, at the very least, a couple of other teams finally putting some pressure on at least the other teams below the top 2. Don't really think they're feeling any pressure right now, but a big win for DA because, again, their PGC chance is dependent on other teams.
Absolutely massive. Now let's head on over to this for the final time today to hear what they have to say off of that Miramar game.
This is insane. So we've had 12 games so far here at PEC4, and other than Twisted Minds and FaZe, only question mark, Digital Athletics and Foot Esports have been able to win games. They've just shut it down completely. And this is great for Digital Athletics because I feel we can kind of push them up into the mix with FaZe and Twisted Minds now. 2 wins for them. Good job.
Very, very strong from them, and importantly for them as well, they're in that big tussle of teams desperate to grab one of those last global spots, and I feel like DA are going to be really riding in confidence off the back of this.
Yeah, for sure. This is super important for them. They're that team on the cusp that could be cut out depending on what happens. As the guys on the cast said, it really comes down to what happens with the rest of everyone, right? If Exalt pops off one game and then they jump 2 or 3, I know it's not a lot, but if they jump 2, 3, 4 like spots in the bottom, it could mean some changes, but yeah, it really comes down to what happens tomorrow, of course.
Walk us through how Digital Athletics was able to win that last game.
So first of all, you have a really rough circle on the southern side there, right? And they are able to hold on to the compound that you kind of are guaranteed to come back off to the water. And when you run up that hill, you're able to take a lot of control, right? And you can also see some somewhat passive win in terms of kills. They only get 5 for the win. And yeah, them controlling, being able to keep as many players alive and making everyone fight for everything else, right? You saw so many times throughout the game in general that everyone was fighting on the edge, trying to get into the circle. You saw Na'Vi like, okay, Northern Shift, damn, they knew it had to come off the water, but like it was almost like a surprise to them because they didn't really have any other choice, right? They were probably hoping to see like an opening that they could then third party rather, right? So yeah. Let's see what happens for kind of the other games. It's been more surprising now, but yeah. Hold on.
That was
we just hold hands for the rest of the
test. Oh, it wasn't even on camera.
Oh,
Damn
no.
it! Oh, we had the boys holding hands.
Yeah, that was fun.
One thing that I want to credit Digital Athletics with, it's not some big flashy play, but when you have a position where you can exit the compound and have really good visibility over it, knowing when to do that is super important. It's quite easy to think you're safe. You exit, it's the wrong time. 2 teams are bearing down on you and you lose. We see teams do that all the time, right? So DA's timing there to be in position to take the win, spot on.
Let's take a look at the leaderboard now. And this is what it currently looks like here at PEC Fall. You can see there, FaZe and Twisted Minds still way ahead of the competition, but it is opening up so much. The spots that are up for grabs behind those top 2, it's all to play for in the final day.
This is, in some ways, it's making it interesting. In some ways, it's unfortunate for some of the wildcard teams, for example. You can almost win every game tomorrow, and FaZe and Twisted Minds will be shutting you out, unfortunately, of globals. But you've got hope. You've got hope in sort of the top half of the right side of the table there. Possibilities for people to make it back. Digital Athletics, I feel like they've really clamped down on saying this position is ours. We're not going to let anyone else in. Still a fair few storylines for us to follow.
We need a really big day from our PGC current reigning champs tomorrow. Like a very, very big day.
Are they a day 3 team, Martin?
Record-breaking day is what we need from them at this point, right? We're looking at like top 3, I think, for them to actually be able to get into PGC with how well Christian Mark is able to play and how well the other teams are playing right now. So it's kind of scary for them. There's always this kind of dream run. There's always the hope alive. Like ever since we saw, PGC 2019 dream run, last game of semi or of group stage, semi group stage, where FaZe was able to do the unthinkable from last place. You always have that kind of dream, right? So until it's mathematically impossible, that's where we hold that dream alive, right?
We're holding the dream, Martin.
Yeah.
Are we back to holding hands?
We're back to holding hands.
It's
now kiss. No, okay, let's find out how James is feeling from FaZe. He's with us right now. They are sitting on the top of the leaderboard. What's up, my friend? How are you?
In Norway,
Wow. What's up, guys?
A little bit chilly there?
Yeah, I died early that game, so I've been out shoveling snow. So
fair enough. We have to talk about the dominant run that FaZe has had throughout the last 2 days, and as well as the playoffs. What do you think it is about this lineup that's just working and just making it better than everyone else?
I think it's not about what's working. I think it's about what's not working and coming up with solutions to that. It's been a big focus for us this whole year, figuring out what's not working and finding creative ways to make it work. Right now, everything seems to be working. So I guess it's a lot with good zones, but also squeezing out some points here and there in rough games.
That's probably one of my favorite answers of all time. So thank you, James. But Avenger, you can ask a question.
Yeah, congrats on doing super well here, James. Good to see you, and good to see you, the boys, crushing it. I gotta ask, like, what's your focus now? Because now you're basically guaranteed to go to PGCs. Like, is it trying to get the most out of it? I also asked Betulins this yesterday, like, it's because there's kind of 2 sides of the coin, right? You want to get the best practice out of towards PGC, or are you like, we gotta win this thing. We want to be the best coming out of Europe for this. Of course, that's the only pressure that's on you now that PGC is not a worry.
Yeah, so tomorrow focus will be on handling the last day of the tournament as good as possible. PUBG is pretty wild on the last few games.
Right.
So it's been a focus for us to, and especially for me, to change my in-game leading and adapt on the last days. So the focus will just be to try and deal with the last day as much as possible. Try our best to beat Twist. They're a really strong opponent, so.
You've had 12 games so far where you guys have more or less been dominant. You're top of the table at the moment. You have this rivalry going with Twisted Minds in this particular tournament. Even though the gap in points is large, are there other teams that you're surprised about or you're on the lookout for at the moment where you're thinking, actually, we have to watch out for them on day 3?
Yeah, for sure. There's some teams that are doing really crazy stuff in the early game. That will be a big focus tomorrow. I'm a bit surprised about Navi, a bit surprised by Footballists. I thought they would do a little bit better, but they're also, with the amount of points that us and Twist have been taking, they're really close to 3rd place still. So we're going to be looking out for those teams tomorrow that are doing crazy stuff and deal with that.
I mean, you touched on it there, but I have to ask, because I asked the boys on the desk and they won't give me a definitive answer. So I'll ask you, do you think Navi qualifies tomorrow for PGC?
No, I don't think so. But if they do, that's good for them.
I tell you what, when you retire from professional play, we'll replace these two with you.
Just you.
I would love to try, but I don't think I could do it.
No, we'll get a box for you. We'll get a box for you, James. Don't worry.
I mean, they hire unprofessional. Nah, James, they hire unprofessional people all the time. I get this job, so you'll be fine. But thank you so much for chatting to us. We will see you tomorrow, and hopefully you continue that dominating run.
Yeah, congrats.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Nice one.
Yeah, you too.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
I like that. No.
No.
I hope they do, but no.
No, but it's realistic, right? But
it has to be realistic.
Yeah,
I think for me, that's the big story here, is that there is a potential that our PGC champs don't make it.
It's my job to flame up the hope. It's your job to extinguish it. And James is clearly on Sam's team. So what can I say?
That's the thing.
Yeah.
No, but we gotta be realistic. Of course, it's gonna be a super hard run. We're looking at a
Very
3rd
hard.
or 4th place for them to make it to PGC. And right now, it's, of course, with the 2 sponges at the top, it makes it easier. But they are so far behind right now. We need to see like 2 really good games from them from the first 4 games before it's going to be within striking distance. They're not like, if it's the first 2 games, sure, they're going to be in like top 5 easy.
They need to average, what, 6 more points per game than the teams in 3rd or 4th?
Let's take a look at the PGC points while we have this conversation. All I'm saying is during the playoffs, I was like, I wouldn't have got rid of Uber so fast. I wonder, because I do feel like if Uber was in this lineup, he's one of those players that will just run off and get the points for himself.
Sure. Right. Yeah. So right now, Exalt is out. That's the top 7, right? So DA is the current cutoff, and 1200 is or 1210 is what they're going to end up. If this, if we were done after today, right? So Exalt is out. So you can see how far Navi is out of it. We're looking at, 4th or 5th place with the, if you swap out a little bit in the end of the standings, that would make it. But yeah, it's crazy.
They'd have to displace Digital Athletics and question mark realistically.
So what they realistically need
one of them,
2 wins tomorrow if they win.
If they
win the first 2 games.
Yeah, if they win the first 2 games, they need to just have a few decent games in the end. They can't just win the 2 first games and be done with it. No, because question mark and Digital Athletics, they're going to continue.
Winning the first 2 games makes it a neck and neck fight. It does not guarantee
All
it by
I'm saying
any
is
stretch.
I've seen Navi do this before. They come in the last. I mean, I feel like okay, you don't have Uber, but this is a strong lineup. We saw them in the playoffs.
Right.
They could very well come in tomorrow and just dominate the whole lobby and do what they need to do.
You're sounding like me after game 1.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a realist. So.
They're 37 points behind 3rd place, right? So 37 points, win with 10 kills and a win with 7 kills. But also means does this current 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th team, do they get nothing? Like you need 2 really good games to start things up with. And then you still need to beat them to keep your spot, right? So,
and they're playing well.
You see Digital Athletics doing well. You see question mark doing well. And they're like with the averages, right? With the confidence that they have, when they're looking at the leaderboard, they're still going to get like 4, 5, 6 points per game average.
Yes.
So yeah, it's going to be hard to beat it. Still possible, mathematically possible. That's why we're being like hopeful and trying to keep our dreams alive. Because of course we would like to see Navi do something crazy, have another dream run at PGC, or at least be able to try to defend their World Championship that they won last year.
Do you want to see something amazing?
Yeah.
I'll show you something amazing.
Cool.
This is our Twire fantasy board right now.
Wow! Look at that.
Oh, I was so close to achieving what I said I'd do.
I actually had a really bad run.
I'll take that. 6 points to you, Martin.
Yeah,
I'll take that.
That is
I'm
crazy.
Happy.
Toby's up, but still blast. But he's up. He's within striking distance, as we love to say here in the studio. But yeah, congrats, Sam, on taking 3 absolute fraggers. I don't have a FaZe Clan player, that's why I'm missing out. It kind of sucks.
I mean, I have a Twisted Minds player and a FaZe player.
Yeah.
And then I have a Na'Vi player. So hopefully tomorrow they pop off, because then it'll be a really good weekend for me.
You will probably all have the same favorite or something like that now. Yeah. You don't have example, do you?
I have example.
Yeah,
we have favorite.
He popped off. He had like a 6-kill
I know,
game.
which is how I was able, because I want to point out that I've been watching Saga's team. I finally got invested in Fantasy League.
Counterplay him, like 40 chess him.
No, I didn't. I kept my team the same. He was changing. I know that he was trying to counter me, but I realized that I had example, and example's done some good work for me, which helped.
We're upstairs, and when a team starts fighting, I'm rooting for one player, Martin's rooting for the other, and when they get flush!
I'm like, this Jura guy, this Jura's team, flush him. -3.
I don't have to root for any players because mine always win. So there we go. And on that note, I've made this whole thing about me, which is not the case at all. We have had an incredible second day here at PUBG EMEA Championships for fall. It has been dominated by Twisted Minds and FaZe, but there is still space for PGC 2022 champions Na'Vi to potentially qualify for this year's PGC, or are we going to see a whole new European representation? It is all to play for tomorrow. Only 6 games remaining, and we will know not only who we're crowning as our champions, but who is going to PGC. So make sure you're back here, same time tomorrow, and we'll see you then. Good night.
He's gonna peek above me.
Not feeling this right next to us though. He's dry by. I'm knocked. It's 1 HP on me.
Knocked. We reset.
It's gonna be a guy on the rock on green.
Gonna be a guy above you on the rock.
Got me.
Drive by us.
Stop on me.
Knocked.
On the rock. Drive away. I mean,
that's the last 2. Green mark and orange mark.
I think we're strong. It should be low still.
Come clear right.
Oh my god.
Could be, I don't know who. Shoot yellow, boys.
Still one barking in yellow, blue.
Probably got yes. I'm pre-nading in front of Shack. I'm headshot. Shoot off.
Nice. Insane, guys. Twist flush.
Guys, 2 guys. 2 guys, please, 2 men.
Behind the shack, behind the Mirada.
You can flush him correctly.
1 sec. There is 3 cars above you. Take your time.
Do I like shoot these out, guys, or no?
No, I think you chill here now and you help your team. You don't make sound here.
They're full up and reach on.
Okay, that's good farm. Then.
Okay.
Nice. DA might come closer, guys. Howl off, nice.
Insta howl.
Nice. V4, V2.
Yep. One down,
Knock the far guy.
Nice.
One is under me.
Nice.
One is under. He flanked under.
Okay.
I naded.
DA might come.
I gotta
DA
go.
above already. Guys, hold above me.
Need to fall back.
Yeah,
Give me
all
the
of
flash here.
Close east of me.
I got knocked. Like 3 guys picked me, bro. They're pushing you, B.
Okay.